Superman's journey through the worlds. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Falling fast. If it were in the sky, this word would still mean a glimmer of hope, but in the seabed, this word basically means a 100% chance of survival. Below the surface, every 10 meters of descent will increase 1 atmosphere of pressure, and their current depth is about 2,000 meters, which means that the atmospheric pressure outside is 200 times that of the ground. This level of pressure means that an area the size of a palm has to withstand a huge pressure of more than 20 tons, and this value is still increasing as the submersible falls. Even steel will be squeezed together under this terrifying pressure, and if it is flesh, it is almost certain to die, unless they can control the downward trend before the submersible reaches its limit. Otherwise, if they want to survive, they may only rely on the power of the ocean and water king source system. If possible, Caesar would like to let Zami stabilize the submersible, but not now. The sudden situation caused the entire submersible to fall rapidly in an irregular rolling state. If the power of the word spirit is used rashly to control the water flow to drag the submersible, the consequence may be that the submersible will stop, as if it hit an iron wall, and suffer greater damage. They need to let the submersible enter a relatively stable state, and then use the water flow to catch the submersible. As for repairing the damaged air pipe and finding the lost air chamber, there is no hope. Neither Zami nor Looming Free knows the structure and maintenance steps of the pipe. Even if they can use the word spirit of the bronze and fire source system, they cannot repair the air chamber. The submersible is still falling rapidly, but under the fast, but not messy operation of Chuzahung and Caesar, the submersible that was originally rolling and constantly gradually showed a steady falling trend. Caesar kept reporting their current depth and distance to the seabed until the entire submersible had stabilized. He suddenly looked at Zami. Activate your word spirit and control the submersible. Caesar didn't know the specific situation of Zami, but in his opinion, Zami was the only one in the submersible who could control the water flow, so he had to try it anyway. Along with Zami's words, the platform above also began to pull the safety cable to slow down the submersible's descent. The kingdom of the sea buried Susanoo, who was fused with the White King's holy remains. Once successful, it would mean the rebirth of the White King, which Herzog could not accept. He had not yet plotted Lincoln's blood and power, so how could he sit back and watch the White King revive under his nose? Looming Free and his men were the ones he chose to kill the White King. Only when the White King under the sea was completely dead could he become the new White King. Unless he was sure that he could steal Lincoln's power, he would never give up this way of becoming stronger. Everything that happened below the sea level was within Lincoln's expectations and observation. With the number of people and power configuration on the submersible, unless the White King was resurrected on the spot, there was no chance of winning. As for the nuclear reactor on the submersible, although the explosion of that thing was not small, in Lincoln's view, it was just that, not a big deal. In the submersible, as the depth continued to increase, the kingdom of God buried in the seabed had already appeared in everyone's eyes. The temperature released by the seabed fissure raised the temperature of the surrounding seawater to more than 200 degrees Celsius, but it was still cool in the submarine. Looming Free might not be able to be fully relied on in terms of fighting, but in other aspects, he could always make people look at him with unexpected angles. Just like now, he used the words of the ocean and water source system in Caesar's astonished eyes, and kept the temperature in the entire diving chamber constant at a quite comfortable state, instead of letting it become a sauna in hundreds of degrees of boiling water. The submersible was constantly descending, and at the same time it was getting closer and closer to the kingdom of God. In the process, the seabed fissures like a burning abyss became clear in everyone's eyes. The boundary between the golden magma and the black sea water was unusually clear. Dark red shrimps swam near the lava, and some dark purple creatures coexisted with the shrimps. The huge pressure of more than 50 MPa and the water temperature of hundreds of degrees made the environment here many times worse than the environment in a pressure cooker. For the fish and shrimp in front of Looming Free, if they were put into a boiling pressure cooker, one possible way to die would be freezing to death. In other places in reality, there are krill that can withstand temperatures of hundreds of degrees, but it is obvious that all the fish and shrimp in front of him are subspecies that appeared and were born under the influence of dragon blood. Not only these special fish and shrimp in front of him, looking far away, almost all living creatures that can be seen by the naked eye are subspecies affected by dragon blood. The content of dragon blood contained in this subspecies is far less than that in the mirror space, but it is incredible enough for the secular world. As they continue to explore the interior, more incredible scenes begin to appear in front of them. Across a submarine ridge, the ancient city unfolds like a picture scroll. With the high tower as a center, it is adjacent to the magma fissure. Half of the ancient city has slid into the magma river, and the other half is only left with collapsed ruins. Only the giant tower in the center has stood stubbornly for years, symbolizing the former glory of the city. But even from the collapsed ruins, one can still see its former grandeur. The continuous buildings and the raised gabled roofs are covered with iron black tiles, on which are engraved cirrus clouds and dragon beasts. Hundreds of meters of metal chains are hung on the four corners of the buildings, and black wind chimes are hung on the chains. These chains rise and fall in the ocean currents, and thousands of black wind chimes swing, playing silent music. The ancient and majestic feeling came over them, and Looming Fui and others could not say it for a moment, but Xiaomi looked at everything in front of her with a trace of confusion. For some reason, she felt a special smell from the ruins of the city. It's about to begin. Looking at the trees getting closer and closer to the direction of the Lenin, Lincoln picked up the phone. "Are you ready?" "Of course." Suenx's voice on the other end of the phone was brisk. "The 8 Snakey families have focused all their attention on the seabed and have no time to pay attention to us. With the completion of their plan, I will definitely be able to complete our plan earlier. Then let's get started." "No problem." Suenxi smiled and tapped the keyboard. "The ascension to the moon plan. Start." On the bottom of the sea, the Lenin began to become restless, and the corpses sleeping on the seabed woke up from their slumber under the horrified gaze of Sknida and others, and floated up from the sea of sinking like unwilling dead, intending to pull the living into the boundless abyss. Looking at the group of corpse guards rioting under the sea, Looming Fui was dumbfounded. Why is there such a thing under the sea? It should be made by the owner of this city to guard the city. Caesar looked at the Lenin with the embryo. Everything was fine here, but now, the dragon blood has awakened those guys. I still don't understand why it was quiet for decades before. Why did it suddenly become agitated when we came? Looming Fui's question was destined to have no answer. The dragon who could give the answer was standing behind him at this time, looking at the embryo that had gradually merged with the Lenin with sadness and confusion in her eyes. She could feel something special from the embryo, and even directly cause the embryo to mutate, but in the end she could do nothing. The ancient city was in turmoil, the closed door was opened, and a large number of corpse guards made by alchemy roared out, rushing towards Looming Fui's excited eyes. "Think of a way. Drop the sulfur bomb." Chusehin was silent for a while and decisively dropped all the bombs in the submersible, and then began to operate the nuclear reactor. "Wait, what are you doing?" Looking at Caesar and the other man starting to operate the wrench with the nuclear mark, Looming Fui was confused. "You are not going to detonate the nuclear bomb under our butts, are you?" "That's right," Chusehin said in a steady voice. "The sulfur bomb can't kill those corpse guards at all. It can only play a certain blocking role at most. But we are now more than 8,000 meters under the sea. This blocking time is not enough for us to return to the surface. Detonating a nuclear bomb is the only way to destroy them. But won't we explode with them? Then we have to mention a rare good thing done by the equipment department." Chusehin adjusted the reactor with force. "The cabin where the power reactor is located is set to be detachable, so we can completely abandon it and run away. Pull the safety rope to float quickly, calculate the detonation time, and we have a good chance of surviving the nuclear explosion." "A good chance? How big is that?" Looming Fui asked curiously. Chusehin was silent for a moment. "At least the survival rate of facing a nuclear bomb is hundreds of times higher. Isn't that equivalent to certain death?" Looming Fui was shocked. "Is there anyone in this world who can survive the power of a nuclear bomb?" "Wait, I seem to have an idea." Looming Fui's voice attracted the attention of several people. "What do you think?" "Senior brother Chu, you should still remember the mirror space I showed you before, right?" "Remember?" Chuzahung nodded. Although the mirror space is mapped to the reality, they are independent of each other. Looming Free rubbed his hands. In other words, a nuclear explosion in reality will not affect the mirror space. So, you want to pull all of us into the mirror space? Yes. Looming Free nodded, and suddenly there was an embarrassed expression on his face. The only problem now is that my master has released a large number of dragons into the mirror space. So if we are unlucky, we may have to face dragons in the mirror space. Chuzahung fell silent, and Caesar was a little curious. The mirror space you mentioned can bring us back to the surface from the 8,000 meters deep sea. Looming Free nodded. As long as we don't encounter those dragons, it's okay. Then what are you hesitating about? Caesar patted Chuzahung on the shoulder. Deploy the nuclear power cabin, and then enter the mirror space. I would rather die on the battlefield fighting dragons than face a nuclear explosion under the sea. Besides, maybe we won't encounter dragons. Caesar's suggestion was very good. After thinking about the possibility of surviving the nuclear explosion, Chuzahung had to nod. We have arrived above the wreckage of the Lenin, and are preparing to drop the nuclear power cabin. The neutron density exceeds the safety threshold of 120%. The nuclear power cabin is expected to explode in 20 minutes. The preliminary estimate of the explosion equivalent is 1 million tons. Caesar connected the Sumeru throne and spoke loudly. I agree to drop the nuclear power cabin. Yuan Zishan said. Sumeru is ready to recover the Trieste. No need. Caesar's answer was beyond Yuan Zishan's expectation. We will find a way to return to the sea surface. If we can't, it means we died in front of the dragon. What are you talking about? Yuan Zishan said quickly. That's 8,600 meters under the sea. Okay, it's settled. Caesar laughed. We have recorded the suicide note. If we don't return smoothly, please send it to my family. After saying that, Caesar cut off the call without giving Yuan Zishan a chance to continue speaking, and then looked at Looming Free and nodded. Let's start. With a click, the hook was released, and the yellow nuclear power cabin began to sink. The temperature inside was also breaking through rapidly. In the diving cabin of the submersible, the broken mirror swallowed up the figures of the 4 people. Mirror space. Looking at the strange scenery in front of him, Caesar's eyes were full of curiosity. Is this the mirror space you mentioned before? Yes. Looming Free nodded, then looked at the deep sea bed and smiled bitterly. I knew that there were also them here. What? Caesar looked down along Looming Free's gaze, and then was confused. Is this the dragon you mentioned? Yes. Under the sea, pairs of golden eyes lit up like lights under the turbid water, which was the symbol of the Dragon Clan. The mirror space is free for the Dragon Clan. Whether it is the deep sea or the land, they can reach it. There are almost no secret places in this world, only the truth that they cannot touch. In this seabed with a depth of more than 8,000 meters, they originally longed for the embryo on the Lenin and the holy remains in the ancient city. But now, with the appearance of Looming Free and others, they have a new goal. Run. Run quickly. Looking at the pairs of golden eyes like searchlights and the dragon body like a shipwreck, Caesar decisively retracted his previous idea of fighting a bloody battle with the Dragon Clan. With just a quick glance, he saw more dragons than he had seen in the first half of his life combined, and he was still unarmed and could not use the word spirit. In this case, he could only fight with a hammer. He was into exciting battles, adventures, and challenges, but this kind of suicide behavior was not what he wanted. It's a bit difficult, Looming Free said, while controlling the space around him to distort and change. These guys are too fast. This place can bring their physical talents to the extreme. Looming Free, I believe you can do it. Caesar looked at Looming Free solemnly and said seriously, believe in yourself. Chapter 152. The mirror space isolates the element. Even Xiaomi cannot exert her strength here. Instead, her identity as the Dragon King will make those dragons who have already transformed into dragons even crazier. Facing the trusting eyes of the other people, Looming Free's mouth twitched. In his life, there were not many opportunities for others to give him such eyes. In the mirror space, Looming Free fled with 2 burdens and a Dragon King brand spice, and a new riot began on the Japanese island. Boom boom boom. The explosions roared continuously, and the dazzling flames bloomed like gorgeous flowers all over Kyoto. With the synergy of billions of dollars and a powerful intelligence network, the entire Kyoto was now in chaos. Hybrids can cause great damage to human society, but the damage caused by humans carrying various explosives is no less than that of hybrids. And because of the mobilization of Kyoto police forces during this period, there is no official force at all to stop the riot caused by Suenxi. Therefore, according to the agreement between the Japanese government and the Snakeade clan, the hybrids of the Snakeade clan who were originally responsible for guarding the headquarters began to go out to maintain order. A large number of gangsters also acted with them. They are legally present in Japanese law, so when society needs them, they cannot escape their roles and responsibilities. Suenxi chose a good time, so good that this series of riots almost emptied the strength of the Snakeade clan headquarters. One group dealt with the undersea, one group went out to maintain order, and one group had to deal with the fierce ghosts. The strength used to guard the headquarters has almost dropped to the lowest level in the past 10 years. In this situation, Gyudme moved. In the world of the Dragon Clan, bloodline is very important. Without Loomings, Gyudme theoretically can no longer improve her bloodline, but the problem is that now standing behind them is Lincoln, who is much stronger than Loomings. Super Soldier Serum plus Compound number 6 plus Conferred Godroad Serum, under the triple combination, Gyudme has now become a monster that Lincoln doesn't know how to call it exactly. The human factor, the superhuman factor and the dragon factor formed a strange tripod in her body, which might cause her to die suddenly due to imbalance, but also brought her subversive power. Genji Heavy Industries. This is the industry under the Genji family, and it is also the place where Kaguya's host is placed. Thanks to the previous explosions, the circuit network and communication network in the entire Kyoto area have been severely damaged to the point where they are unusable. In addition to the departure of those mixed bloods, the remaining guard force here is very small. If it is limited to the 22nd floor of Genji Heavy Industries, where Kaguya's host is stored, it is equivalent to nothing. The 22nd floor of Genji Heavy Industries is different from other floors. As the place where Kaguya's host is stored, the 22nd floor is a closed floor. Except for the passage with many preventive measures, there is no other passage to enter this floor without triggering the alarm. Suenxi can find a way to enter the 22nd floor, but going through the main door is something that only the owner of the house will do. They are outsiders and have to take the usual way. The high-strength reinforced concrete on the 22nd floor of Genji Heavy Industries could even withstand tank bombardment, but they were still too fragile in the face of equivalents. Boom. Like rolling thunder, the entire Genji Heavy Industries was shaking, and the sound waves that spread out shattered all the glass within a radius of dozens of meters. This terrifying movement instantly made the guards in Genji Heavy Industries realize the arrival of the invaders. They quickly mobilized their forces and began to rush to the 22nd floor, but at this time, the gate that was originally used to defend against outsiders stopped them. Only some people who surrounded Genji Heavy Industries from outside could rush in through the not so small gap that Gyudme blasted open. Stop. It's too late. Gyudme, who had arranged the bomb, looked back at everyone and pressed the detonation button with their eyes full of bloodshot. Boom. Another roar that shook the entire floor. The mighty airwaves and the roaring flames caused terrible secondary damage in the narrow enclosed room, and then they swarmed out from the gap. Now, everyone saw that the building of Genji Heavy Industries was like a gas pipe, spewing out hot flames several meters long. Looking at this scene, the hybrids left in the building couldn't help but feel a little confused. Genji Heavy Industries was always under Kaguya's surveillance. It was incredible to get close to Genji Heavy Industries without surveillance, and then even set a bomb to blow up the reinforced concrete. How could this be done so easily in the information age? Even the fierce ghosts couldn't do such a thing. Not to mention the secondary detonation later. Kaguya would definitely die if such a bomb of that magnitude was detonated in such a narrow environment, but the same was true for the hybrids inside. Kaguya's host was completely destroyed in the high temperature, which directly meant that Japan's network information defense and attack were completely ineffective. There was no need for Eva to take action, and Norma could take over the entire Japanese branch's communication network again at this moment. The communication that Kaguya had maliciously cut off was reconnected, and Sknida and the others saw Yuan Zishin again. What's the situation? Where are Looming Free and the others? Yuan Zishan was silent for a moment, and then he heard Tachibana Masamune's words again. A large number of corpse guards under the sea have revived. In order to escape, they detonated the nuclear power cabin of the submersible. At present, the chance of survival is slim. The chance of survival is slim? Sknida didn't believe Yuan Zishan's words. Their communication was cut off. What did they say in the end? They said they wanted to get out of the submersible and use another method to leave the seabed. The only other thing is their last words. Yuan Zishan said, while playing the audio, that Caesar left last. Sknida listened calmly, and then breathed a sigh of relief. I know. Before, Sknida was still panicked, but now, he was not panicked at all, because he didn't hear Lumingfei's last words. It has been a while since Lumingfei entered school, and Sknida and the others still know Lumingfei a little bit. There is no last words from Lumingfei, which means that he doesn't think he will die at all. In this case, what is there to worry about? Compared to worrying about the safety of Lumingfei and the others, it was more urgent to deal with the underwater matters at this time. The flames spewed by Genji Heavy Industries gradually stopped, and even the smoke became much weaker. Jude May originally planned to wait until the flames disappeared and leave, but she was stopped. Masamune Tachibana. Jude May looked at the man in front of her calmly. Or should I call you King General or Herzog? You shouldn't come here. Herzog blocked Jude May's way. Now, you have to die here. Looking at Herzog, Jude May's eyes were calm. My mission is to destroy Kaguya's host. Fighting with you is not my mission. Herzog ignored Jude May's words. During the days when he was lurking in the Snake 8 families with the identity of Masamune Tachibana, he did not do nothing. Controlling the fierce ghosts was only part of it. His real purpose was to continuously transform his body into the White King. Transforming from a mortal to a White King is almost impossible, so Herzog's bloodline is not as good as he shows, nor is his strength. The dragon blood began to release its due power, and a solemn atmosphere began to echo in the room. But just as he was about to attack May Jude, a hand pressed on his shoulder. She is right. Her mission is only to blow up Kaguya's host, and I should do the fighting. A familiar voice sounded behind him, and Herzog's pupils shook. His body twisted, power flowed in his muscles, and his palm chopped down behind him like a knife. Puff, snap, in an extremely short time, the sound of flesh tearing and bones breaking sounded together, followed by Herzog's screams. In the time that the naked eye could not accurately capture, Lincoln grabbed his arm, and then tore his arm completely with brutal force. The severed arm fell to the ground, and the dragon blood in his body also spread on the ground. Herzog looked at Lincoln with a pale face. This kind of power. I know what you are thinking. Lincoln stretched out his hand, took out a dagger, and walked towards Herzog. This dagger has killed many people in my hand, not just yours. There was no murderous intent emanating from Lincoln, as if Herzog was an ant. People would not have any murderous intent when killing ants. A terrifying sense of despair spread in Herzog's heart. He realized how terrifying Lincoln was and stumbled back. You dare not kill me. There is nothing in this world that I dare not do. Lincoln looked at Herzog with a smile and stabbed the dagger into his chest. I know you want to be the second White King, but you should not want to be the second me. Lincoln's words were like thunder, blowing Herzog's brain blank. His chest was in great pain. He looked at Lincoln in disbelief. How could you know? I haven't told anyone. You tried to become the White King who controls the spiritual element, but you don't know what the spiritual element can do. It's really sad. The irony on Lincoln's face deeply hurt Herzog. He wanted to say something, but the dagger had already nailed him to the ground. Herzog died, but not completely. The power of dragon blood allowed him to survive for a while, but it could not save his inevitable death. Lincoln calmly watched Herzog's life force slip away, and reached out to May Jude. Give me the knife. May Jude, who had been watching everything calmly, stepped forward a few steps, and put the Tachibana family's samurai sword in Lincoln's hand. It was stolen from the Tachibana family before the bombing mission. Herzog is not Masamune Tachibana, and he is not so loyal to the Tachibana family's samurai sword. But who else knows that he is Herzog except himself? When he died under this samurai sword, the name Herzog will be sealed in the archives of decades ago. It was Masamune Tachibana who died, the Tachibana Masamune who he disguised as a nearly perfect head of the Snake 8 families. Herzog realized what Lincoln wanted to do, and his eyes were full of reluctance and anger, but he could only watch as he was stabbed with a knife and nailed to death in this dilapidated room as Masamune Tachibana. The samurai sword was left here, and the mark of the demons was also left here. Lincoln had planned to attack the local hybrids long ago, and making the Snake 8 clan and the Ghost clan go to war was an important part of it. Herzog was dead, which meant that the Ghost clan's king would be out of control. With Tachibana Masamune dead, the Snake 8 clan would also fall into anger. Looming Free and his men, who were hiding in the deep sea, obviously did not have the ability to do it, so the only ones who could do it were Lincoln or the Ghost clan. They certainly could not find evidence of Lincoln's attack, but they could easily find evidence of the Ghost clan's attack. After all, Suenxi and his men had been preparing the entire plan for this period of time. The target of the ascension to the moon plan was not only Kaguya, but also the hybrids. Crash. At the seaside, several figures suddenly broke through the surging waves and slammed onto the beach on the shore with a bang. Breathing in the air with the smell of the ocean, they all looked like they had survived a disaster. The underwater nuclear explosion was too exciting, and no one knew how far the impact and killing range of that thing could be used, so they could only try their best to stay away from it. But the mirror space was equally exciting. The dragons under the sea were staring at them and chasing them relentlessly, as if they had seen their own parents, and looming for his various extreme operations made even the usually calm Chuzahung and Caesar, who loved adventure and fighting, feel their hearts pounding with excitement. Just when all of them were about to be swallowed by a giant dragon, Looming Free threw Zami out of the mirror space first to open the word spirit, and then made the three of them completely leave the nightmare-like mirror world. The seawater greatly suppressed the power of the nuclear explosion. At a distance of several thousand meters, everyone could no longer feel the shockwave. There might still be nuclear radiation, but that was better than being swallowed by a dragon. After a short rest on the shore, Caesar patted Looming Free on the shoulder and said, "Looming Free, from today on, I will look at you with new eyes. You are a real warrior after a holiday of special training in this kind of ghost place." Looming Free waved his hand and panted a little. "In the end, I have to rely on Zami, otherwise, I would have to go to the dragon's belly to experience the taste of stomach acid at this time." As he was talking, the ringing sound of the mobile phone suddenly rang. Several people picked up their mobile phones and looked at them, and then their faces changed. They originally thought that what happened to them under the sea was exciting enough, but they didn't expect that what happened on the shore was also exciting enough. The fierce ghosts raided Genji Heavy Industries. Kaguya's mainframe was blown up, and the head of the Snake 8 families was killed in Kaguya's computer room. The Snake 8 families decided to fully engage in a war with the fierce ghosts. The underworld in various parts of Japan has lost control and carried out violent activities with guns. These pieces of information are huge. Chapter 153. Is this all you want? The few remaining elders and family heads gathered together. They looked at Lincoln, their eyes full of humiliation, anger, and unwillingness. Let the 8 families of Shiki go to war with the ghosts, and let so many people die, just a few people. Lincoln looked at the people in front of him, his eyes full of disdain. The 6 families of Shiki, who have controlled the underworld for thousands of years, can't accept the death of only tens of thousands of people. Only tens of thousands of people. Yuan Zisheng and his faces were constantly twitching. They couldn't imagine how Lincoln could say such cold and unhuman words. Although they also killed people, the killing of this person was something they had never done before, at least not in this generation. They wanted to scold Lincoln for his cold-bloodedness, but they couldn't do it, because the people who dared to scold him before had become corpses the whole time. Compared with Angus, who had brought them humiliation many years ago, Lincoln was the real killer. Killing them with the power of one person, until they dared not speak, was an achievement that Angus had never achieved. Under the circumstance that the decisive combat forces such as Yuan Zisheng could not directly intervene in the battlefield, the battle between the 6 families of Shiki and the hybrids among the fierce ghosts seemed a little anxious. Although the participation of Looming Free and others made the battle situation continue to advance towards the situation that Lincoln wanted, this situation soon ceased to exist. Chuzahung, who was originally as cold as a sharp knife, gradually went shopping in the city with Zami. Caesar also began to study what the White King bloodline was. As for looming Fui, he, who was the most conscientious, also went astray at this time. After rescuing Eri from the hospital of the 6 families of Shiki and Lincoln's arrangement, he launched an alternative hunting operation of the fierce ghosts under the operation of Suenxi and others. The road of research is a bit boring, especially for people like Caesar. The curiosity and exploration of the White King bloodline did not affect him for too long. Soon, as the leader of the action team, he remembered the purpose of the group coming here again. Looking at Chuzahun and Xiaomi, who are more like lovers than lovers, and Looming Fui, who is hunting hybrids, but is actually traveling with 2 people, Caesar's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. Before accepting this mission, he had never imagined that he would encounter the current situation. He was the only one among the 4 who had already made an engagement and was just waiting to be executed, but in this small island country, he became the one being fed dog food. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Caesar once had the urge to disrupt the actions of several people, but in the end he stopped himself on the grounds that he was going to get married. In the hotel, relying on the power of money, Suenxi controlled a large number of extras to play a development game. CP is something that many people like to do, and personally promoting a couple makes Suenxi more excited than slaying a dragon. But even so, she still had a hint of uncertainty in her heart. Boss, do you think this method is really feasible? Suenxi looked at Looming Fui and Eri, who forgot about eating and drinking, and her tone was full of uncertainty. If it were an ordinary person, even Chuzahun and Xiaomi, she would have been happy to eat potato chips and watch people fall in love, but the targets she was observing were Looming Fui and Eri. Neither of these 2 people was normal. Moreover, as time went by, the dragon blood in Eri's body had begun to erode her human constitution, and time was running out. Don't worry about it, just carry out the task I gave you. Lincoln's face was calm, as if he was not worried at all. In fact, he was not worried. As a person who didn't like to play with his brain, Lincoln hated Herzog the most, who was constantly plotting and scheming all day long. If he was just calculating, it would be fine, but this guy's strength was still very weak, so weak that even after Lincoln appeared, he was still vulnerable. The calculations between the strong are called a battle of wits, which is exciting, and the calculations of the weak are called dreams, which are hopelessly stupid. Herzog's survival was of no use to Lincoln, so after the second meeting, he killed Herzog and used his body to start a battle between the Snake Six clan and the Demon clan. Without Herzog, who was also the king general, to tip off the Demon clan was completely defeated by the Snake Eight clan. The real king general was dead, and the Dragon King Ruri Kazuma was also a guy who was obsessed with seeing his brother. As for the ones below, without Herzog's organization, they would not be able to survive. On the bench in the park, Eri licked the milky white ice cream with joy in her eyes, and put the notebook in her hand in front of Looming Fui. It's so fun to be with Big Head Bear. Without the experience of working in a gigolo, Looming Fui lost the stage name Sakura, but instead told Eri the online name he had used for who knows how long. Although it sounds low, this name should be regarded as a mark of him. Few people can refuse to play with a lovely girl, especially when this girl can inspire people's desire to protect her. Looming Fui, who was not obsessed with Chen Moteng, did not have any special inclination towards the red hair and pupils, but what does it matter? To deal with a guy like him who has not yet changed his mentality, the charm of Eri is enough for Looming Fui to accept her as his new friend. Looming Fui smiled, and then looked at Eri's gloves, but his eyes unconsciously revealed a trace of worry. The passage of time has caused the dragon blood to begin to play its corrosive role. Under the gloves, black lines like palladium metal poisoning have begun to spread. Looming Fui doesn't know how long Eri can hold on, but it is obvious that the freedom and happiness now have to pay a price. And the one who bears this price is Eri, who is ignorant of the world. Looming Fui couldn't help but fall into deep thought, but Eri, who had finished refilling her ice cream, had already raised the sign again. Big Head Bear, where are we going next? Next. Looming Fui lowered his head to look at the itinerary, then looked up into the distance and pointed. Next we are going to the Ferris wheel. You guys are having so much fun. Caesar looked at Chuzahun with a gloomy look. Have you forgotten the oath you once made? You are obsessed with love and can't extricate yourself. How can you become my opponent? On the street, Chusehan turned his head to look at Xiaomi, who was buying ice cream in the store, and looked at Caesar again. Did Nuono agree to your proposal? Have you ever considered asking her to come over as well? Of course she agreed. Caesar laughed and showed his phone in front of Chusehan. No girl in this world can resist my charm. Click. Okay. Chusehan calmly put the recorder in his hand into his pocket, and then looked up at Caesar with a calm face full of disbelief. When you get married, I will give this as a gift to Nuono. Are you a dog? Shocked and excited, Caesar learned another meaning of dog in Chinese without any instruction. Give it to me quickly. Wait until you beat me. Chusehan calmly took the ice cream from Xiaomi, took a bite, and showed Caesar a very bright smile abnormally. Come on. Fuck. Caesar was shocked. He didn't expect that Chusehan, who was as cold as a sharp blade without a sheath, could look like this. This completely subverted his perception of Chusehan. It's not like he doesn't have a girlfriend, but does this thing have such a big impact on people? Chusehan's back gradually went away, and Caesar was silent. He wondered if he should make a phone call to ask about Looming for his situation, but he soon gave up. Yuan Zishan had given up commanding the battle of the Ghost Clan, and was concentrating on following Looming Fei and the others. To be honest, this descendant of the White King, a super hybrid, should be more nervous about Looming Fei and the others than he was, right? In that case, what should he do now? The SS level mission assigned by the school was to investigate the situation on the former Soviet icebreaker Lenin, and now they have explored it clearly. Not only did they investigate, they also detonated the nuclear power cabin of the submersible, giving a big gift to underwater life. They couldn't investigate next, because the ship was gone. According to the current situation, the investigation mission has been completed, but so far, the school has abnormally not given any instructions for the next stage. Whether it is confirming that the mission is completed and they can return, or continuing to carry out the next stage of the mission, nothing has been done. It's as if they were forgotten here, leaving him alone to watch two pairs of dogs and men wandering around the city under the banner of hunting down the Ghost Clan. Boss, don't be impulsive. Yasha and his men hugged Yuan Zishan's thighs and waist tightly and wailed. There are people watching over there. If you rush in like this, you will die. Then I can't let them turn Eri into Deadpool step by step. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Yasha tried his best to stop Yuan Zishan from being impulsive. Isn't there a whole medical team on standby? It's not too late to go up if it doesn't work later. On the first day, Eri looked like a normal girl, but on the third day, the black line eroded by the dragon blood had already appeared at the end of her waist. And now on the sixth day, Eri has already appeared on the dragon part of her body. Hard scales, black and red blood, a body that gradually loses the touch and temperature of humans, and even the golden pupil can no longer be actively removed. This is almost the limit. If it reaches the 7th day, it will be like dancing on the edge of a cliff, which Yuan Zishan doesn't want to see. Similarly, this is not what Looming Fei wants to see. Inside the hotel, after flipping through the 6th day's itinerary, Looming Fei looked at the room, where the lights had been turned off, stood up and left after a moment of silence. He did not want to abandon Eri, but wanted to find a way to save her. The Snakeade clan and castle could not give him the answer he wanted. At this time, there was only one person he could think of and rely on. Master, did you have fun? Yes, I had fun. Looming Fei nodded a little awkwardly, and then said, Master, is there any way to save her? Of course there is. Lincoln looked at Looming Fei with a smile, and pointed at him. Isn't the answer always in front of you? The answer, in front of me? Looming Fei looked at Lincoln in confusion. Is there? Have you never felt a little curious about yourself, Looming Fei? Lincoln looked at him and sighed. Strong physical fitness, able to master multiple words, and not inferior to the Dragon King. Have you never been curious about yourself? Master, what are you talking about? Looming Fei began to escape again. Don't escape. Don't you really have no guesses in your heart? Lincoln looked at Looming Fei calmly. The power of the Dragon Clan comes from blood and authority, and you have both. But, I'm just an ordinary half-blood. Really? Then you can only watch your new friend leave. Lincoln chuckled. In addition, one more thing I need to tell you is that you don't have much time. What do you mean? Looming Fei's face suddenly changed, and his voice was a little stuttering. Am I going to die too? Of course you won't die, but I'm leaving. Leave. Master, where are you going? Of course I'm going to continue traveling. Lincoln smiled slightly. I'm a traveler, and how can a qualified traveler stay in one place permanently? I told you before that you are not my only apprentice. There is nothing wrong with this statement. In fact, you should be the most indecisive among my apprentices. Think about it. You have powerful authority and almost unlimited power drawn from the sun. You have a background that is enough to overwhelm the whole world. Your company can even easily shake the world economy. But what did you do? Escape. Cowardice. Nothing else. Is it so difficult for you to look directly at your power, accept it, master it, and use it? Yes, but Looming Free wanted to say something, but Lincoln interrupted him directly. Remember the agreement I made with you before. 3 requirements. The first requirement is to hunt down the ghosts. You did it. The second requirement is to spend 7 days with her. You only have the last day left. The last requirement is to kill a Dragon King. Dragon King? Looming Free's eyes widened. Yes, and it's the White King who is higher than the 4 monarchs, the king who masters the spiritual element. Lincoln pointed to the junction of mountains and seas. Under the sea, your nuclear bomb failed to kill him successfully. He has begun to recover, and will wake up soon. Looming Free, you don't have much time. Chapter 154. Looming Free was panicked. In fact, anyone who heard the news disclosed by Lincoln would be panicked. The resurrection of the 4 great Dragon Kings was enough to make people feel nervous, and the status of the White King was second only to the Black King and the entire Dragon clan. He led 1/3 of the dragons to start a rebellion against the Black King, and was able to survive and continue to seek resurrection for 1,000 years after the Black King personally took action. This ability is not possessed by the other 4 monarchs. Before, when Looming Free faced the Bronze and Fire Kings, Lincoln had to take action personally to survive, but now he was suddenly asked to deal with the White King, who was higher in status than the Bronze and Fire Kings. This was an extremely terrifying news for Looming Free. Looming Free wanted to say something to change Lincoln's mind, but Lincoln did not give him the opportunity to speak. He just smiled and disappeared in front of him without a trace. At this time, Angie's phone call finally came. I want to talk to you. Of course. Lincoln took a step forward, crossed thousands of miles, and appeared in front of Ange, picked up the bottle in front of him, and poured himself a glass. Tell me, what do you want to talk about? The secret party has already given a reply. The Japanese island must not become an island of the Dragon Clan. Ange stared at Lincoln. So, after the things inside castle are cleaned up, the ice cellar can be yours. Very good. Lincoln nodded. A very wise choice. Not wise in my opinion. Ange took a deep breath. What are you going to do with those dragons in the mirror space? Just let them stay in that space? What else? Lincoln looked at Ange. Do you want me to release those dragons and build an ecological situation where humans and dragons coexist harmoniously? You can use other methods. For example, let me take people in to kill those guys. Ha ha ha. Lincoln suddenly laughed. Why don't you go find Looming Free? I'm not the only one in the world who can enter the mirror space. But you are the initiator of this method. If you can agree, it will be the safest. No need. Lincoln shook his head. I'm not interested in trading with you about the mirror space. You can go directly to Looming Free to help you open the door to the mirror space. The mirror space is a magic system. If Ange wants to learn the mirror space, the first thing he needs to do is to be able to use magic. In this world, the only thing that can provide magic for life besides Lincoln is the sun in the sky. Telling Ange how to get magic from the sun and open the mirror space is not a good choice in Lincoln's opinion. Ange is too crazy and obsessed with slaying dragons. God knows what he will do with this ability. As for whether he may go to Looming Free for collusion later, it doesn't matter. The convenience of using the mirror space by yourself and others is completely different, and it can even be said that there is a world of difference. As for the private spread, this is a thing improved by Lincoln. Without his help, even the magicians of Kamatage may not be able to learn this method of getting energy from the sun. Angus seemed to have anticipated that Lincoln would reject him. He just nodded slightly and was about to get up and leave when he heard this, but Lincoln stopped him. I suggest that you don't go to the Japanese island now. Hearing Lincoln's words, Angus was stunned. What did you do there again? Nothing. Lincoln said in a light tone. I just found a good opponent for looming Fui. Opponent? Anger's premonition became more and more bad. Can you tell me who the opponent you found for him is? The White King. The words that Lincoln uttered exploded in his mind like a bolt from the blue. Anger's immediately became excited. He even wanted to rush forward and grab Lincoln. Are you crazy? White King? Do you know who the White King is? I know, the greatest creation of the Black King, the only one who can challenge the Black King, and his status is higher than the other 4 twins on the throne. The White Emperor, the High Priest of the Dragon Clan, the Master of Spiritual Element, after leading 1/3 of the Dragon Clan to rebel, used the word Spirit Oracle on all his blood descendants. This is the only word Spirit that restrains the word Spirit Emperor. Hasn't everything about him been engraved on the bronze pillar? Then how dare you revive him, and let Looming Fui face him? Ange roared like an angry lion. Have you ever thought about how many people will die in their duel? If Looming Fui fails, the wrath of the White King will burn that land. Theoretically, the possibility of his failure is not high. Lincoln calmly pushed Ange back into the chair and said, and don't you know who Looming Fui is? He has enough power, and I have given him the power to burn this planet. With the combination of power and power, he can become the strongest life in the world. Just a White King, he doesn't pose a threat at all. Are you so angry because you know you can't kill him later? Ange's mind suddenly calmed down, as if a basin of cold water was poured over him from head to toe. How can you be sure that he can kill the White King? He looked at Lincoln through the reflection of the wine bottle in front of him. His character destined him to not become king. So I gave him some extra motivation. Lincoln interrupted him. Chuzahun and Xiaomi are on that island. Old Tang is on that island. And that little monster is also on the island. Ronald Tang? Ange's expression changed completely. When did he go to Japan? Hasn't he been in New York all the time? How could a hunter stay in the same place all the time? Lincoln smiled. As the Dragon King, it is not difficult to deceive humans. He had already been to Japan long before the war between the 8 snake families and the Ghost Clan. How could it be? I lied. Lincoln smiled. If he failed, all his friends would have to die there, which is enough to change anyone's temperament. He is your apprentice. Ange looked at Lincoln in disbelief. Don't you have human emotions? Doing this kind of thing? I'm no longer a human. Lincoln sat down opposite Ange again. Power can change a person's personality, not to mention that I have been to countless worlds. I hope Looming Fui can pass the test I set for him, but after all, I'm not a nanny, so everything depends on his own awareness. People who are not aware will die sooner or later, either here, at the hands of the White King, or at the hands of another acquaintance of yours. The strong prey on the weak, the fittest survive. Isn't that the ecology of the dragon race? Angus looked at Lincoln and tried to speak several times, but he couldn't say anything. Japan. How is her condition? Watching Eri being sent to the ambulance, Looming Fui grabbed Yuan Zishan's shoulders. My master, she doesn't have much time left. Hearing this, Yuan Zishan's movement stiffened at first, and then slowly relaxed, and the whole person was shrouded in sadness. Looming Fui, do you know ghosts? Yes. Looming Fui nodded. Those people in the Ghost Clan may lose their minds at any time due to the erosion of dragon blood. Eri is the same. She is also a ghost. Yuan Zishan said, and she is even more terrifying than those ghosts in the Ghost Clan. She is similar to me, also a super hybrid with a very high bloodline, and she possesses the Judgment Serial number 111. If she loses control, no one in this world can stop her. The serum can help her not be eroded by dragon blood and become a ghost, but her lifespan is also passing away. She is destined to die before many people. Is there no other way? Looming Fui grabbed Yuan Zishan's wrist in panic. No. Yuan Zishan pushed Looming Fui's hand away. The 8 snakes have been looking for a way to control it, but as far as I know, there is no way so far. How could this happen? Looming Fui's eyes were a little empty, but a familiar voice suddenly came from the street. Looming Fui? Looming Fui, who was feeling sad, couldn't help but move his pupils when he heard the voice, and turned his head to look. Old Tang? Why are you here? I have been here for a long time, but I saw you dating someone during this period, so I didn't disturb you. Old Tang laughed, but I just saw that she seemed to be taken away by an ambulance. What happened? No, nothing. Looming Fui's mouth corners pulled hard. He had guessed what happened. On this small island, Chuzahung, Xiaomi, Old Tang, Caesar, Eri, almost all the friends he was watching gathered here. This means that, if the White King revives, everyone's life will be threatened. While Luming Fui was talking to Old Tang, Yuan Zixing, who was worried about Era's situation, left. Luming Fui immediately grabbed Old Tang and said, "Don't stay here, leave here quickly." "What's wrong?" Old Tang was confused. "The Dragon King is about to revive here." Luming Fui took a deep breath and said, "No matter what, leave here and take senior brother Chu and the others with you." "Dragon King?" Old Tang was shocked and immediately took out his mobile phone to book a ticket, but after entering the page, he showed a bitter smile on his face. "Too late." "What do you mean too late? There are no tickets." Old Tang stuffed the phone into Luming Fui's hand. "Japan has announced an embargo, and all aircraft and ships are not allowed to leave. There is no other way, except to leave with the evacuation teams of various countries. Then you can leave with the evacuation team," Luming Fui said with wide eyes. "But the problem is that the evacuation has been completed." Old Tang looked at his phone with a frown. The evacuation was carried out before the war between the 8 snake clans and the ghost clan, and it has been completed by now. "Then why don't you go with us? I thought you were still here." Who knew that the Dragon King was about to be resurrected here? Both of them were silent. Old Tang knew that he had fallen into a trap, and Luming Fui also guessed who was behind everything. He clenched his fists and stood there. After a long time, he looked up at Liu Tang. "I need you to do me a favor. As long as you don't ask me to die, just tell me what you can do for me. There's no rush now." Luming Fui thought of Xiaomi and Castle Academy. "I need to find more people to help." Ding ling ling, the ringtone rang. Angus didn't move, but Lincoln pointed. "The phone is ringing. Answer it." "Hands free." Angus took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Then Sknida's voice came from the other side. "Principal, Luming Fui contacted us and asked for support." "What support?" Sknida was silent for a moment. "All information about the word spirit, research on the power and force of the Dragon King, and living dragons. There are a lot of requests for support, all of which are secrets about the Dragon Clan." Hearing this, Angus couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced at Lincoln, and then his voice was firm. "Give it to him, all to him. Whatever he wants, give it to him." "Yes." Sknida didn't expect Angus to provide such support, but he didn't have time to think so much. He had to act quickly. After hanging up the phone, Angus couldn't help but relax a little, and even showed a smile on his face. Luming Fui did it. "That's not enough," Lincoln said in a voice of criticism. "It's just a phone call for some information and living bodies." For him, being able to overcome his character flaws and make these decisions in the shortest time is already a breakthrough, isn't it? Angus argued. "Your teaching is not completely useless. You look happy, but don't forget, I told him yesterday that in fact, he still hesitated and wasted a whole day before contacting you. Once a cowardly and evasive character is formed, it is difficult to change." Lincoln remained calm. "After monitoring him for more than 10 years, you should know better than anyone why he has such a bad character." Hearing this, Angus immediately shut up. Indeed, he did know better than anyone, while Luming Fui had the character he has now. But he never expected that. Now he urgently hopes that Luming Fui can get rid of the disadvantages brought by this character. Even if he becomes the new king, it is better than letting the White King revive. The King of Bronze and Fire, the King of Earth and Mountains are all in Japan. Once the White King defeats and devours Luming Fui, and then kills the 2 Dragon Kings, this world will be completely hopeless. The White King has never been on the side of humans, just as the Black King wants to drag the world into the abyss. If he had anticipated the current predicament, Angus would have found a qualified team to brainwash Luming Fui, instead of sitting in the room and praying to God for help, hoping that Luming Fui would awaken himself. Friends are very important in Luming Fui's eyes. For his friends, he is willing to make some changes, such as working hard to learn knowledge that he has never been exposed to before. But this actually does not bring any changes to him. He already has the treasure house, but he has never been able to make up his mind to open it. Chapter 155. The White King shouldn't have revived so quickly, but Lincoln did something extra to make his recovery progress by leaps and bounds. In order to occupy the White King's body in memory, Herzog needed a lot of preparation, but now that he was dead, the White King's resurrection didn't need anything. The huge body sleeping underground began to move, and the earth was shaking with rumbling and humming. Looming Fei looked out with wide eyes, and witnessed the explosion of a mountain. The next moment, a whistling roar echoed from the location of the mountain. The terrifying sound waves and shockwaves spread like ripples, almost reaching the point where they could be seen by the naked eye. With the complete resurrection of the White King, an indescribable pressure weighed heavily on the hearts of all the hybrids. The resurrection of the King of Bronze and Fire and the King of Earth and Mountain took a long time, but the moment the White King revived with the help of Lincoln, he was almost at his peak. As a Dragon King who dared to lead 1/3 of the dragon race to launch a rebellion against the Black King, the power and ambition of the White King to dominate were unimaginable. The moment he revived, he unleashed his terrifying dragon power to the world without any cover. The pressure of the Dragon King was almost like a materialized black cloud. Even Yuan Zixing, a super hybrid, looked ugly, and ordinary hybrids couldn't help but tremble. Their self-awareness as humans made them want to stand still, but the terrifying pressure from the White King made their bodies want to kneel down involuntarily. The White King, the king who mastered the spiritual element, could control all the dragons and hybrids with lower bloodlines in the domain in a short moment if he wanted, but he didn't. In order to avoid the Black King's killing, he transformed into a parasitic form and survived in this world for 1,000 years before he was able to revivify. If he couldn't vent his anger to the whole world, how could he be called the Dragon King? The huge and ferocious dragon claws easily pierced into the boulder, and under the huge body, the mountain was like a throne. The White King looked at the tall buildings built by humans with great eyes, and without hesitation, activated his source system's word spirit, extraction. The majestic power roared out from the White King, and instantly spread to the villages and towns at the foot of the mountain. In the villages and towns, the collapse of the mountain made the townspeople who originally lived a peaceful life flee to places far away from the mountains in fear, but as the power of the White King surged, their steps suddenly stopped like controlled puppets. The powerful spiritual element easily crushed their souls and spirits, and returned to the hands of the White King with the memories contained in them. One by one, the memories belonging to humans were digested and absorbed by the White King. His golden eyes, which were majestic without anger, kept flashing. In just a few breaths, he had already understood how much the world today had changed from the world under his control. Nuclear bomb. The White King uttered the ancient words in the air, with some deep thought and fear in his words. He didn't know much about this thing, but from the memory of humans, the description that was enough to destroy a city in an instant, made him think of the ultimate word spirit. Humans have developed a weapon that can create the ultimate word spirit. He waved the dragon chair, and the storm and heavy rain overturned in an instant, pouring down like a river to the ground. Under such heavy rain, his figure was covered and disappeared. The resurrection of the White King caused panic among countless people. Not only the ordinary people who saw the White King with their own eyes, but also the mixed bloods in the world, felt unspeakable pressure at this time. As a descendant of the White King, and a super mixed blood, Yuan Zixing should have felt the most pressure, but now, he can't care so much. Before leaving, the White King used the last word spirit, a word spirit that can greatly stimulate the dragon blood of mixed bloods. For ordinary mixed bloods, this word spirit will stimulate the dragon blood in their bodies, making them one step closer to losing control, that is, turning into Deadpool. There are many mixed bloods on the Japanese island, but except for those groups that are already on the verge of losing control, most of the mixed bloods will not immediately become Deadpool because of this word spirit. Because this process is gradual, or in other words, the White King set this word spirit in a gradual mode. He wanted to see how human society would deal with these out of control Deadpools. Jen Shishin should come out to take charge of the situation at this time, but it was obviously difficult for him to do so, because Eri, as a ghost, was also affected by the White King's word spirit. The dragon blood that had been suppressed by the serum surged again in her body. Even with the suppression of the serum, the imagination of dragonization inevitably emerged in her body. Black lines, black blood, scales, and the gradually uncontrollable golden eyes. Pain followed. Jen Shishin was in pain, and Caesar and Shuzahan were in the same pain as him. Choosehung and Caesar's bloodline ratings were all A level, which meant that any slight change in their bloodline could cause them to fall into the abyss. Once upon a time, Caesar was proud of his A-level bloodline, but now, he wished he was a G-level bloodline like Finger. If that were the case, he could walk around like nothing had happened, instead of running away like crazy like now. How could this happen? How could this happen? Looking at Choosehung and the other person who had been uncontrollably affected, Looming Free flipped through the information given by Castle helplessly. He urgently needed to find a way to make the hybrids not be affected by dragon blood and turn into Deadpool. Finally, he found the blood of the Dragon King. Looming for his movements paused. If he came into contact with the blood of the Dragon King, he might live, but he was more likely to die. Looming for he didn't know whether this method should be used. In addition, the only way to control people from degenerating into Deadpool was to let some supreme beings directly control and intervene in the blood. Looming Free became confused because he didn't know what he should do to exert the power that Lincoln mentioned. He had no memory of this at all, and he had never thought of using this terrifying power. In his past few decades of life, escaping and escaping was the tone of his life, but this time, he couldn't escape. Either he watched his classmates and friends die in front of him, or he had to learn to control his own power. He tried his best to recall all the abilities and methods he had learned, and use them on Caesar and the other two without any regard. For a moment, the element in the whole room became agitated. You've gone too far. Through the satellite and video, Angus clearly saw AI-1 roaring on the mountain to announce his return. For a moment, his face darkened. You tell me this is the Dragon King who has just revived? This is obviously the Dragon King who has reached his peak and has completed the dragonization of his entire body. Do you know the difference? Of course I know. Lincoln remained calm, but if he is not given great pressure, how can he break free from the shackles of his life experience over the past few decades? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not intervening earlier to let Looming Free develop good habits. Tell me, if he fails, what will you do? What? I might not do anything. Lincoln laughed. I've said it before, I'm very cruel. But you don't have to worry that the White King will completely destroy you, because the White King's primary target will not be you at all. What do you mean? Angus' face changed again. It's meaningless. You don't think that there are only a few Dragon Kings who have revived in human society, do you? Before the Black King came to power, the White King was the strongest. That dragon may not be willing to submit to him. Hearing Lincoln's words, Angus' face became uglier and uglier. The King of Bronze and Fire, the King of Earth and Mountain, the White King, Looming Free, and now they are told that there is another Dragon King who has revived and is lurking in human society? Exclamation mark. Angus didn't consider whether Lincoln was lying, because it was meaningless. Lincoln even brought up the White King and told the truth. It was meaningless to exaggerate the lies of Monarch. Angus subconsciously tended to believe that there really was a living Dragon King hiding in the human world. Why is this happening? Looking at the two people whose bodies were becoming more and more dragonized, Looming Free roared helplessly. He frantically redialed Lincoln's phone until he was about to give up. Hey, what do you want from me? Master, please save Caesar and senior brother Chew. Didn't I tell you that only you can save them? But I've tried everything. Everything. Really? Lincoln smiled. Do you know the origin of the dragon race? I know. It's the Black King. Yes, the Black King. Lincoln nodded. So in theory, as the origin of all dragon blood, the Black King has unparalleled control over dragons, including manipulating the concentration of dragon blood. As long as he wants, he can easily increase the concentration of a hybrid's dragon blood to a level that can compete with the Dragon King. Naturally, he can also turn a Dragon King level dragon back into a lowly creature. But I'm not the Black King. But the Black King is not the only one in the world who can manipulate blood. There are two other creatures who can manipulate blood. Lincoln's words stopped here, but Looming Free seemed to understand what Lincoln meant. Master, you mean I can do it too? In theory, yes. Tell me the method. I want to save them. I don't know the method. Lincoln lied carelessly. That is your authority. There are only 3 people in the world who have this authority and know how to use this ability. You must have found the wrong person. Lincoln's words were like a bolt from the blue, shattering all the hopes in Looming Free's heart. He hung up the phone in a daze and only came back to his senses when old Tang shook his shoulder. Looming Fui, Chusehan wants my blood. What do you say? Blood? Your blood? Looming Fui's eyes suddenly lit up and he grabbed old Tang's wrist. You are the Dragon King. You have blood. Fuck. Looming Fui, what are you going to do? Old Tang looked at Looming Fui's eyes and felt hairy all over. Don't look at me with that look. Quick, give me your blood. Looming Fui didn't have time to care about so much and stuffed the syringe into old Tang's hand. Your blood, the more the better. No, not just yours, but also Xiaomi's. Xiaomi is also the Dragon King. Old Tang looked at Looming Fui, who was like a psychopath, with a confused face, unable to understand what he meant. Looming Fui, what do you want blood for? I don't have time to explain to you. Just do what I say. Looming Fui refused to reveal his crazy idea to old Tang because he himself was not sure whether this method was feasible. The blood of the Dragon Clan is like poison to the mixed bloods, and the blood of the Dragon King is even more so. If you come into contact with dragon blood, you will either die, become a Deadpool, or gain more powerful power than before. This is what Looming Fui got from Castle's information. From Lincoln, Looming Fui knew that he was different, so he was going to take a gamble now with his own life. He would not die or become a Deadpool after coming into contact with dragon blood, but would gain more powerful power, enough to save his friends. This was the first big gamble in his life. Before this, he had never made a similar choice, but now he couldn't. The useless old Tang, senior brother Chu, Caesar who had a fiancé at home, the little monster Eri, Xiaomi who had lost her memory. He had too many important humans here. He had to do his best. The body of a dragon is very different from that of a human. A typical point is that Xiaomi and old Tang can provide much more blood than a normal human. The two people who had no memory of the Dragon Clan didn't know what kind of crazy thing Looming Fui was going to do. They just took the blood drawing equipment to draw out the black and red blood in their bodies and put it in front of Looming Fui. 1 bag, 2 bags, 3 bags. Enough to drive many researchers and alchemists crazy. Dragon blood piled up like a small mountain in front of Looming Fui. He pushed the cart into a room and waved to the two people. Help me keep an eye on senior brother Chu and the others. You. Old Tang wanted to say something, but the door in front of him was already closed. The amount of blood contributed by old Tang and Xiaomi was so much that it was impossible to stimulate the blood in a short time by using infusion. Therefore, Looming Fui took a more violent approach, drinking blood and intramuscular injection. The next moment the black dragon blood was poured into the body. The tearing pain came like a tide. The dragon blood and the blood in the body formed a strong reaction, and the next moment, his dazzling golden eyes could not help but light up in the room. Power, powerful power. The power that had never been felt before came with the pain, which made Looming Fui's eyes change. He restrained the strong impulse, grabbed the syringe, and stabbed himself without hesitation. More dragon blood was injected into his body. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. The dragon blood was boiling in his body. The blood that could produce a strong conflict with human blood and kill any daring person did not kill Looming Fui unusually. Xiaomi and Liu Tang's blood stimulated the power of Looming Fui's bloodline and returned with the deeply buried authority. Looming Fui's bloodline rating surpassed the S-level rating in an instant. The royal blood was noble, and the surrounding element also surged towards him at this moment. Extremely hard bones, strong and dense muscles, scales as hard as steel. In the steaming air, the golden eyes that were as bright as stars suddenly lit up, as if they came from the wilderness and spread in the room. This force was not the power of the word spirit, but it also passed through the barrier of the gate at the moment of its birth. Old Tang and Chu Zheng, who were waiting anxiously outside, turned their heads and looked at it, their eyes full of confusion and doubt. Looming Fui, what did he do? Squeaky, the door was opened, and white air flowed out. As a figure broke through the airflow, old Tang's eyes widened. Looming Fui, how did you become like this? Black scales, majestic horns, bright pupils, and wings curled up behind him. Looming for his current appearance has been completely transformed into a dragon. Nothing, just a little attempt. Without time to explain too much, he looked directly at the ward, where Caesar and Chuzahan were, stretched out his hand, and the ancient dragon language sounded, "Give you, dragon blood." Caesar and Chuzahan were not in good condition. One was A level, and the other was super A level under the guise of A level. The concentration of dragon blood of both of them was not low. A slight increase could cause them to become Deadpool. They didn't have the professional team and huge amount of serum like Eri, and at this time they had even turned into half human and half dragon, with only their will enduring the pain. However, as Looming for his voice fell, their situation improved. The powerful and pure dragon blood completely took the upper hand in their bodies, but the signs of dragonization began to fade rapidly at the same time. Chuzahan's bloodline, that exceeded the A level, but was unstable, was stabilized, and he became the second S level in Castle Academy, and Caesar also felt that more and stronger power emerged in his body. The consistent theory of the mixed blood world is that too high a concentration of dragon blood will cause mixed bloods to become irrational Deadpools, but this theory has now been broken. Chuzahan's bloodline has completely exceeded the dividing line between mixed bloods and Deadpools, but now he will only become stronger and his sanity will be more stable. The blood given to him by Looming Fei gave him incredible stability, and even if he had 3 blood bursts, he would never become a Deadpool. The pain subsided. Caesar and the other man sat up from the bed in disbelief, and then saw Looming Fei, who had turned into a dragon. Their eyes widened. "Looming Fei? It's me." Looming Fei nodded and looked outside. "Things are complicated. You can let Zaya, me and Old Tang explain to you. I have to go to Genji Heavy Industries first." Looking at Looming Fei, who had turned into a dragon and looked like Deadpool, but had maintained his rationality, the two were a little stunned. They had just heard the ancient dragon roar echoing in their ears. Looking at Looming Fei at this time, they could guess that it was Looming Fei who saved them. But the cost of turning into Deadpool for this plan was too high. There were thousands of hybrids in the 8 Snake Key clan alone. If the fierce ghosts were added, no one could count how many hybrids there were on the entire island. But what was certain was that all the ghosts in the fierce ghosts, whose bloodlines were originally unstable, had been transformed into tyrannical Deadpools under the words of the White King, except for Fengji and Liu Li. Deadpool outside the street started a killing spree with his eyes raging against ordinary people, while Kazuma-Ruri in the store looked at her hands in disbelief. Impossible. How could it be? How could it be like this? As a super hybrid like Genshisi, Kazuma-Ruri, Genshisi, has the same stable bloodline. Even after being further improved by the White King's words, he showed no signs of losing control or turning into Deadpool, but this made Kazuma-Ruri unacceptable. It is well known that all the ghosts in the fierce ghosts are hybrids with unstable bloodlines who may become Deadpool. Under the power of the White King, the stronger the bloodline of the ghosts, the more likely they are to become Deadpool, without exception. But now, Kazuma-Ruri discovered a fact that filled his heart with hatred and anger. He was deceived. He is not a ghost at all, but a hybrid who can also become the Emperor. General Tachibana Masamune. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. In the small room, Kazuma-Ruri roared loudly, and her fiery golden eyes opened, venting her power to everything in the room. He had always believed that he was a ghost, but now, he was told that he could have become the Emperor, and everything was a lie. How could he not be angry? The huge sound attracted the attention of the Deadpool outside. With a bang, their heavy bodies broke through the wall and appeared in front of Kazuma-Ruri. But the next moment, the world gradually became dark, and only a pair of golden eyes with complex patterns spun dazzlingly. Word Spirit Dream Taper dragged the target into the dream to trap and kill them. These enhanced Deadpools were all weak individuals in front of Kazuma-Ruri. Just one glance could make these guys who were already mentally collapsed enter a nightmare and unable to transcend, and eventually die. He possessed a Deadpool and broke off a piece of bone that could be used as a sword, and then walked out the door. He wanted to meet the good brother who could also become the Emperor. Genji Heavy Industries. As an industry under the Snake 8 clan, the situation here is also not good. More and more hybrids need to kill those evil Deadpools, and now the defense here is extremely empty. If Eri loses control in this situation, the entire Genji heavy industries will have no way to restrict her. What's the situation? Genji looked at the doctor. Very bad. The doctor shook his head. The power of the word spirit is constantly increasing, and the serum can only delay her dragonization trend. According to the current situation, there should only be 3 days. Is there no way? The doctor hesitated. If this word spirit can be removed, maybe we can get more time. I know. Genji took a deep breath. If it is not resolved before the time, then doctor, please trouble you. The moment the voice fell, he didn't even dare to look at Eri, who was already unconscious in the room, and walked out with a knife. The Yashas who were waiting outside the door came up to him as soon as they saw Yuan Zisheng. Boss, have you found the White King's location? No. Yasha shook his head, then took out a map, but we have locked a rough location. Go find him. Boss, are you crazy? That's the Dragon King. Don't you need to prepare? How long will it take? About 10 hours. Yuan Zisheng couldn't help but clench his teeth when he heard this, but then, the sound from the sky made him draw his long sword and cut without thinking. Clang. The blade was broken, and the terrifying power spread along the blade. Yuan Zisheng's voice hit the door in a whoosh, and then Looming Fei appeared in front of him. Yuan Zisheng, I'm not a dragon. I'm here to find Eri. You, Looming Fei? Yuan Zisheng looked at the monster in front of him, and after a long time, he said in disbelief, why? Nothing, a side effect of blood enhancement. Looming Fei waved his hand. I found a way to save Eri. Let me in. Save Eri. The keywords opened up Yuan Zisheng's brain. At this moment, he didn't even care about Looming Fei's strange appearance. You didn't lie to me? No. Okay, I'll believe you once. In the complicated eyes of Yasha and others, Yuan Zisheng walked into the building with Looming Fei, as if he had lost his mind. He was desperate. Eri's condition worsened, and she would die in 3 days. Now that something big has happened, there is nothing precious in Genji heavy industries. Why not take a gamble? Looming Fei has shown all kinds of special features, such as S-level evaluation, escaping from the bottom of the sea 8,000 meters, and being able to maintain rationality after dragon transformation. In Yuan Zisheng's opinion, it's okay to gamble. Humans are always like this. No matter how rational a person is, as long as he is not like a robot, he will always take a gamble at some point, without exception. In the ward, when Looming Fei saw Eri for the first time, he felt his heart being tugged hard. The black lines were like poison, clinging to Eri's body recklessly, making her look like she was no longer human. Scales appeared in groups of 3 or 2 all over her body, which looked out of tune with the surrounding skin. The serum and dragon blood were fighting in her body. As time passed, Looming Fei could clearly see the black lines moving, and the scales growing. This made him angry. The anger made the room full of the power of dragons. This power was so strong that Eri, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. She rolled her eyes hard, and looked at Looming Fei. With just one glance, she recognized the figure beside the bed, that had completely turned into a dragon. Big Bear, you really came to see me? Looming Fei was silent, and after a moment he reached out his hand. The dragon's roar echoed in the room again, and the blazing golden color shone from his pupils. On the bed, the black lines and twisted scales that were like bone-eroding poison began to retreat rapidly. After just a few breaths, Eri turned back into the figure in Looming Fei's memory. She blinked her eyes, pulled out the infusion needle from her body, and rushed towards Looming Fei, her eyes full of joy. Big head bear puff. The Yasha standing next to Yuan Zisheng felt that they heard the sound of something inserted into the flesh. They looked to the side with some doubts, and Yuan Zisheng's face was extremely calm. It's so lively. The happy scene was broken. Several people turned their heads and looked, and a figure that they were very familiar with came into their sight. It's you. Yes, it's me. Feng Jianliuli held a knife picked up on the road in his hand, and looked straight at Yuan Zisheng. Brother, I'm here to find you. You are not a girl. Yuan Zisheng's eyes became cold, and the long knife in his hand gradually tightened. Of course I'm not. Feng Jianliuli looked at him, his eyes full of madness. Have you forgotten? Yuan Zinu is dead, killed by you, and buried in the well. Now I'm the Dragon King of the Fierce Ghosts. Then, boom. As soon as Yuan Zisheng finished speaking, a terrifying force knocked the door of the ward open. He looked sideways and saw looming Fui coming out. He just lightly glanced at Fengji and Liuli, causing him to curl up in pain. The operation of bloodline requires the use of dragon characters and authority, but for the word spirit, looming Fui now only needs to move his mind. The essence of the word spirit is nothing more than element. Mental control of element can have the same effect, and looming Fui, who has magic power, naturally has a strong spirit. Everything that happened in front of him made Yuan Zishan's eyes a little confused. He didn't understand what looming Fui did. Yuan Zishan wanted to ask, but looming Fui no longer had the time and energy to explain, because he felt a terrifying force approaching rapidly from a distance. He stretched out his hand and pushed Eri to Yuan Zishan, and then flapped his wings behind him and flew into the sky. The thick cement couldn't stop him at all, and it broke apart in an instant. Only then did looming Fui's voice ring in their ears. Go find Xiaomi and the others, and leave here. Yuan Zishan hadn't digested it yet, and the sky suddenly roared. Looking up from the hole, the terrifying sun was hanging down from the sky. Word spirit blazing sun. This was originally just a word spirit that blocked the vision, but when it was injected with enough power, it was no longer simple. The sun fell from the sky, and the white figure flying rapidly in the clouds was bombarded. That was the White King. He had never landed in human society, but was hidden in the clouds. The white airflow covered his figure, and the ability of the word spirit made it impossible for satellites to detect his trace. If they only searched on the ground, humans would never find his existence in their lifetime, but looming Fui noticed it in an instant. The White King in the clouds noticed the second sun. He looked at the blazing sun with terrifying energy falling towards him, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Cancel. The huge blazing sun began to disintegrate, but looming Fui's figure had already rushed in front of him in this very short time, pushing a plane composed of mirrors. Mirror space. The sound of shattering sounded in his ears, and the White King subconsciously wanted to cancel again, but this time, he found that his ability was ineffective. He twisted his body to avoid the sweep of the mirror, but it was too late. Behind the mirror, the figures of the two disappeared. Where are the people? Where are they? Angus was stunned looking at the empty screen, and then looked at Lincoln. Did they go to the mirror space? What else? Lincoln spread his hands. Although I also hope that they will fight in reality. According to looming Fui's personality, this is impossible. Also, congratulations, Angus. Your plan should be successful. Chapter 157. The end of the Dragon Clan. The roar of the dragon resounded through the sky. The huge size of the White King attracted the attention of countless dragons the moment he entered the mirror space. Lungman, who could not fly into the sky, showed a trace of annoyance in his eyes, while the dragons who could soar into the sky had already flapped their wings and rushed straight towards the White King. The huge White King was fighting fiercely with the sky and looming Fui. Flesh, blood, and scales fell from the sky like raindrops and became food in the mouths of the dragons on the ground. It is an established fact that the word spirit cannot be used in the mirror space, and the fact that the White King cannot tamper with. The dragons trapped in this alien world have accepted this reality helplessly. The word spirit and authority are all useless here. What can dominate again is no longer bloodline, which cannot be used in the mirror space, but power. The power brought by the huge body and wings that can fly. Fortunately, the dragons' bodies were as precise as machines, and they could soar into the air without relying on the word spirit. Otherwise, the sky would have been occupied by those inferior subspecies. The loss of authority and status made the dragons panic and unbelievable at first, but it didn't take long for them to adapt to the unique state of mind in the mirror space. It was common for them to use their powerful bodies to bite back the dragons of higher status. In their eyes, the White King was not a being whose status was only lower than the Black King, but a large mass of flesh and blood that could sustain for a long time with just one bite. With the White King as the only point, the soaring dragons approached him from all directions, like a pyramid in the sky. With a roar, an arrow wound was torn on looming for his body. The White King noticed the dragons rushing down below, and the dragon language echoed in the air. I'm the White King. Obey my orders, and kill those who disobey. Even though he had lost control of the element, the echoing dragon language was still full of majesty. However, facing the roar of the White King, a dragon clan was full of disdain, just pretending not to hear it, and rushed straight towards the White King. What are you doing? Looking at the increasingly restless dragons, the White King's eyes showed a trace of shock, until he looked at a dragon clan with greed in his eyes. At this moment he knew what these fellows in front of him were thinking. It is rare even in the dragon society for a second generation, third generation or even lower level dragon body to bite the Dragon King. Now, countless dragons have the same idea. Damn it. Damn it. With one palm and one bite, the White King devoured the body of a dragon. He thought that blood and death would make the remaining dragons feel awed, but the dragons became even crazier. The mirror space is a closed system. There is no place for the dragons to use as food. Devouring the flesh and blood of their own kind or subspecies is their only choice to prolong their lives and stay strong. Nibelungen can provide them with element, but the resources there are also limited, and they are all occupied by the strongest dragons. The dragons living outside either have to fight and devour to survive, or they can only watch themselves weaken and then be devoured by other dragons at some point. Death will always come, so it is better to bite off the flesh and blood of the White King at all. That is second only to the Black King, and they have no ability to bite back in the past. The White King is very powerful. Whether in power or in the flesh, he is the most powerful one. But in the mirror space, where ants can bite elephants to death, as long as his strength is not absolute, he is doomed to fail. Puff his scales splashed, flesh and blood splattered, red blood mixed with flesh and bones splashed on the ground. In the bloody rain, one dragon after another was torn apart and devoured by the angry White King, but there were too many dragons around. The chaotic dragon roars stretched for thousands of miles, attracting more dragons to join. After all, the White King's body was not a machine. The flesh and blood he had eaten needed time to digest, but the attacks of the crazy dragons around him never stopped. They either bit with their teeth, or tore with their claws, or directly accelerated themselves to turn the protrusions on their bodies into sharp knives, leaving scars on the White King's body. These scars could be repaired in a short time under the powerful self-healing ability, but the energy consumed could not be recovered, and the red dragon blood also remained on his white dragon body. Traitor. Traitor. The White King's roar was full of anger, but it could not stop the surrounding dragons from rushing over. They flew behind the White King, then folded their wings, and slammed heavily on the White King. They no longer targeted the White King's body, but began to destroy the relatively fragile wings. The white scales were forcibly pulled off, the skin and meridians were torn, the bones were broken, and pain and fear attacked the White King like a tide. He was horrified to find that his wings were gradually out of control, and his body, which had been soaring, began to fall to the ground. His language began to become vulgar, but this did not stop his heavy body from hitting the ground heavily. At the moment when the roar of the earth spread out, pairs of eyes that were originally full of desire were filled with greed, and the White King's body was submerged. The mirror space is an alternative cage. The higher the level of the dragon, the more dangerous their situation. The dragon with the Nibelungen can rely on the element to maintain its status, but the dragons other than that can only rely on their own bodies. In this case, even the White King cannot withstand the fight of 100, 1000, or 10,000 dragons. The scales were torn, the flesh was hollowed out, and even the skeleton was not preserved. The White King, who had survived the slaughter of the Black King and returned 1,000 years later, died in a frustrating way that no one had expected. In the sky, looming Fui, whose body was so small that he was ignored by the White King, looked at the mess on the ground, and a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. He had turned into a dragon and now finally had some appearance of a hybrid. It was normal to feel sad when he saw that the White King, who could be called a kind of his kind, was surrounded by weak people and his body was gone. However, he did not have so much time to continue to feel sad, because the dragons that had eaten the White King flew up again and looked at Looming Fui, who had been ignored by them before. In front of the White King, Looming Fui was like a piece of meat that was not enough to fill the gap between his teeth, but now that the White King was dead, he was now a cabbage. Looking at the swarming dragons, Looming Fui took a step back with a calm face, and the sound of his figure rustling sounded. In front of all the dragons, he retreated behind the insurmountable mirror fragment. Look, the dragons in the mirror space have played a role you didn't expect. Lincoln looked at Ange with a smile on his face, as the supreme White King among the dragons, the White King who was at his peak when he woke up, was eaten up by the inferior species. Isn't it dramatic? Did you expect it a long time ago? That depends on what you think expected means. Lincoln pointed to his brain. I can imagine many possible endings. The current one is also in my imagination, but it is not the one with the highest probability. Ange no longer wanted to ask Lincoln which plan had the highest probability, because the fact is that the White King was eaten, and there is no point in discussing other options. In addition, now is not the time to discuss these trivial matters. Looming Free made the White King, the biggest threat, disappear, but the turmoil brought by the White King is far from over. The huge dragon body in the roaring dragon roar, the Deadpool wreaking havoc in the city, and the hybrids who look like superpowers. Because of Lincoln's plan, the dragon race that humans have hidden for many years has been completely exposed to ordinary people. At this moment, not only Japan, which was facing the attack of the Dragon Clan, but the whole world was in panic. Some ambitious people even calculated whether they could gain any benefits from the special species of Dragon Clan. Dragons have a strong desire for dominance and possession, but human greed and jealousy are no less than that. It seems that Looming Free and the hybrids are in danger, but in fact, it is not entirely true. The power of hybrids comes from dragon blood. If humans want to gain power, it is meaningless to attack hybrids. The right way is to attack dragons. As for killing hybrids, this is simply impossible in Anger's view. Regardless of the power of those hybrid families, Looming Free, Liu Tang and Xiaomi are obstacles that everyone cannot avoid. Liu Tang and others may be killed by sneak attacks, but Looming Free, unparalleled authority, incredible magic power, and a dual power system in one body. Angers really think that there is no way in the world to deal with Looming Free. There are a group of dragons trapped in the mirror space that can destroy the world if released, and Lincoln is still there, so taking action is tantamount to seeking death. Angers could see that Looming Free had changed. The strong pressure forced him to change. The current Looming Free had exceeded his expectations. The situation on the Japanese island was very complicated, but Angers had no time to take care of it now. He needed to discuss the future of the hybrid with a secret party. Looming Free left the mirror space, but he did not choose to meet Chu Zhehong and the others. Instead, he stood silently at the highest point of Tokyo Tower, feeling the surge and convergence of element. Time passed by minute, and his figure did not move until Lincoln's voice came from behind. How do you feel? Looming Free turned around and was silent for a while. What are you asking about? Everything. I feel the power, a power I have never thought of before. Looming Free looked into the distance with a melancholy look, stretched out his hand and clenched it, and the clouds gathered, and with a wave of his 5 fingers, the clouds disappeared again. I think I can understand your thoughts. This power to control everything is fascinating. I even think I'm the master of the world, isn't it? Lincoln interrupted him. You may not understand what magic can do, so why not? I will cover it up for you. Looming Free turned his head with some doubts, but Lincoln turned him back to face the sun. Watch it. Snap. Looming Free stared at the sun and heard a snap of fingers in his ear. The sun in the sky suddenly disappeared, and the whole world fell into endless darkness. He widened his eyes, his heart was horrified, and the next moment, accompanied by the sound of snapping fingers, light reappeared in the world. Junior high school knowledge told him that it takes 8 minutes for sunlight to reach the earth, which means that the dimming of the sun will be observed on earth only after 8 minutes, not in real time like it is now. What is this? This is the magic that you have never taken seriously. Lincoln smiled, a ball of energy floating and changing in his palm. The power of the Dragon Clan is materialized and bound to this planet, but magic can spread to thousands of planets and even more distant worlds. You think you can understand and comprehend my thinking, but in fact, it only took me a few days to reach your current level, and you, several years. Lincoln's head on blow made Looming Free silent again. He originally thought that he was awesome enough, but it turned out not to be enough. Seeing him fall into silence, Lincoln patted his shoulder, and golden light flowed across the surface of his body, washing away the hideous bones. This is my last parting gift to you. The magic barrier will protect you before you enter the dragon transformation, and after that, you will have to bear everything by yourself. Chu Zhehong, Xiaomi, Caesar, Eri, Liu Tang, you have enough friends around you. If you don't want your friends to suffer disasters because of you, you must put yourself on the throne. As the strongest person in the world, you can do whatever you want. Compromise and concession should be other people's business. What a strong person should do is to make himself the strongest forever. Looming Fee looked at Lincoln with complicated eyes. Did you do the same in other worlds? Yes. Lincoln smiled. No one dares to disobey me, because I will really kill people. They don't even want me to kill people, but to solve everything before then. A kind person is bullied and a kind horse is ridden. Looming Fee, I sincerely hope you understand this truth. Looming Fee wanted to say something, but Lincoln looked into the distance. Look, your friends are coming to you. Looming Fee looked in the direction indicated by Lincoln. Chuzahung and his team were heading towards Tokyo Tower under the guidance of the navigation system in the distance. But faster than them was Ari, who was riding the air current. A golden light flashed in the corner of his eyes. He looked to the side, but found that Lincoln's figure had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the magic borrowing link established with Lincoln was interrupted. Looming Fee knew that his master was really gone. Beep beep beep, a shrill whistle sounded. Lincoln turned his head and saw an irritable driver sticking his head out of the car window. You son of a bitch, get off the road. I heard you scolding me. Lincoln still had a slight smile on his face, and the red in his pupils suddenly lit up. Scream. The exclamation echoed in the street, and the scorching laser swept across, cutting the car and the driver in half. After doing all this, he looked at the empty street, nodded with satisfaction, stepped on the ground, and soared into the air with a whistling sonic boom. Chapter 158. Emma and Taylor. Fury was in a bad mood, because Lincoln was back. Although it was just a short video, the style of the thermal vision that always made Fury very sure that it must be Lincoln. He originally thought that Lincoln, who took the building away, should go on a long trip and would not come back in a short time, but he was disappointed. Lincoln came back in less than a year. The driver and car, that were cut in half by the thermal vision, were still lying on the street, but it didn't matter anymore. What made Fury nervous now was the reuse of a piece of vacant land. Yes, the vacant land left by Lincoln after moving the building was resold by some stupid guys. The profit of nearly $1 billion made some people lose their minds and reached out to the land that occupied an excellent location in Manhattan. They planned to build a new office building there to cope with the increasingly prominent construction needs in Manhattan. As for Lincoln, like Fury, those people thought that Lincoln, who moved his hometown away, would not come back in a short time, and they should start to transform and reap the benefits as soon as possible. As a result, they had just completed the second auction of the land and put up the sign, and Lincoln came back unexpectedly. Fury was no longer bothered by the fact that Tony Stark was missing in the Middle East. He grabbed his ID and walked out the door. The noise attracted the attention of Carlson, who came to report with the documents. Director, what are you doing? Remember to call me boss. Fury glanced at Carlson and the documents in his hand. Go to the Middle East to report and bring Tony Stark back. Carlson? Being sent to the Middle East to perform a mission in just one sentence made Carlson a little confused for a while, but before he could speak, Fury's figure had disappeared behind the elevator door. When he drove his specially modified car that could even withstand a single soldier rocket launcher through 18 red lights and arrived at his destination, Lincoln had already sat on a bench in the Green Park. The roar of the car engine made him look sideways slightly, and he looked at Fury. 8 minutes and 45 seconds. Pretty fast. Fury heard a hint of sarcasm in this, but he didn't care about it. Instead, he sat next to Lincoln and looked at the empty space that had been listed. I can explain it to you. Okay, I have plenty of time. I can listen to how you plan to explain it. Lincoln nodded, leaned on the bench, and looked at Fury leisurely. You can tell me when you think about it. Facing Lincoln's playful eyes, Fury was silent. After a moment, he chose to give up the idea of deceiving Lincoln with the lies made up by the firm. According to his understanding of the man in front of him, Lincoln might have already understood everything clearly, and now he is waiting for him to speak to teach him a lesson. Fury took a deep breath and then looked into the distance. As you can see, some people resold your land for profit and decided to build a new office building here. It seems that the power of the United Firm is not very strong. Lincoln looked at the people who had already entered in front of him thoughtfully, or they are the ones who resold the land. I don't know about that. Fury shrugged and sold out the others without hesitation. SHIELD is mainly responsible for security issues, and these economic issues are handled by those other people. Really? Lincoln chuckled and pointed to the street lamp on the side of the road. Do you know that there is something missing on it? Fury looked over and shook his head. I don't know. It is a well-known fact that capitalists are the best ornaments for decorating street lamps. Hanging a capitalist on each street lamp will be the best scenery. I counted. There are 87 street lamps near my territory. Each street lamp must be hung with suitable ornaments. I will give you 12 hours. I want to see your determination before the street lights light up tonight. After saying that, Lincoln stood up and patted Fury on the shoulder, then took out a round fruit and stuffed it into his arms. Watermelon, this is your favorite fruit. Holding the round watermelon in his hand, Fury couldn't help but be silent. For a moment, he felt that Lincoln was teasing him. In a capitalist country, capitalists are hung on street lamps as ornaments, and watermelons are given to a black man as gifts. If it is not ill-intentioned, Fury will never believe it. But even if Lincoln has ill intentions, he can't do anything. Go to war with Lincoln for some daring people. God knows what Lincoln, who has already appeared and killed a person in the street, will do. Fury decided to be cowardly and install suitable ornaments on the street lamps around Lincoln's land. Only 87 capitalists, it sounds like a lot, but if you put them together a little, New York alone can meet the requirements. All those involved in the laundress sale were hanged on the street lamp. No one would object to this, unless they wanted to replace them as ornaments. Lincoln left, but before leaving, he put the collection that he had carried with him for who knows how long back. As the huge building fell heavily on the ground with a large shadow, the news of Lincoln's return began to spread rapidly with Manhattan as the center. At this moment, countless people's faces changed drastically, and those who had participated in the laundress sale looked even more as hen. They wanted to struggle, but just as their hands touched the phone, the door was knocked. Then, the man in black holding the noose stood in front of them with a smile, as if serving a guest as valuable as God. Do you need us to put it on for you? No. You can't do this to me. Looking at the knotted noose, the capitalist's blood memory seemed to be awakened, and his body began to tremble. You are inhumane. I'm sorry, sir. If you are willing to risk your family reunion to persuade the one who maintains humanity, we cannot wear it for you. Otherwise the reality is that you have to stay with the street lamp for a while. The man in black said as he walked over, causing more terrified roars. No, no. On this day, New York was destined to be unable to be peaceful, and even the whole of America could not be peaceful, because the historical program of hanging capitalists would be staged in Manhattan. When the lights were on at night, the shadows cast symbolized the darkness of these people. Of course, these have little to do with Lincoln. After admiring the capitalists who dared to risk their lives to make profits and hang themselves on the streetlights, he left. Just like the most anticipated moment of hanging is always the moment of hanging people, Lincoln is not interested in watching the bodies floating in the air. If it were not for the sake of establishing majesty, he would not even let these people hang here, but directly send their families to reunion with thermal vision. Now he only kills the chief culprit. He is really too merciful. The bodies of capitalists are floating at the door, which means that the collection hall cannot be opened today. Lincoln simply revisited the Continental Hotel. Although the consumption level of this place is relatively high, it must be said that the services provided are also good. For example, now Lincoln is holding Emma Watson, who has just come of age. The current timeline of Marvel is 2008, and Emma was born in 1990. Lincoln was too lazy to explore how those people in the Continental Hotel managed to get a currently popular actress to come here to greet guests. It was nothing more than some transactions. He just wanted to enjoy the taste of Emma, who was in her prime, and other things were trivial matters. Joint office, shield office. Looking at the man in black in front of him, Fury took a deep breath. Did you send it over? Yeah. The man in black nodded. Emma Watson. He seems very satisfied. He should spend the night at the Continental Tavern tonight, and will not care about the curfew in Manhattan. After tonight, you can go to him again. You should be able to get the bodies of those guys off the streetlights, and the impact of the incident will be minimized. That's good. That's good. Fury had no guilt at all for pushing an adult girl into the adult world. After all, Hollywood is obviously more chaotic. The program of hanging capitalists is inevitable. It's good to reduce the impact of the incident. It's just an actor, which is not worth mentioning in his opinion. Lincoln knew what they were thinking, but he was very satisfied with Emma, so he was willing to pretend not to know and spend a night in bed. I have to say that the experience is really good, especially after he let Emma wear only a wizard's robe. The subtle temptation is very strong. The next day, from Emma, who was half covered by a silk quilt beside him, Lincoln was certain that the human body could never be compared with Superman. After a night of hard work, Lincoln would never be the first to lie down. After pinching Emma casually, Lincoln stood up and walked out of the room. In the bar, Winston sat here early. Seeing Lincoln, he immediately raised the glass in his hand. "Good morning, sir. How was your last night?" "Very good." Lincoln showed a knowing smile on his face. "I like this kind of young and energetic girl." "Really?" Winston smiled slightly. "Maybe I know someone else. Do you need me to introduce you to you?" Hearing this, Lincoln immediately became interested and sat in front of him with a bottle of Coke. "Tell me about it. I know a female singer named Taylor. As a newcomer, she needs some help from people in the circle. She is now trying to contact the Jonas Brothers. But if you need, I can introduce you first and let you be her guide." As Winston spoke, he turned on his mobile phone and put it in front of Lincoln. "This is her photo." Looking at the screen of the mobile phone, Lincoln was silent for a moment. "Her last name is Swift?" "Yes." Winston nodded. "Very good, I agree." Lincoln smiled. "What's the time?" "Anytime." Winston took the phone back. "Young people always have free time. Just decide it. Then let's do it today." Lincoln thought of Emma in the room, and the smile on his face became even bigger. "Tell me, Winston, what do you think?" "A special commission." Winston took out a stack of documents. Stark Industries chairman Tony Stark disappeared in the Middle East, and the chairman's assistant Pepper Potts issued a commission to find Tony Stark. The reward is very tempting, but the Continental Hotel can't complete it, so. Lincoln's face showed an ambiguous smile. "So you want to transfer this commission to me and let me find that Tony Stark?" "Yes." Winston nodded. "Is the Continental Hotel short of money?" "It's not money." Winston nodded. "The reward given by Ms. Pepper Potts is weapons. The purchase rights of a batch of weapons needed by the Continental Hotel. Isn't she an assistant?" Lincoln's eyebrows moved involuntarily. He didn't remember that Pepper Potts in the original plot had this authority. "During the time you were away, something happened at Stark Industries." Winston shrugged. "If you want to know, I can tell you." "Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about this." Lincoln flipped through the documents in front of him. "I'll take over the commission. Send the person to my room. Also, let Taylor tell Emma to wash up and wait for me to come back." "Okay." Winston nodded first, and then suddenly understood something. "Are you going to leave now?" "What else?" Lincoln took a bottle of Coke from the counter again. "It's just this little thing. It's not worth it for me to pick a special time to do it. Middle East desert. In a cave that is not clearly marked on the map." Tony, with an electromagnet on his chest, hammered the iron sheet one by one, forging it into the shape he wanted. Ethan, who was stranded here like him, made him a suggested electromagnet to absorb missile fragments near the heart, but later Tony built himself an arc reactor that can get rid of batteries and wires. With the element extracted from the missile's reactants, the furnace in his chest can work normally until the day he dies of old age. But Tony obviously doesn't want to stay here until he dies of old age. Fooling those terrorists who don't understand machinery and can't read the blueprints, Tony firmly implements his iron armor plan. As for the terrorists' request to make missiles, Tony just makes something that they can't understand to fool them. Are you sure this is really feasible? Seeing that Tony once again crushed those illiterate people in terms of IQ, Ethan walked forward with some uneasiness. "With these things, we can get out of here." No, these are just tools." Tony shook his head and pointed his finger at his head. "What really takes us out of here is this, my smart brain." "Okay." Ethan was speechless about Tony's narcissism and just reminded him, "How long do you need?" Those guys are becoming more and more impatient. "Very soon, if everything goes well. It won't take a week." Chapter 159 Iron Man Lincoln. It seems that the smart and wise Stark is full of confidence in himself. The sudden voice made Tony and the other man who were forging the first generation Mark armor immediately nervous. Tony, holding a hammer in his hand, immediately faced the darkness where Lincoln was. Who? Come out. Under the vigilant gaze of the two, Lincoln slowly walked out of the darkness. Don't make such a fuss. After all, you are not Thor, the god of hammer. If it were him, I might have to be a little worried. Ethan looked at Lincoln, who was halfway through his words and couldn't help but add a sentence. What are you worried about? I'm worried about crushing his hammer. Lincoln laughed, then drank another sip of Coke. Relax, I'm here to save you. Looking at Lincoln's careless look, Tony didn't believe in Lincoln's reliability. Give me a few more days and I can complete the armor and leave here by myself. I don't need anyone to save me. Really? It seems that the great genius inventor is very confident in his pair of scrap metal, Lincoln said, and under Tony's unfriendly eyes, he pulled out a breastplate hidden in the scrap metal pile beside him and criticized it fiercely. Look at this pitiful arc. Fortunately your forging skills are not very good, otherwise I doubt there will be even this little reflection angle, and those guys with machine guns should like your design very much. How does the sentence go? We found some flesh and blood from a pile of bullets. A veritable steel coffin. Is this how you prepare for your funeral? Genius inventor? A coffin that looks like a humanoid armor is indeed very inventor-like. Lincoln's merciless ridicule made Tony blush. Shut up and leave here. I don't need you to criticize my armor. The facts will prove everything. Really? Lincoln curled his lips indifferently. Then please, Mr. Stark, who is confident, can you tell me how you plan to use this armor to deal with the terrorists outside with 6 vehicle-mounted machine guns and 7 individual rocket launchers? Can you rely on your flamethrower that can also cook yourself? In addition, I have to mention that the weapons held by those terrorists are still produced by Stark Industries. I guess someone should be very aware of the power of the weapons produced by his company. The information that Lincoln uttered made Tony Stark's face freeze. He knew his own situation well. In this cave with scarce resources, it was the limit of what he could do to use some Jericho missile debris mixed with iron to knock out a suit of armor that could withstand rifle sweeps. He also had ideas for better metal materials, but this place obviously couldn't make them. Moreover, as the chairman of Stark Industries, Tony has been engaged in weapons research and development for many years, and he is very clear about the power of the weapons under his group. Whether in theory or in practice, the configuration of machine guns and rocket launchers can achieve the scene that Lincoln said before, where a pile of bullets are mixed with a little meat. What made Tony silent was that, if he fought with the terrorists outside under this situation, Ethan's safety would not be guaranteed. Lincoln's words were heartbreaking, but they were Tony's irrefutable facts, which made him even more depressed. With a clang, he pounded his hammer on the iron felt in front of him, and looked at Lincoln. Tell me, do you have any good ideas? Lincoln looked at the reactor on Tony's chest, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. I have a more exciting plan and a less exciting plan. Tell me about the exciting one. Ethan, who thought Tony Stark would choose the latter, couldn't help but widened his eyes. Tony, your heart can't stand too much stimulation. If the blood flow speeds up, it may move the fragments in your body. Calm down, Ethan. I just want to listen, not really do it. Tony's answer calmed Ethan down a little, and then he heard Lincoln propose a plan that would make people's blood pressure soar, complete the armor, and then equip some heavy firepower, and use those guys outside as targets. How about this plan, Ethan? He didn't understand why Lincoln, who just said that the armor could not defend against machine guns, would come up with this plan, but Tony was silent. Your plan is very good, but we can't do it. That's because you can't do it. Lincoln laughed and took out a piece of vibranium ore. With it, anything can be done. A stone. Tony, who knew nothing about vibranium, took a deep breath. Let's talk about less exciting plans. Oh, that's very simple. I'll go out and kill all those guys outside, and then you can wait here with peace of mind for those American soldiers to rescue you. Tony was a little confused. You call this rescue? If you kill them, you won't be killed by them. Of course this is called rescue, and it's very predictable. Ethan was a little puzzled. Why can't you take us away quietly, like you showed up quietly? Wouldn't that be better? Lincoln pointed at Ethan. You have a good question, and my answer to this question is, because it's fun. The atmosphere in the cave was a little quiet for a while, with only the crackling sound of the flames. After a little internal consideration, Tony quickly followed his heart and made the right choice. Let's do something exciting. I have already made my armor. If it can't be used, then I didn't do it in vain. Very good. Your idea is worthy of praise. Lincoln gave Tony a thumbs up, then took the vibranium ore in one hand and reworked all the armor parts that Tony had made without hesitation. Vibranium ore is not pure vibranium metal. A fist-sized piece of it probably contains less than 1 pound of active ingredients. But this is enough. After all, the attack to be resisted is only at the level of a single soldier rocket launcher, and this amount is enough to achieve no damage. Tony's blacksmithing skills are not good, and Ethan's arms are sore and weak, but with the addition of Lincoln, the entire armor forging has entered a rapid development. Not even a few hours have passed, and a armor that looks much cooler than Mark's prototype has appeared in the eyes of several people. Ethan looked at the armor in front of him silently. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered to Tony, "Are you sure you are the smartest genius inventor?" Tony was a little depressed, but when he thought that the idea in his mind was created, he felt relieved. "Okay, now let me put it on and go out to show those guys a lesson." "Wait, who told you that this thing is for you to wear?" Tony was stopped and looked confused. "Isn't this for me? Who else can wear it besides me? It can't move without a power source. My arc reactor is the best power source." Lincoln did not answer him, but looked at Ethan. "Are you still keeping the electromagnet connected to the battery? Wait, what are you going to do?" Tony's eyes widened, and he took a half step back with a bad premonition in his heart. "I suggest you calm down. Relax, it's just a moment. I'll move quickly. It won't hurt you much." Lincoln held the battery electromagnet in one hand and smiled brightly at Tony. A few minutes later, Tony, holding a battery in his hand, watched in silence as the arc reactor that originally belonged to him was pressed onto the cool armor and then rushed out of the cave by Lincoln. It was not until this time that he finally understood what the exciting plan that Lincoln mentioned meant. To say it was exciting, it was indeed very exciting. The life-saving reactor was torn off and replaced with a battery electromagnet. This was the second most exciting thing after the Jericho missile exploded in front of him. In addition, there were a series of wonderful experiences such as the armor fighting terrorists and forging a sci-fi armor for half a day. Except for the extremely poor experience of him as a rescued person, the whole plan was exciting everywhere. The camp outside the cave. "Boss, do you think that Tony Stark will be obedient?" The boss laughed disdainfully. "Here we are the only ones who can give him water and food. Unless he wants to die of thirst and starvation, he can only be obedient. The Americans can't find this place. Unless that superhero jumps out of the comics, no one can save them." Boom. As soon as the boss finished speaking, a huge roar echoed from the direction of the cave. "What the fuck?" Looking at the explosion and flames rising from the camp, the boss was shocked and then turned around and shouted to his men, "What are you still standing there for? Move. Hurry up and move." The boss's urging made the terrorists move, some carrying guns, some carrying cannons, and in a short moment, they surrounded the entire cave in trance. At this time, they saw the instigator of everything, a battle armor that looked particularly cool and even abandoned many aerodynamic principles. "Do you fucking think you are making a science fiction movie?" The boss looked at the coquettish battle armor and thought of Stark, the hundreds of millions of dollars worth of human in the cave. His eyes reddened. "Shoot. Da-da-da-da." The trigger of the machine gun was pulled. The sound of the typewriter echoed on the battlefield, and the bullets turned into a dense rain and hit Lincoln, clanking and hitting the mixed vibranium metal battle armor. The clang-clang, clang-clang sounded continuously, and sparks kept bursting on the surface of the armor. The bullets that could penetrate 10mm steel plates were ejected, as if they hit an iron wall. Looking at this scene, the terrorist leader's eyes almost popped out. "What the hell is this? A rocket launcher? Give me a rocket launcher." "Okay, boss." The subordinates agreed happily, and then took out all the rocket launchers in front of the boss's stunned eyes. Fire. Boom boom boom. The roars exploded one after another at the entrance of the cave, and the flames were surging. Even if they were more than 10 meters away, they could feel the scorching air waves, but this did not pose any obstacle to the armor at all. Lincoln even looked at the screen with some regret. The inferior arc reactor does not have an energy recovery function. Otherwise, it would be fun to use their contributed energy to shoot them. The flames and dust raised by the rocket launcher gradually subsided. As the armor appeared in front of them intact, all the terrorists became terrified. The most powerful weapons they have are machine guns and rocket launchers. If these are useless, then use hammers. The crowd was silent for a moment, and then even without their boss's order, the sound of car engines exploded in the desert. Without exception, they all chose to run away in tacit cooperation. What a fucking coward. Looking at the terrorists who had no fighting spirit, Lincoln smacked his lips, then laughed and activated the fire control system. The armor pieces popped up, and the micro missiles transformed from the Jericho missiles rushed out with a whistling tail flame. At the same time, Lincoln drove the armor into the sky, and the preset muzzles of his arms popped out, and dense bullets enveloped the fleeing crowd below from the air. Bang, bang. The dull sound of flesh and blood being pierced and exploded by bullets sounded, accompanied by the roar of missile explosions. Similar firepower, different defense. The difference is that Lincoln's armor is unscathed, and there is no complete living person in the entire terrorist camp. After taking off his armor and pulling down the reactor, Lincoln walked back to the cave and threw it in front of Tony. Okay, all the people outside have been dealt with, and I'll return your reactor to you. If possible, I'd rather you call it a miniature low temperature cold nuclear fusion reactor. It's one of the greatest inventions in the world. Oh. Lincoln nodded in a flat tone and waved his hand to open a portal for himself. The rescue mission is completed. Remember to give me a 5-star rating when you go back. Bye. Wait, what is this? Looking at the portal in front of him, Tony's mentality changed slightly. Can't you take us away directly? Why wait? The rescue mission is the cost of the rescue mission. If you want to use the portal, it's not just a rescue, there's also transportation involved. How much is it? I'll pay it. I don't want to stay here any longer. Lincoln looked at the two of them in silence for a while, pointing to the furnace on Tony's chest. Do you mind selling what you call the greatest invention in human history? No problem. Tony agreed without hesitation, and then drove the armor towards the portal, but was stopped again on the way. Pay first. Tony. Can't you take your time? Wait until I pass through the portal? Pay first, then deliver. No credit. Looking at Lincoln, who was serious, Tony's face twitched twice. Okay. A few minutes later, Tony's chest lamp, which had not yet warmed up, was in Lincoln's hand again. The electromagnet on his chest was connected to the battery in Ethan's hand with wires. Tony dragged the armor weighing hundreds of kilograms through the portal step by step like a diligent old ox, and returned to New York City, where he had been away for a long time. The first experience of Iron Man is gone. The prototype of the arc reactor is also gone. The only good news is that Tony got a armor that Lincoln didn't want, but unfortunately, this thing is not aerodynamic except for being handsome. The addition of vibranium element also makes it impossible for him to recast it for some time in the future. The function of this thing is probably just a decoration. Chapter 160 Ambitious Abadia. Hi, Mr. Stark. It looks like you're not in good condition. Do you need me to connect you to the medical team? No, not yet. Stark stopped Jarvis's action and directed Ethan to find a small connector from the drawer to install on the armor, then said, Jarvis, scan the internal memory of the armor, find the driver's information, and search the entire network for the target person's information. Okay, sir. The internal storage has been read, and the network is being searched. Completed. Show it to me. Tony sat on the sofa and ordered while looking at the wall. Jarvis, prepare the laboratory and collect the following materials: palladium, titanium, and gold. I need to make a small improvement to this thing on my chest. The matter has been recorded and executed. Jarvis's always calm voice made Tony relax a little. As the projection screen unfolded in front of him, he began to quickly browse the information about Lincoln on the internet. Everything about Lincoln in the last major event had been wiped clean, and even the artificial intelligence Jarvis could not find any traces, but this time was different. Lincoln's disappearance and reappearance directly caused the information shielding measures established by the Joint Office to fail, which also directly allowed Jarvis to search for information about Lincoln. There was not much specific effective information, but it was enough for Tony Stark to establish a preliminary understanding of Lincoln. Tony did not want to contact Lincoln again for the time being, because he needed to first update the crude electromagnet on his chest. This time, he would use more mature and advanced technology than the first generation reactor. For a weapons dealer doing arms business, there is no raw material that cannot be obtained. Without wasting too much time, Tony took Ethan to reenact the manufacturing process of his arc reactor in a much more advanced private laboratory. However, it is not possible to expect the whole process to be completed in one go, because Pepper, who got the news of Tony's return, hurried over. Tony, Pepper. Looking at Pepper, whose face was full of worry and concern, Tony couldn't help but show a trace of confusion on his face. "Why are you here?" "It's me, Mr. Stark." Jarvis' voice rang in his ears. "According to the agreement you set, Ms. Potts has the right to know specific information about your safety. Since you refused the medical team, I can assume that your life is under threat." Tony wanted to listen to Jarvis and explain how safe he was now, but looking at Pepper, all his words were blocked in his mouth. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "What is this on your chest?" Tony's face froze, and his eyes subconsciously began to drift to other places, making Pepper even more uneasy. What have you encountered?" "It's okay, I can solve it." Tony comforted Pepper and winked at Jarvis. "Jarvis, what do you say?" "Yes, Ms. Potts. According to Mr. Stark's plan, he will get reliable equipment to stabilize his condition in 2 hours." "Stable?" Hearing this, Pepper became more uneasy. She even wanted to take Tony to the hospital for a careful examination, but she failed in the end. Compared to being stubborn, Pepper was helpless against Tony at this time. In fact, there was a reason why Tony didn't want to leave here. Tony himself was sure that he had never sold his group's products in the Middle East before. But look at what he encountered. A Jericho missile exploded in front of him and sent dozens of fragments into his body. A group of terrorists of unknown origin were equipped with machine guns and rocket launchers produced by his group, and these people successfully kidnapped him. He didn't have the time and energy to think about all this carefully in the cave before, but now, Tony knew that something must have gone wrong. He had to recast a battle armor in the shortest possible time to ensure his safety. In addition, he had to prepare a prototype of the arc reactor again, because he couldn't accept the reality that Lincoln had a collection that he didn't have. In the collection hall, Lincoln put the prototype of the arc reactor taken from Tony's chest into the display case, and then casually opened a portal leading to the Continental Hotel. Walking into the hotel gate, the first person Lincoln saw was the hotel manager and his assistant, the receptionist Sharon. "How is it? Has the person arrived?" "Yes, sir. She is waiting for you in your room." Winston nodded, and then he had some doubts. Is Tony Stark safe? He should be safe, unless he continues to commit suicide. Lincoln nodded, then walked upstairs. "Don't bother me for a while." "Okay, Mr. Lin." On the top floor of the hotel, in the suite prepared and available only for Lincoln, Taylor had already met Emma. "Are you the actor? Why are you here?" "For a better future." Emma rolled her eyes. "Don't you have the same purpose, singer?" Taylor was speechless for a moment, but suddenly she thought of something. "How long have you been here?" "Just arrived yesterday." "But you have been sleeping until now." "He looks very strong." "Yes, he is very strong." There was a hint of fear in Emma's eyes. "He is simply not like a human, both in terms of physical strength and specifications. If you have never experienced this before, I don't think your situation may be much better." "How is that possible?" "There are 2 of us." Taylor was full of confidence. Emma wanted to separate herself from the woman in front of her who didn't know the seriousness of the matter, but after thinking about it, she found that it was better to share it with someone. She showed a trace of helplessness on her face, got up and walked into the bathroom. "Whatever you want. I'm going to take a shower." In the bathroom, the sound of running water sounded. Taylor sat on the bed and looked at the layout of the room, not noticing Lincoln's arrival at all. "How do you feel?" The sudden voice startled Taylor a little, but when she turned her head and saw Lincoln, she was stunned. If I had known he looked like this, I would have come to have a good communication with him, even if I didn't get anything. But it's not too late now. Very good layout. Taylor's face was full of sincere smiles. He stepped forward and put his arms around Lincoln's arms. The two lumps of fat began to rub against the fabric. I have only seen similar decorations in some ancient castles. Lincoln rubbed his chin in thought. Maybe it's not similar. Maybe these are from those historical castles. Also, I heard that you are determined to become a singer? Yes, this is my dream. Then your voice must be very good. Your tongue should also be very flexible, right? Facing Lincoln's inquiring eyes, Taylor's eyes avoided a little. I'm not sure, but maybe I can try. Lincoln sat on the sofa and looked at Taylor, who was still a little shy. Do you need me to help you? Can I? Of course. Lincoln's face was full of charming smiles, and he began to guide and drill Taylor on voice and other aspects. Not long after, Emma, who had just finished taking a bath, also joined in and asked Lincoln to teach her how to use the magic wand better. For the sake of their future and career, they learned very hard, and Lincoln taught very hard. In the room upstairs, Lincoln and the other two were having a great time. In the bar downstairs, Fury silently ordered a glass of juice for himself. Obviously, he came at an inopportune time. It was not until the sun gradually set that Fury saw Lincoln again. 5 hours, how are the women in your room? Don't worry, they are fine. Lincoln smiled confidently, except for being a little tired. They had a lot of fun. Then, can those decorations hanging on the street lamps be taken away? The corpses have begun to deteriorate. If you continue, your industry will become unpopular. Chop off their heads and give them as gifts to some people who need them. As for the rest, you can deal with it yourself. After all, I'm not a big villain. A man who said he would chop off 87 heads likely said he was not a big villain. This is not World War II. Lincoln ignored Fury's complaints and said seriously, do you know that there is a universal tool maintenance method? With 2 hits, you can repair a variety of tools including TV dramas and tape recorders, but you certainly don't know when this method was born. Hearing this, Fury suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Lincoln gave the answer. This method originated in the 15th century, but at that time people made tools move again by whipping them. Can you stop telling jokes about hell? No, I'm telling a fact. Lincoln looked at Fury with a dazed look. If those who paid knew that you were getting a lot of money and spending half a day in the bar drinking juice, guess what they would replace the whip with? Fury drank the juice calmly. Maybe it would be a gun, or maybe something else. Very self-aware. So are you ready to go to work now? Don't worry, I can work overtime. After all, I get overtime pay for my overtime. You are worthy of being a senior official in a capitalist country. You are a true master of fleecing the capitalists. The only ones who can make money from capitalists are guys like you whose hearts are as black as their skin. As a level 10 agent, Fury was completely immune to these jokes. Instead, he was very calm. Thank you for the compliment. Fury left and was forced to pay for Lincoln's drinks. In Lincoln's words, it was the money paid by the American government, so it would be a waste if he didn't spend it. Fury agreed with this. In fact, he intended to talk to Lincoln about Tony Stark, but Lincoln refused, because a man with a nuclear reactor on his chest was not his interest. There were many people who learned that Tony had returned safely. Potts, a personal assistant who was in contact with Jarvis, Fury who sent agents to infiltrate Stark Industries, and Abadia, who was a shareholder and acting manager of Stark Industries. Unlike the first two, Abadia was not happy about Tony's safe return. On the contrary, he was angry because it meant that his plan to seize Stark Industries had failed. It also meant that the bastards of the 10 Commandments took his money, but did not do anything for him. He was very angry and expressed it to the 10 Commandments. You violated the rules. Tony Stark is not dead. He returned to New York safely. You took my money and the weapons I gave you, and you did these things? If it was before, the 10 Commandments might feel guilty and apologize, but now the situation is different. The entire camp was wiped out, and there was no intact person or intact weapon anywhere. This gave the 10 commandments enough confidence to throw the blame. All our people are dead, and someone else rescued Tony Stark. That's your business. Obadiah didn't want to listen to their explanation. I took the money and couldn't do the job. How can you trust you and provide you with more arms? Hearing what Obadiah said, the voice on the other side suddenly calmed down. In Obadiah's opinion, the weapons sales policy formulated by Tony Stark was not in line with the code of conduct of an arms dealer, so he had been selling arms in secret. The 10 Commandments, a gang that is not on the Stark Industries customer list, certainly cannot get arms from the surface. They can only rely on Obadiah to supply them with weapons. The reason why Stark was kidnapped is because the real boss felt that he could not always rely on Obadiah to survive, and felt that he was engaged in weapons research and development. Then the result was that something went wrong and Tony ran away. The situation is now back to what it was before, and the 10 Commandments gang, which has just suffered heavy losses and needs weapons and supplies, is in a weak position. It is natural to calm down and be friendly. Don't worry, things will not end like this. He killed a large number of us. We will catch him again. I know what you are thinking. Obadiah snorted disdainfully. Give me the address where you imprisoned Tony before, and all the things inside. Not a single one can be missing. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Okay, but we have to double the next batch of weapons. Don't dream. It's a good thing to be able to maintain the supply in the next period of time, and the share must be reduced to 80% of the previous one. That's too little. Blame it on you for not killing Tony Stark. Unless he is a fool, he will definitely suspect that something went wrong. I don't want to be implicated. Okay. Hearing this explanation, the voice on the other end was a little low. The weapons can be reduced, but you have to help us investigate who saved Tony Stark. Got it. Chapter 161 Stark's Mental Explosion. Obadiah and the 10 Commandments had no idea what kind of person they were about to get into trouble with. Lincoln, who was having a good time at the Continental Hotel, didn't expect that Obadiah would not be busy killing Tony, but would instead target himself. Because of Lincoln's excellent infiltration and rescue methods, when all the local witnesses were dead, the 10 Commandments had no way to use their own channels to learn about Lincoln's existence. But Obadiah was different. He had a channel to get information from Tony. Tony, who was confused by the authorities, had not yet cast his suspicious eyes on his good uncle Obadiah, so it didn't take a few days for Obadiah to indirectly find out Lincoln's existence from Tony. At this time, we have to thank the information shielding built by the Joint Office for its role. Lincoln's identity as the controller of the Continental Hotel, the owner of the collection, and the bloody executioner was covered up by Jarvis, and could not be dug out. Obadiah even thought that Lincoln was just an ordinary killer who took the task from the Continental Hotel. So, something very interesting happened. What? You want me to open the assassin database of the Continental Hotel to you? The moment Winston received Obadiah's call, he even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Otherwise, he couldn't figure out how Obadiah dared to make such a request that made him openly violate the hotel rules. Winston almost refused Obadiah's request without thinking, but then Obadiah's low voice sounded again. I have helped you before, Winston. You owe me this. Obadiah's voice choked Winston. After a moment of silence, he avoided the crowd. Tell me, whose information do you want me to get for you? I know there is a mission to rescue Tony in your hotel. I want to know who took on this mission and completed it. Winston? He originally thought that Obadiah's request to violate the rules of the Continental Hotel to leak the assassin's information was outrageous enough. Until now, Winston knew that the reality was more dramatic than he imagined. Called a manager of the Continental Hotel and asked him for the identity information of the highest controller of the Continental Hotel. Damn, in Winston's opinion, this is not considered as bumping into the muzzle of the gun. This is using his forehead to push the muzzle of the gun while pulling the trigger down with his hand. Subconsciously, Winston was about to reject Obadiah's suicidal request, but before he could open his mouth, he suddenly thought of something else. His new boss didn't seem to like others to make certain decisions for him directly. Should he ask about this kind of thing? By the way, let him know that someone is asking for information. Thinking of this, Winston's heart moved. He felt that his path had become wider. As for Abadia, let him fend for himself. Winston picked up the phone again and calmly stabilized Abadia. I need to think about it and talk to you later. On the other end of the phone, Abadia was not very satisfied with Winston's answer, but thinking of the rules of the Continental Hotel, he could only hang up the phone and wait patiently. At the Continental Hotel, Lincoln had already ended his happy life with Emma. Winston could only call the phone again. Mr. Lin, I have something very important to tell you. On the rooftop, Lincoln, who was lying on a lounge chair basking in the sun, narrowed his eyes. Tell me, what's the important thing? Tony Stark's uncle Abadia called me and asked for specific information about the rescue mission, which involves your information. Just tell him. Lincoln didn't care. Keep some information that may scare him and tell him the rest. My life is boring and I hope he can bring me some fun. Okay. Winston mourned for Abadia in his heart and then pulled his good assistant to start tampering with the information about Lincoln. Lincoln's real information must never be revealed because it will only scare Abadia, so some modifications need to be made so that Abadia can find Lincoln and he doesn't know how to retreat because of fear. This is a technical job, but Winston and his team are well versed in it. Abadia didn't have to wait too long, and Winston and his team forged a qualified document. In fact, it was not just Winston and his team who were involved in this. Fury and the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. also participated in the data falsification. There was nothing they could do about it. Lincoln wanted to have fun, so they could only follow Lincoln's ideas. At least they could control the characters and the scope by having fun with Abadia. Even if the incident was bigger, it would be less influential than asking a certain island country to sign a humiliating treaty. In Stark Industries, the president's office, Abadia frowned as he looked at the document in his hand. Lincoln, born in 1921, participated in World War II and was also a participant in the military's subsequent super soldier program, possessing superhuman physical fitness and a long lifespan. The more he read, the tighter Abadia's brows furrowed. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have seen similar words in the file of a guy named Steve. It was just that the name and other things had changed. Abadia doubted whether those people in the military would really choose a non-white person to participate in such a confidential experiment. Abadia, who was not carried away by the situation, had a keen sense of smell. He even began to use his connections in the military to inquire. He was very cautious, but he never thought that he had become a victim by definition. His channels had long ceased to exist, and as a result, his understanding of Lincoln was destined to be all wrong. A super soldier similar to Steve Rogers? No wonder this guy had no information left before. Abadia was silent for a moment and sent the extremely false information to the 10 Commandments. He was the one who kept his promise. Although he looked down on the people in the 10 Commandments, these brainless terrorists were still useful now, so he would use them before he died. In the president's office, Abadia was thinking about how to deal with Lincoln and Tony in the private laboratory was completely unaware of this. Mr. Stark, the appearance of the new battle armor has been designed. Are you sure you don't want to keep any traces of the prototype design? Jarvis' words made Tony's face change. Don't keep it. Don't keep anything at all. With Lincoln's participation, the armor forged in the cave has nothing to do with the Mark series armor. Instead, it is more like the armor that appears in anime movies. It is the kind of armor that looks so cool, but in fact it does not conform to the knowledge of aerodynamics at all, and it completely relies on the principle of big force flying bricks to fly into the sky. No, this armor designed by Lincoln is even more excessive than those things in anime movies, because high strength vibranium is added to this armor, so that there are many parts that Tony thinks are meaningless except for being handsome, and even affect the flexibility of the body. If it weren't for the vibranium that can significantly enhance the strength of the armor body, Tony would have thrown this thing into the garbage dump long ago. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't melt and forge this armor with his current technology, he wouldn't have specially prepared a cabinet for this armor that looks like an exaggerated figurine. He was now waiting to find a way to interfere with the vibranium, then melt the prototype and make a battle armor that met his aesthetic taste. As the appearance and internal design of Mark I were confirmed one by one, the manufacturing equipment in the laboratory started to operate. producing and placing one complex mechanical component after another in the designated position. The mechanical meshing and collision sounds continued to sound, and finally, a silver-white battle armor appeared in front of Tony, making him smile and snap his fingers. Very good. Do you need to prepare for spray painting, sir? No, not yet. Tony rejected. I need to complete its debugging first. Okay sir, the system starts self-checking. No need for system debugging, I want to do it myself. This is not safe, sir. I have enough confidence in my own creation. Jarvis, you should have enough confidence in me too. Tony took off the other things on his body, stood on the platform, and stretched out his hands. Jarvis, put it on for me. Okay, sir. Rooftop. Can you change your image to a better one, Zora? At least don't show your big head in front of me all the time. Lincoln looked at the holographic projection beside him, and his voice was somewhat helpless. If I wasn't too lazy to write the program, I really want to replace you. Please don't do this. I know I'm wrong. Zora's face changed drastically, and he quickly changed his image into a neutral silver-white robot. What do you think of this image? It's okay. At least it's better than your original appearance. Lincoln glanced and continued. What's the situation at Stark Industries? Why is there no movement at all? Abadia contacted the 10 Commandments gang and the military, but there was no other action after that. Tony Stark has been staying in his laboratory. Wherever Jarvis is, I can't get in. Lincoln silently looked at the star in the sky that rose from the ground, and soared into the sky and said, think of a way to get Abadia to move, such as leaking some information to shut down the weapons department of Stark Industries. This should be able to get him to move. I can contact the military to suspend the purchase plan for Stark Industries next quarter. No, that's not heartbreaking enough. Tony has to announce that he will take action against his own weapons department, so that Abadia will be desperate. Lincoln said, looking at the bright orange light in the sky that seemed to have been turned off. Go to Fury and ask him to prepare a document about Stark Industries selling weapons to terrorists under the auspices of Abadia, and then send it to Tony's assistant and ask her to deliver it to Tony. In this way, he should feel guilty and angry. Hearing Lincoln's doubts, Zora couldn't help but remain silent. Sir, isn't it too difficult to ask an arms dealer to have a conscience? As a human being, you should always be brave enough to try. Lincoln looked at the lumps of ice in the sky falling rapidly to the ground, and drank a sip of Coke. Just like you can't imagine a billionaire taking risks to go to the sky. What if he has a conscience? In fact, Tony does have a conscience, because in the original plot, he closed his weapons department, which caused Abadia to be desperate. However, in this timeline, because of Ethan's survival, Tony's mind was not effectively baptized, and Abadia did not jump to the wall. Lincoln was dissatisfied with this, and was ready to turn the deviated timeline back. At least, Abadia had to jump to the wall, otherwise he would have no fun. Private laboratory. Congratulations, Mr. Stark, you have achieved an unprecedented achievement. I know this very well. Looking at the armor that was returned to the factory for upgrading, Tony felt relaxed and happy. By the way, how is the investigation of the company's internal problems going? It has been completed. Do you need to check it immediately? Just tell me the conclusion. As you expected, someone in the company is illegally selling weapons to terrorists and warring parties, including but not limited to Jericho missiles. Jarvis's investigation conclusion made the joy on Tony's face disappear in an instant. Although he had expected it, he still found it difficult to accept it at this moment. Before he could get rid of this fact, Jarvis' voice sounded again. Sir, you have a new email. Email? Who sent it to me? The sender cannot be found. The network address of the sender is fake. Jarvis is almost like a god on the internet, but the premise is to be serious. Tony obviously has no idea of turning the world upside down for an email. Help me open it. Sir, the content of the email is a few audio clips and some transaction content. Jarvis' words made Tony's heart suddenly skip a beat, and he couldn't help but paused in holding the wine glass. What is it about? Forget it, I'll see it myself. Okay, sir. Jarvis's voice faded, and a holographic projection unfolded in front of Tony's eyes. The documents and audio information revealed in them made Tony's face look extremely ugly. Stanny, uncle. It turned out to be you. In order to prevent Tony from suffering from cerebral hemorrhage, Lincoln kindly did not send the news of Obadiah and the 10 Commandments gang to Tony, but even so, the content of the email was enough to make Tony feel uncomfortable. His uncle was secretly trading arms with terrorists for profit, and the missiles he traded exploded in front of him, leaving him with a headlight on his chest. Who could accept this? He was almost going to explode. Chapter 162. Tony smells really good. It doesn't matter whether Tony's mentality exploded or not. Anyway, Lincoln laughed happily while watching the news reports on TV. In contrast, the happier Lincoln laughed, the angrier Obadiah was. The weapons department is the most important department of Stark Industries. This is not only because Stark Industries has a large number of orders for the military, but also because the profit of this thing is higher than that of bank drugs. Even the Stark Group is not the only one who can benefit from this process. Obadiah himself can also get a huge profit from it. In this way, he can rely on the drawings and some residual materials left in the cave by the 10 Commandments to secretly manufacture his own Iron Man armor. In the absence of living witnesses, Obadiah has no way of knowing how powerful the Iron Man armor is, but he recognizes the handwriting left by Tony Stark on the drawings. Although he wanted to kill Tony, he had to admit that Tony had an irreplaceable talent in scientific research, even surpassing the sum of all the researchers in the Stark Group. Obadiah did not think that the blueprints that Tony recognized and left his handwriting on would be a waste design, so he summoned engineers to build a steel armor for him in his secret warehouse. Enlarged and thickened armor, multiple times the weapon and ammunition system, and intelligent control system obtained from Jarvis. With the shooting power of war weapons, the armor Obadiah built for himself is completely a mobile fortress, and now, he only lacks one thing, the most important thing, energy. The operation of the steel armor requires energy, a lot of energy, and the only energy that can be used for its function in the human world is nuclear energy, or more precisely, only nuclear fusion without any radiation is the best energy. And now, the only nuclear fusion reactor in the world is on his good nephew Tony, which is a LED headlight on his chest. In the deep and empty factory, Obadiah looked at the ironmonger in front of him silently, took a deep breath, and turned away without hesitation. Tony, are you home? I want to see you. Over the past few days, Obadiah has deeply realized the ability of his subordinates. Expecting them to copy the ironmonger according to the blueprint is already the limit of their ability. They can't replicate the miniature-controlled cold nuclear fusion reactor like the arc reactor. Therefore, there is only one way left for Obadiah. He looked at Tony's villa with a dark look in his eyes. Tony, you force me to do this. Sir, the road surveillance captured Obadiah's figure. He went to Tony's private villa. Very good. It seems that the scene of loving uncle and filial nephew will appear soon. Lincoln looked in the direction of Tony's villa in the distance, with a smile on his face. By the way, are all the things I asked you to prepare ready? Already done. Dr. Zola said respectfully. He will never discover your true identity. That's fine. In the villa, Tony poured himself a glass of wine, and then looked at the bald man in front of him. Uncle Stanley, what's the matter with you coming to see me so late? I want to discuss with you the closure of the weapons department again. Obadiah took a half step forward. This department is the most important department of the entire group. Whether it is to connect with the military or to make profits, you can't just let it close down completely. Tony was very disappointed with Obadiah. He thought his only relative would come and confess everything to him. If you were almost killed by a missile produced by your own group, I believe you would make the same choice. Maybe, but now is not the time. If we rashly close the weapons department, it will plunge the company into the abyss. I have found a solution. Tony said calmly, if you are only doing this for the weapons department, then there is no need for me to keep you. Looking at Tony with a firm face, Obadiah suddenly sighed. Tony, you are still the same as before. Thank you for the compliment. No, I'm not complimenting you. Obadiah touched the instrument in his pocket and looked at Tony with a sharp look. You are always so disappointing. Realizing that something was wrong, Tony wanted to stand up, but before he could react, something like a bottle cap was thrown in front of him. But the shockwave vibrated, and the powerful sound wave instantly made Tony lose control of his body. Jarvis immediately noticed that something was wrong, but before he could control the armor to help Tony, a badass car parked in the villa exploded. The shock wave released by the special bomb blew up the door, and the powerful electromagnetic pulse swept through the villa, and Jarvis' host instantly fell into the restart program. The lights in the villa were dim, and Abadia walked up to Tony with a steady step. Stark Group will only get worse in your hands, and only I can really make it rise. Tony, who was slumped on the sofa, looked at Abadia with anger and confusion in his eyes, but Abadia obviously had no intention of explaining to him. He lifted Tony's clothes, took off the arc reactor from his chest, and sneered, "I talked to your personal doctor. Without this electromagnet, you only have a few hours to live. If everything goes well, I will completely control Stark Industries in a few hours. At that time, I will let you live, and let you work on weapons research and development with peace of mind in the future." Tony looked at Abadia with a flushed face. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it at all. He could only watch Abadia's burly figure walk out of the door. The electromagnetic pulse put Jarvis into the restart program, and the access control measures of the entire villa were useless under this pulse attack. Without any hindrance, Abadia left with the arc reactor and began to carry out the final installation work for Ironmonger in his factory. However, what he didn't notice was that on the cool armor in the display cabinet that looked like a figurine, a LED headlight was also emitting brilliance. Jarvis on the sofa, Tony's face began to turn pale, and his physical condition began to decline. He urgently needed an electromagnet to prevent the blood in his body from penetrating into the heart, but he no longer had the strength to do everything. Abadia planned everything very well. It would take time for Jarvis to restart, and for him to seek help. During this period, he was confident that he could accomplish what he wanted to do. The only thing he missed was that the cool looking armor in the shopkeeper's shop was actually a armor equipped with a prototype of an anti-ship reactor. The villa was shrouded in darkness for an unknown period of time, until a certain moment, Jarvis' voice suddenly rang again in the room. "Mr. Stark, your condition is very bad, and the emergency rescue system has been activated for you. Ms. Pepper Potts and Dr. Ethan have received the news, and are on their way." Battle armor on the sofa. Tony's voice was weak and weak. He even had difficulty raising his palm, and could only look at the armor in the display case in the distance with difficulty. "Battle armor. I understand what you mean, Mr. Stark. Connecting to the prototype system. Connection completed. Start controlling." Tony's hopeful eyes showed that the cool armor in the shopkeeper's hand, which looked like a weapon, moved. The light on its chest was high, and the steel punch was swung out, instantly shattering the high-strength glass. Without trying to dismantle the arc reactor to extend Tony Stark's life, Jarvis controlled the armor and rushed straight to the laboratory. Just a few minutes later, he rushed out again with the battery electromagnet that he thought was still thrown into the garbage. The power was turned on, and as the headlight on the chest lit up, the little piece of iron that took Tony's life was reabsorbed and fixed. With the arrival of Ethan and Boz, Tony's body was healed and began to improve rapidly. He looked at the prototype in front of him with a tangled look on his face. The manufacture of the arc reactor takes time, and Tony only built 2 in total. One of the advanced ones has been taken away by Abadia, and the one in front of him now is a weaker version specially made to fit the style. In addition to the addition of an energy recovery device, the prototype is weaker than the one that Abadia took away in terms of output power and total power. Tony really doesn't want to drive this handsome armor in front of him, but except for this armor, made of mixed vibranium materials, no other armor is more suitable for this prototype with energy recovery function. Either be too immature, or you can only risk energy shortage. Tony has no choice. How is it? Is it done? It's okay. The engineer wiped the sweat from his head and said carefully, "The installation has been completed. Now it's just the final debugging. If the debugging is completed, it means that the iron armor is really feasible." Debug? No need. Just like Tony rejected Jarvis, Abadia rejected the engineer's proposal without hesitation. "I will do it myself." Looking at Abadia and the Iron Overlord in front of him, the engineer was still a little hesitant, but, no buts. Abadia snorted coldly, "You are hired by me to serve me, just do it according to my wishes." "Okay." The engineer gritted his teeth. and could only put on the armor for him according to Abadias' wishes. A unique humming sound echoed in the reactor. As the brilliant white light shone out, the immersed overlord stood up. "I feel great." Boom. A huge roar erupted from the top of his head, and the iron sheet was torn apart, accompanied by billowing dust. Tony, who was extremely exaggerated in appearance, stood in front of Abadia again. "Give me back my things." Tony. Hearing the familiar voice, Abadias' brows moved slightly. "So that's how it is. You actually prepared a second set of armor. It seems that I miscalculated, but the result will be the same." Before the voice fell, the shoulder armor of the Iron Overlord unfolded, and the orange-red flame ignited by the fuel was stimulated. The next moment, macro missiles flew out in the horrified eyes of the engineers. At the same time, the built-in machine gun of the Iron Overlord also erupted. Boom boom boom. The metal storm composed of roaring missiles and bullets completely trapped Tony's figure in an instant. Shock waves and flames continuously collided on the surface of the armor, producing a wonderful reaction with the vibranium in it. Inside the armor, watching the energy value of the reactor rise rapidly, Tony suddenly felt that this exaggerated armor was not useless. Being able to ignore shock waves and high temperatures and convert them into energy reserves, this function is much better than the armor he made himself. It smells so good. The sweeping flames and shockwaves set off a huge wave of sound in the closed factory. Except for the two people wearing armor, the other engineers had long disappeared. Looking at the flames drowning Tony, Abadia couldn't help but reveal a cruel and crazy laugh on his face. "Tony, you are just like your father. You are stubborn and dissolute because of your little talent. If it weren't for me, there would be no Stark Industries today." "Really? But the fact is that I'm more professional in weapons." Tony's voice suddenly emerged in the flames. Before Abadia could react, the armor rushed out and knocked him out like a chariot. With sufficient energy supply, the ironmonger weighing hundreds of kilograms was pushed and knocked out a wide road until it appeared outside the factory. The rumbling sound of the collision continued to erupt, and the vibration behind him continued. Abadia laughed fiercely and grabbed Tony's wrist with his backhand. "Your power doesn't seem to be very sufficient." "What?" Tony's face was shocked, his pupils contracted, and he tried to get rid of the ironmonger's restraint. However, under the actual collision and contact, the shortcomings of the reactor prototype's insufficient output power began to be exposed. With powerful power and more energy reserves, the ironmonger completely suppressed Tony's armor. In the armor, looking at the rapidly declining energy index on the data panel, Tony looked anxious. He didn't expect that Abadia would find the weakness in just a short encounter. This powerful system analysis ability made him think of Jarvis and the subsystem he arranged in the company for auxiliary work. There is no doubt that this was stolen by Abadia again. The armor blueprints were his, the energy core was his, the armor system was still his. It was not a pleasant feeling to be suppressed by someone with his own research results. Tony tried his best to reverse the situation, but Abadia, who had miscalculated once, would never give Tony any chance again. Even if he drove the engine under his feet and tried to take Abadia to the sky to experience the feeling of being frozen, he would be dragged back to the ground by a stronger force the next moment. Abadia was determined to give up the fancy means and fight Tony head on, and the balance of victory was on his side. Tony was still thinking it was delicious the moment before, but now Tony had begun to regret it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. Play with me. In order to make up for the psychological dissatisfaction of having his arc reactor prototype taken away by Lincoln, Tony built a second reactor prototype. But unfortunately, for the purpose of imitation, the reactor prototype is qualitatively different from the reactor on Ironmonger's chest in all aspects. With powerful power and abundant energy advantages, Abadia controlled Ironmonger to crush Tony Stark without suspense. The vibranium armor could not make up for Tony's shortcomings in combat, and Jarvis could not help him in this regard. After all, in logical thinking, Who would have thought that the protruding parts of the armor designed by Lincoln that looked cumbersome were actually the strongest spears that could pierce all steel? Tony was used to using technological means such as bullets and missiles to solve the enemy. He never thought that certain parts of the armor could also play a role. Not only Tony didn't expect this, Abadia didn't realize it either. He even started to mock. Tony, you are so disappointing. What gives you the confidence to face me while driving such a toy like armor? Courage? Or anger? Abadia's voice made Tony angry, but as the reactor in his chest operated at its limit, the energy index on the panel dropped rapidly like a flood. Until the end, the iron armor completely turned into the human-shaped iron coffin in Lincoln's mouth. Noticing that the light of Tony's chest reactor dimmed, Abadia showed a triumphant smile on his face. It seems that your energy has run out, so next, it's my time. As he spoke, Abadia clenched his fist and pointed it at Tony's chest, and the large caliber 6-barrel machine gun stretched out, and the muzzle began to rotate. Da-da-da-da, fire and darkness sprayed. Dense bullets fell on the armor with a clang. Sparks radiated brilliantly. Looking at the armor without any scars and the reactor that lit up again, Abadia's face gradually changed. What is this? The 6-barreled machine gun could not destroy a pile of steel, and it also replenished energy for the reactor. This fact made Abadia unacceptable. He stopped the machine gun in a rage, clasped his hands together, roared, and smashed down heavily on the armor under him with a ground-shaking posture. Boom. The concrete floor collapsed under the blow, and a huge pit emerged. Both of them fell into the sewer. The light was dim, but Abadia could clearly see that Tony, who had obviously run out of energy before, stood up again at this time. Damn it. Great. Looking at the energy value that returned to more than 15%, Tony's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Energy recovery plus energy absorption armor. This is really a perfect match. Jarvis, help me distribute energy to the thrusters. I want to leave here. Okay, sir. The dazzling iron flow shone in the dim sewer. Looking at the bursting of fire, Tony and Abadia suddenly had a strange thought in their minds. Is there something like methane in the sewer? Boom boom boom. A huge explosion occurred, and the methane that had been deposited in the sewer for who knows how long was ignited at this moment. At this moment, the flames swept through the angry sewer. The blazing high temperature shockwave caused Tony's energy index to rise rapidly, and the whole person was directly rushed out like a stone from the crater of a volcano. One after another, the manhole covers were slammed open, and the two armors were spit into the air in the spotlight. Without waiting for Abadia to recover, Jarvis completed the energy distribution without stopping. Under the particle flow, the exaggerated armor instantly disappeared into the night. Looking back to make sure that Abadia did not catch up, Tony couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then he became more troubled. Facts have proved that with his current equipment configuration, he is no match for Abadia, which makes him angry and anxious. He is worried about Pepper's safety. If Abadia wants to take charge of the company, he will definitely attack Pepper. What should he do? Jarvis, can you find his phone number? Help me get through to him, and tell him I have a new commission for him. On the rooftop, looking at Tony fleeing in panic, Lincoln smacked his lips. What a rookie. Is there no ability to make progress without guns and cannons? Or is there no melee system at this time? Lincoln was wondering. Zora suddenly appeared. Sir, Tony Stark applied to get through the phone. Do you want to reject him? No. Answer it and listen to what he has to say. Lincoln waved his hand and let the assimilation speaker speak. Tony Stark, what do you want to talk to me about? You are a killer, right? Tony couldn't wait. Pepper told me that the organization that took on the rescue mission is a killer organization. Now, are you interested in taking on another commission? To be honest, I'm not very interested. Lincoln calmly looked at Tony Stark flying in the sky. Because you can't give me anything. Tony was silent for less than a second. I have money. I know you have money. After all, you are an arms dealer. Lincoln nodded in conviction and suddenly changed the subject. But unfortunately, I don't need money. Okay, tell me, what do you need? Why don't you do me a favor? After a moment of silence, Lincoln suddenly looked at a building in New York and smiled. You do me a favor, and I do you a favor. It's fair, right? Tony Stark was a little worried because he was not sure what Lincoln wanted him to do, but thinking of what Abadia would do, Tony had no choice. Okay. I promise you. Very good. Lincoln nodded, full of evil taste. 117A Bleecker Street. Go to this address and have a good chat with a bald guy. That's what I want you to do. Tony's mind was full of question marks. Just chat? You can also do other things. I don't object. Forget it. Just chatting is enough. Tony took a deep breath. What I want you to do is also very simple. Abadia, my uncle, get rid of him, but don't kill him. This is my only request. It's really simple. Lincoln looked at the ironmonger in the distance and smiled. I'm in a good mood. I'll give you a piece of news. Do you want to hear it? Tony was stunned. Tell me. Your good uncle is investigating me. Even if you don't come to me, I have to find a time to deal with your uncle. How about it? Is this good news? After saying that, before Tony could react, Lincoln cut off the call with a smirk, leaving Tony on the other side dumbfounded. Jarvis, did I make a wrong decision? Sir, it depends on how you think. Tony was silent for a while. Jarvis, give me the map to 117A Blake Street. Okay, the map has been marked for you. What Tony didn't know was that 117A Blake Street, where Lincoln wanted him to go, had another name, the New York Sanctuary. In the sanctuary, watching Tony driving the armor straight at Lincoln's instigation and encouragement, the Ancient One was speechless. She could certainly use the power of magic to make the sanctuary disappear directly, but the problem was that she couldn't make Lincoln disappear. As long as Lincoln is still here, there will be more things to come up with. In comparison, the current super scientist visiting the hut of a centenarian at night may be considered a good thing. At 117A Blake Street, Tony had just landed and had not had time to reach out and knock on the door when it was opened directly. Behind the door, Guyuli put his hands behind his back and looked at Tony Stark calmly. You are here, then come in. Tony. As a scientist who has been dealing with electronics and machinery for decades, Tony did not believe that magic existed in the world until he saw it with his own eyes tonight. He was greatly shocked, and his uncle was also greatly shocked tonight. Tony's sudden escape was completely beyond Abadias' expectations, because in his impression, Tony was not that kind of person at all. Caught off guard, he lost the best opportunity to intercept. The heavy iron overlord brought him great power, but it was also destined that he could not compare with Tony's armor in terms of flying. He looked at the direction Tony left with a gloomy face, muttering to himself, Tony, you can't run away. As he spoke, he turned around and was about to walk towards Stark Industries. He didn't know where Tony was going, but as long as he could hold Pepper hostage, things would become much simpler. But just as Abadia turned around, Lincoln, who had left the rooftop at some point, appeared in front of him and said with a smile, Abadia Stanny, hello. Looking at Lincoln who suddenly appeared, Abadia frowned. Who are you? Lincoln kept shaking his head, looking at Abadia with regretful eyes. Wow, how disappointing. Haven't you been sending people to find me all the time? Why don't you recognize me at this time? Do you have Alzheimer's? It's you? Lincoln's reminder made Abadias' pupils shrink, and then he sneered again. I originally wanted to find you, but you came to me by yourself. Very good. This is where you die. Oh, yes, today is the day I die. Lincoln nodded in conviction. Come on, shoot quickly. Let me see how awesome you are. Is there anything that can raise a person's blood pressure more than being treated sarcastically? Nothing. Lincoln's appearance made Abadia roar with anger. He stretched out his hand and the barrel of the machine gun began to rotate. Go to hell. Da 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 da. Bullets flew, but after just a few breaths, Abadia's face once again showed an expression of doubt about life. How is it possible? Abadia couldn't accept that in just one night, two guys who could withstand machine gun fire appeared. It's okay that the steel armor can withstand it, and he can also explain that it is a new type of material, but how can the flesh withstand bullets? This is not fair. The angry Aobadi tore off the machine gun in his hand, which had no other function except to increase the weight, and took heavy steps, waving his hard iron fist and smashed it at Lincoln. Give it to me. Die. Boom. The roaring sound waves spread out like ripples, and the fists collided. The fierce force of Iron Overlord was stopped instantly. looking at Lincoln, who was pointing a finger against his iron fist. The expression on Obadiah's face was completely frozen. How is it possible? Everything is possible. Lincoln chuckled, and his body floated into the air in Obadiah's incredible eyes. Hot laser spewed out from his eyes, and in an instant, the impenetrable armor was completely cut open. Grabbing Obadiah's throat with one hand and pulling him out of the armor, Lincoln sneered, "You should be grateful that your good nephew saved your life in this situation." Hearing this, Obadiah couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of hope in his eyes. But then, the heat vision suddenly tore through the air, and the heart-wrenching pain spread to his limbs. Followed by Lincoln's devilish whisper, "But unfortunately, your nephew only said that he wanted you to live." Usually, Lincoln still has a little bottom line to keep his promises, but only a little. He promised Tony not to kill Obadiah, the good uncle, but not killing him is not killing. Lincoln can do things like cutting off limbs with lasers, blinding his eyes with lasers, waving his palms to pierce his eardrums with the waves, and pulling out his mouth full of teeth with pliers. Azu of the Black Robe Patrol died at Lincoln's hands, but Lincoln learned all of his traditional skills and even developed some of them. If it weren't for his current status, he would have even planned to put a bomb into Obadiah's anus, waiting for the Invisible Man crisis to happen again. Humans are always weak in front of superhumans, especially when he is facing Lincoln, who doesn't care about bullying the weak. Obadiah's fate is doomed. The heart-wrenching wails echoed in the night. Lincoln considered whether to pull out Obadiah's tongue to quiet him down, but after thinking about the vocal tract, he gave up the idea. He couldn't get a spoonful of magma for Obadiah to drink and make him mute. That would be too inhumane. Holding Obadiah, who had become extremely miserable because of offending him, Lincoln knocked on the door of Ancient One. "Old woman, open the door." Ancient One. For the first time in her life, Ancient One felt that her state of mind after hundreds of years of practice was a little unstable. She took a deep breath, opened the door, and looked at Lincoln. "You can do whatever you want, but next time, don't involve camouflage." "Impossible." Lincoln handed Obadiah to Tony with a dull look and said, "I'm going to do a brainwashing experiment later. This time I have to get 2 demons to play with. Are you sure you can deal with the dimensional demons?" "Not sure, so I came here to borrow your time gem," Lincoln said, and stretched out his hand without hesitation. "Anyway, it's still early for Doctor Strange. Let me play with it first." Ancient One took a deep breath. "This is the sacred object of camouflage. So, use it carefully." Chapter 164. Teasing the Dimensional Demon. Tony was completely dumbfounded, holding the miserable Obadiah who had turned into a human pig in his hand. At this moment, he saw Lincoln taking a sparkling emerald from the Ancient One without paying attention to others. "Look at what you have done, cruel executioner." "Lincoln?" Tony's angry rebuke made Lincoln turn his head away, with a puzzled look on his face. "I warn you, you are slandering me. You can say I'm cruel, but executioner, you have to show me the evidence." "Here is the evidence," Tony said, and put Obadiah in front of Lincoln. "Look at what you have done." Glancing at Obadiah, who was living a life worse than death, Lincoln said with a nonchalant look, "Isn't he still alive? When the time comes, find a prison with its own medical care to send him there, and make sure he lives to be 99 years old. Lincoln's words were insane. Unfortunately, Obadiah, whose eardrum had been pierced, couldn't hear them. Otherwise he would probably have begun to frantically seek suicide at this time. But even so, Obadiah, who has now become a human pig, is still restless. He struggles from time to time to try to use his brain as an instrument to detect the hardness of the ground. Looking at this scene, the corners of Ancient One's mouth twitched uncontrollably. She now has sufficient reason to suspect that one of the purposes of Lincoln taking her time stone is to prevent her from using the time stone to restore Obadiah to normal. Looking at Obadiah, who kept using his head to feel for the existence of the ground, Ancient One took a deep breath and looked at Tony. "Mr. Stark, if you want to stay, I need to do something about your uncle to prevent him from hitting his head." Ancient One's words made Tony suddenly realize that there was a wizard standing in front of him who was temporarily beyond the scope of scientific explanation, and he immediately said, "Can you save him?" "No, but I can restrict him to prevent him from hitting his head on the floor." Lincoln looked at the serious Ancient One with his eyes slanted. He now has sufficient reason to suspect that this guy just doesn't want the floor of his sanctuary to be stained with blood. Hearing Ancient One's proposal, Tony was not feeling well. He originally thought that the wizard Ancient One had some profound ideas, but in the end he wanted to tie up his poor uncle. Is he still a human being? Boom. Tony was so angry that he didn't notice that the crazy Abadia actually tore his clothes and hit the ground with a thump. Looking at Abadia, who had fallen unconscious after hitting his head on the ground, the three people in the room could not help but fall silent. Finally, it was Lincoln who spoke first. Tony, right? I suggest that you should consider the old woman's opinion. Otherwise, your good uncle will probably get a concussion before he can even make it to the hospital. No need. Tony's mouth began to twitch wildly under the armor. He picked up Abadia from the ground again. According to your previous request, I have already talked to her. Now, I'm leaving. Lincoln smiled at Tony's back and waved his hand, saying, goodbye, have a good journey. Click, the sound of the wooden door closing sounded, and the smile on Lincoln's face instantly withdrew. He looked at Ancient One with empty eyes. You are useless. The opportunity is in front of you, but you don't even cherish it. Hiss. Facing Lincoln's eyes, that said you are very disappointed, too. Ancient One felt her temples begin to throb. She calmed her breathing with the willpower of many years of meditation and said calmly, I know what you want to do. The Sorcerer Supreme Stark's proposal looks interesting, but it is definitely not the best choice. Strange will be the greatest Sorcerer Supreme. Really? A greatest Sorcerer Supreme who can't even keep the time stone? Lincoln said mercilessly, believe it or not, I can rush out and beat Thanos to go home and plant purple potatoes. This can only show that the apprentice you chose is a complete rookie. Lincoln is a wall hanger, which is what the Ancient One has already determined and witnessed in many timelines. She has no doubt that Lincoln can make Thanos, the overlord of the universe, plant purple potatoes, and she has no doubt that he can directly find the dimensional demon to fight after basking in the sun for a while. But mages like her who are not powerful enough often fall into the misunderstanding of trying to use technology to solve problems. The Ancient One holds the time stone that can reverse time, but she is also kidnapped by time and becomes a puppet without strings, following the so-called time and destiny. Lincoln despises this behavior because he has never believed in this thing. He only believes in his fists. His words made Ancient One fall silent, and she spoke again after a moment. Maybe you are right in some aspects, but I have lived too long. Ancient One did not finish her words, but Lincoln already understood what she meant. This old woman owes a lot of debts, and now she is counting on Strange to take over her position, and then she will run away with eternity in default on all the debts owed to those dimensional demons. Tony Stark may also meet the requirements to become a mage, but in order to make up to Kamataj for her insistence on running away, to default on her debts, she decided to let Strange, who is theoretically the most talented, take over. This guy's conscience is also bad. Lincoln would not believe that there would be any fate theory and timeline theory in this world where he exists, so it is obvious that Ancient One simply wants to run away. Lincoln did not speak, but Ancient One had seen all the meaning from his eyes. She sighed, knowing that it was pointless to explain, so she simply asked to chase him away. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'm going to meditate. Come to think of it, there is one thing. Lincoln stroked his chin. You know, I have a lot of power now, and I can do a lot of things. Otherwise, I'll let the people in the office do some small tricks on Strange's sports car, so that he will have a car accident a while earlier, so that you can run away earlier. What do you think? Listening to Lincoln's suggestion, Guyi's eyelids jumped. Before you return the time stone to me, I have no intention of resigning for the time being, so you don't have to worry about Strange's affairs. TSK. I'm kind enough to help you, but you don't want it. Forget it if you don't want it. Lincoln pouted, opened a portal and left. By the way, is the old man I met last time still alive? Say hello to him for me. He's dead. He died of old age. Lincoln's footsteps paused slightly, and then he waved his hand without turning his head. Really? Then help me offer him a wizard's sacrifice. The lackey like Zora appeared beside Lincoln the next moment after Lincoln appeared on the rooftop. Sir, you are back. Yeah. Lincoln nodded in a flat voice. Tell them that I want a laboratory and ask them to prepare experimental materials. I want to conduct experiments. What experimental materials do you need? It's very simple. People are enough. What? You need people to do experiments? Some people in the office looked a little ugly when they heard Zora's words. They couldn't help but think of some dirty experiments conducted in their own country in private. They were not sure if Lincoln was using these words to express his dissatisfaction. Did he say what experiment he was going to do? This is not something you should know. Zora, who was a lackey in front of Lincoln, showed his arrogant side in front of the people in the office. You only need to prepare suitable materials for the adults. The rest is not what you should worry about. Zora's blunt words made some people in the office look a little ugly, but when they thought of Lincoln standing behind him, their expressions moved slightly and then became friendly again. Okay, no problem. Where should they send the people? Continental Hotel. Someone will receive them and complete the next things. Remember, the time is before tomorrow. After coldly saying this, Zora disappeared and then appeared next to Lincoln with a flattering smile on his face. Sir, everything has been done. Next, the people from the Continental Hotel will send the experimental materials to the place you designated. I remember there seems to be a mental hospital on the outskirts of the city. It's called Cloprin Mental Asylum, right? Yes, sir. Buy it. Lincoln said absent-mindedly. Screen all the mentally ill patients in the country and select all the mentally ill patients who have committed crimes and have committed crimes for more than 50 years and send them all to the mental hospital. Hearing Lincoln's words, Zora was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? The meaning is very simple. Lincoln showed a chilling smile on his face. Send all the criminals who have committed serious crimes and are sick to the hospital, and I will prepare appropriate and matching treatment methods for them. Zora was silent. He knew that many people were going to be unlucky. Connected to the network of S.H.I.E.L.D., Zora knew clearly how many criminals in this country relied on illness as an excuse to escape and reduce punishment. This is reasonable. After all, in capitalist countries, money is everything. However, with the reform and reorganization of Cloprin Mental Hospital, all these people are now in trouble. Needless to say, their miserable end. Zora can be sure of one thing is that Lincoln will no longer lack materials, no matter what kind of experiment he is conducting. Zora left with his master's mission. Lincoln also left with the time gem and the space gem. As a steady man, Lincoln clearly understood what he was doing. If he didn't do it right, seducing the demon god would directly develop into a cosmic crisis. So Lincoln decided to improve his strength a little. The time stone and the space stone were collected for this purpose. As the ancient one said, playing with time is a dangerous behavior, but Lincoln doesn't care. After all, no matter how dangerous it is not as dangerous as him teasing the dimensional demon god. In the United States, there are many annoying people who commit serious crimes and have mental illness or other diseases. For example, Billy Milligan, who has a full 24 personalities in his body, is one of them. But such people are destined to be a minority, and they will become the best proof that Chlorapone is still a lunatic asylum. And the rest of them, they will take their medical records to the laboratory and operating table in the basement of the lunatic asylum for a deep hug. No. No. Let me go. Let me go. Geraint Lawton screamed frantically. His body was tightly restrained by the straitjacket, and then he was tied tightly to the cart that did not belong to him by the tight cowhide bag. He almost collapsed. One moment, he was still enjoying his life, but the next moment, he was found by a group of men in black and tied up here. Through the car window, he could clearly see the tall stone wall with an unknown number of years of history and the sign on the iron gate, Chlorapone Lunatic Asylum. Damn it. Let me go. I'm not crazy. I shouldn't be here. Mr. Geraint Law, of course I know you don't have a mental illness problem. A man in a white uniform who looked like a doctor walked up to him and smiled. In fact, the Chlorapone Asylum has been restructured. Now, the diseases treated here are not only mental illnesses, but also other diseases. You just need to live here quietly for a while, and you will no longer be tortured and troubled by the disease. The doctor's voice was calm and his smile was sincere, but Geraint Lawton looked at the dilapidated asylum that was getting closer and closer, like a horror movie, and the hairs on his body stood up. No, no. Please, let me go. Let me go. I'm not sick. Really. I'm not sick. It's really pitiful. It seems that Mr. Geraint Lawton has been tortured by illness for too long, and now his mental state has some problems. In Geraint's desperate eyes, the doctor closed the case with a snap and ordered others coldly, take him to ward number 1. Mr. Lin will be here soon. Under the power of time and space, Lincoln felt that his power had expanded unprecedentedly rapidly. The power that was originally perfectly controlled by him was involuntarily released at this moment. Even though it was far away from the earth, at this moment he still heard and saw everything that happened there like a god. The stretched timeline of his own body formed a contrast with the timeline of the outside world, so that everything in the world seemed to him to be stagnant. It was not until his body was full of power and the light of the gem was dissipated that everything returned to normal. The sunlight appeared a little dim at this moment, and Lincoln's figure disappeared and appeared in the laboratory under the lunatic asylum. With his hands and feet fixed, and a ball gag in his mouth, Geraint struggled desperately, and tears of regret kept dripping down. If there was a chance to rush, he would rather spend decades in prison than come to this place that looked like a horror laboratory. But there is no regret medicine in the world, and the only time gem that can reverse time is still in Lincoln's hands. Holding the brainwashing video that was taken from the Hydra fortress decades ago, Lincoln looked at Geraint with a smile on his face. Don't worry, it won't hurt. No one who has used it said it hurts. Chapter 165. Rookie Demon. The Hydra brainwashing machine was very useful. At first, Geraint was a little panicked, but later, he suddenly became energetic and turned into a brave warrior who was ready to sacrifice his life for his leader at any time. Of course, Lincoln did not need this brave warrior, so after adding a little saline to Geraint, he did not hesitate to start the second round of brainwashing. Just like the steps he had taken in the Hydra base, Lincoln customized a mental brainwashing course for Geraint. Geraint's fragile spirit, which had been defeated once, was broken again under Lincoln's leadership. His past memories and personality began to collapse, and his mind began to fall into a bizarre chaos. Just like a helpless drowning person struggling in the dark, the instinctive desire to survive made Geraint's mind struggle in the spiritual world. This tormenting ripple is not worth mentioning in the vast spiritual realm, but because of Lincoln's existence, it unexpectedly attracted the attention of some indescribable existence. Earth. Chaos mumbling echoed in all directions. The next moment, the chaos was shattered, and gorgeous colors filled every corner around Geraint. This dazzling color instantly poured into Geraint's eyes, making his originally grey-blue eyes immediately become as terrifying as colorful glass beads. What the naked eye saw, the original Geraint's thinking no longer existed. Now Geraint was a listener who was deeply affected by an indescribable existence. My lord, what happened to him? In the laboratory, looking at Geraint's body twisted and tensed like a zombie on the operating table, Zora's mind was full of confusion. He had conducted brainwashing experiments twice or even more times when he was in Hydra, but he had never seen those idiots who were brainwashed directly have such a reaction. Nothing. Lincoln looked at Geraint and said calmly, this is also part of the plan. In addition, turn off all recording devices. The normal experiment can be done at this step. Okay, sir. Bang. The next moment after Zora's voice fell, Geraint on the operating table suddenly straightened his body. Unreasonable power burst out from his body at this moment, and in an instant, the leather belt used to restrain him broke completely at this moment. With colorful glass in his eyes, Geraint could see at a glance that this guy was not human at all. The demon from an unknown dimension relied on the olive branch handed by Lincoln to cross the defense array created by the three saints all over the world, projected his power onto the earth, and appeared in front of Lincoln. Human. Pa. He slapped the dimensional demon without any courtesy, and then Lincoln sneered, stupid, didn't your parents teach you to speak properly? The sudden slap stunned the unknown dimensional demon. His head tilted to one side, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Aren't his colorful eyes intimidating enough? After such an extraordinary performance, the person in front of him slapped him in the face? How dare he? The anger in the heart of the dimensional demon god was born at this moment, and the feeling of being blasphemed was born in his heart. He slowly turned his head and looked at Lincoln with cold murderous eyes. Humble. Snap. Another slap interrupted his words. Lincoln looked at him with interest, Come on, I have plenty of time today, just in time to be your father and teach you how to speak. A great shame. A great shame. Lincoln's eyes and actions deeply stimulated the dimensional demon god, who had finally crossed the magic circle and entered the earth, ready to show his ambitions. What a bullshit mystery, Majesty. At this moment, all were thrown behind his mind. He began to release his terrifying energy and began to roar in the posture of a demon god. Go to hell, lowly human. His eyes and mouth began to open and wide. Beautiful brilliance bloomed from his 7 orifices. Countless energy streams disturbed the room wantonly and then turned into a long rainbow and bombarded Lincoln. The explosion of electrical appliances was triggered at the same time, and electric sparks exploded. In the dazzling light, Lincoln's figure was completely submerged. Not only was Lincoln's figure affected by this terrifying energy torrent, but the body of Gerald, a human, also showed signs of collapse under the impact of this terrifying energy. Even though the demon god had dispersed his power to prevent damage to his hard-earned body, the upper limit of human nature was there. In the case that he could not project all his power in, collapse was inevitable. Lips, eye sockets, ears. Geraint's kick glowed red like an overheated machine, and then turned into a burnt black like charcoal. This trend is irreversible. Even if the energy supply is stopped, the huge trauma cannot be erased. But in the eyes of the demon god, it is all worth it. The walls of the underground laboratory have collapsed under this raging impact. The energy fluctuations that escaped at will are enough to annihilate steel. In his opinion, a mere human being can never survive this level of attack, unless he is a strong man of the level of Ancient One. But is this possible? For many years, she is the only supreme wizard like Ancient One, a disgusting demon god. Geraint looked at the ruins in front of him and sneered, then turned around and left. But before he could take a step, a nightmare-like voice suddenly sounded in the mist behind him. You demolished my house and you're leaving without paying compensation? There is no such good thing in the world. The sneer on Geraint's face froze, and he suddenly turned around and looked at Lincoln, his eyes full of surprise. You are still alive. What else? Lincoln flicked away the dust with one hand and walked out of the dust and mist with a chuckle. You don't think that you can kill me with just this level of attack? Dimensional demon. That's it? That's it? Lincoln's unscrupulous ridicule made Geraint's face gloomy. He looked at Lincoln with gloomy eyes, clenched his fists, and kicked his feet suddenly. The whole person rushed towards Lincoln like a phantom with endless brilliance. Anger and shame continued in his heart. Geraint had decided to give up this hard-earned body and burst out all his strength to teach the human in front of him a good lesson. Let him know what the true face of the demon is. Bang! The flesh collided with the ground firmly, and the black fragments around Geraint's eyes and mouth were scattered all over the ground, and the expression on his face was frozen. In his expectation, Lincoln should have been defeated and pinned to the ground. Why is the fact the opposite now? Geraint was unwilling to break free from the mountain-like burden on his back, but as soon as he raised his head, another heart-wrenching slap fell on him. Lincoln's voice followed closely. Son thief, how do you feel? No, no. Geraint's heart was filled with resentment, and the dignity of the demon god made him unable to bear such humiliation. At this moment, all the energy he projected into the earth world was mobilized, and the energy was surging in his body, like the most unstable compound, starting to shine its last glory to the outside world. Boom. The biological stance released by Lincoln completely enveloped Geraint. At this moment, the world seemed to be torn apart. Deep red, swallow, pitch black, enchanting blue, countless colors mixed together. The terrifying scene was like tearing apart the scenery of the world, revealing the chaos at the bottom. However, this terrifying power was firmly restricted and bound in a limited space. The explosion seemed to be silent, not even a stone around it could be shaken, and it disappeared completely in an instant. Along with the last ray of energy, the anger and unwillingness of the unknown demon god also disappeared. Human, I will remember you. After happily seeing off the first guest, Lincoln turned around and made a video call with Ancient One. Looking at the portal in front of him, that was only the size of a face, Ancient One's voice was full of helplessness. Tell me, what do you want to do? Nothing, just come to inquire about something. Lincoln was not embarrassed at all to describe to Ancient One the phenomenon after Gerald was stared at by the demon. Do you know which demon this is? After hearing Lincoln's question, Ancient One fell silent, and after a moment he raised his head and shook his head slightly. I don't know. You don't know? Lincoln's eyes were empty. Is this how you, the Supreme Sorcerer, act? You don't even know the Great Dimensional Demon, and this is how you protect the Earth. You are almost the same. Ancient One chuckled. You have read all the books in Kamatage, and you still come to ask me for the answer. Who knows if you, an old woman, have the habit of privately collecting books, or whether there have been power outages and fires in Kamatage. Enough. Ancient One felt a headache and explained immediately. There are so many dimensional demons, even I can't know all of them. Moreover, the information you provided about the dimensional demon is too popular, and it has no characteristics at all. The Crimson Demon Sitorak, the Trinity Vishanti, the Old Demon Eye Demon, the Magic Nemesis, or the Chaos Demon Zithorn. These powerful and distinctive demons are the main characters I faced before. As for the one you met, he may not be qualified to come to the dimension where the Earth is. Ancient One's explanation made Lincoln silent. You mean, this guy's too weak? If I hadn't given him an olive branch, he wouldn't have been able to eat hot shit in his life. This time, it was Ancient One's turn to be silent. Under normal circumstances, I don't recommend anyone to use eating shit and not being able to eat hot shit to describe the relationship between the dimensional demons and this universe. Do you understand what I mean? These are all minor details. Lincoln waved his hand. Just get the point across, don't worry too much about the rest. As he spoke, he ignored the complicated expression on Ancient One's face, waved his hand to close the portal, and then walked out. He knew that the meeting with the dimensional demon would not be peaceful, so he made some small preparations and prepared many similar rooms. Gerald destroyed only 2 of the rooms. The construction team could restore them with some time. Meanwhile, Lincoln had already started the experiment again in other rooms. In the unknown dimension, the dimension that did not leave any impression on Ancient One, and was described as featureless, matter and energy suddenly surged. Then an eye made of infinite light emerged. He looked far away in the direction of the Earth dimension, his eyes full of anger. Humans. Earth. I remember you. You wait for me. He was sent back home as soon as he left the house, and his heart was full of anger. However, it was almost impossible for him to reproject his power without the connection. Until pop. Just like a bubble bursting in the water, in his somewhat confused eyes, a spiritual body that was on the verge of collapse like Gerald suddenly emerged in his dimension. Seeing the spirit body swaying like a candle in the wind, he didn't care about anything else. He mobilized more energy in ecstasy and began to connect. Human, this time, you are dead. He was not stupid. From the spirit body's exploration, he could immediately know that the other side of the spirit body was still connected to Lincoln's world, or even Lincoln's laboratory. But what does it matter? Last time, he acted hastily and couldn't mobilize much power to project it over. This time was different. He was prepared and directly focused on the upper limit to project a large amount of energy to the dimension where the Earth was. This time, he had enough confidence to kill Lincoln. Just a human. Even the current Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, without the protection of the giant magic circle, could not stop the attack of the demon god of a dimension. Looking at the dimensional demon who was so upright and rushed over the moment he got the connection, Lincoln's face was also moved. Wow, you really dare to come over? You are so brave. In that case, I have to treat you well. With a kind face, Lincoln rolled up his sleeves, blew on his hands, and then swung them in a circle like a full moon. Snap. The crisp encouragement and cheering voices echoed in the room again. This time, Lincoln used his powerful biological force field in advance. A few minutes later, the demon returned to his dimension and fell into a long meditation. He felt something was wrong. He had obviously transferred more energy, but why did the ending become worse? Obviously, the result last time was not like this. Could it be that the human had kept a trick? When did humans have such a freak? The demon was puzzled, but fortunately, Lincoln gave him a third chance. The spirit in front of him was floating in his dimension, like a bubble, that could burst at any time. Looking at this bait, the demon was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth, and rushed over again. He refused to accept it. Chapter 166 Death Knight. Do you think he is stupid? Looking at the demon energy struggling frantically in the magic barrier, Lincoln pondered for a moment, and looked at Ancient One, who was forced to video call again. I have beaten him twice, but he came again for the third time. Looking at the group of demon energy in the barrier, Ancient One was silent. She thought for a moment before she said, demons always have a strong demand for knowledge. Can you explain it in a simpler and easier to understand way? In some special cases, they are very curious. Ancient One's answer was very standard, and Lincoln had no words to refute, because it was indeed the case from the facts. You can't say that this demon has a masochistic fetish and came here to get beaten, right? In the barrier, the demon was very angry because he not only saw Lincoln, who beat him twice, but also saw the bald Ancient One. At this moment, he couldn't help cursing. The curse was so ugly that Ancient One closed the portal on the spot. Lincoln also began to wonder if this demon had studied in the language major. Otherwise, how could he curse his supreme wizard to shut up his microphone? Fortunately, the supreme mage's horoscope was quite conspicuous. Before the demon god could direct the flames of war to himself, Lincoln waved his hand to add a soundproof effect to the barrier. By the way, a built-in internal loop playback function was built in. It was not until the aftermath was settled that Zora's holographic projection quietly emerged. My lord. What's wrong? What's the matter? You said that I would inform you at dawn. Dawn? Lincoln's eyebrows moved. Sure enough, it's not good when it comes to the demon gods of certain dimensions. The flow of time has become a little wrong, Lincoln thought to himself, and left the basement. He found a more serious problem after this experiment. If a single person is used for the experiment, the bait thrown out is a bit too small, and the only ones that can be attracted are the unlucky demon gods of dimensions that are like the unlucky ones in the barrier. People with names like the Crimson Demon don't care about this small person at all. So, he seems to need a bigger one. Lincoln walked out of the insane asylum in silence. Zora's voice sounded in his ears again at the right time. My lord, I found some interesting things in the internal network of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you want to listen? Tell me about it. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s external agents found the man with fire all over his body in Texas. He called himself Ghost Rider. Before Zora finished speaking, Lincoln's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't I think of this before? My lord? Give me all the information about the Ghost Rider, and also find guys named Johnny and Constantine. The key is to find hell, souls, resurrection, and evil spirits. Give me the information when you find it, Lincoln said, waving his hand to open a portal, and walked in. Respected Master Ancient One, I'm here to play with you. Looking for Ancient One to play was fake. Lincoln's real purpose was to let her give him a little support when he needed it. For example, when he was looking for trouble with Mephisto, he gave Mephisto's home address and family situation, so that Lincoln could let Mephisto experience what it means to hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening. Eat everything. Ancient One readily agreed. As long as she was not asked to open the magic circle defending the earth, she had no reason to refuse these small requests. After all, it was not always possible to see the devil being humiliated. Not long after getting what he wanted from Ancient One, good news came from Zora. Constantine was not found, but the trace of Ghost Rider was discovered by Zora in Mexico. Perhaps it was because the KPI assessment standards in Hell had recently increased, and Ghost Rider was a little busy. There were not enough sinful souls in the simple-minded Texas for him to use, so this diligent knight crossed the border directly to Mexico. There were not enough people in the United States, but there were definitely enough in Mexico. The total population of Mexico is about 100 million, of which millions of people are directly or indirectly engaged in the illegal white powder business. Adding the population engaged in other crimes, the number of sinful souls who have been or are currently engaged in sinful behavior may reach tens of millions. Especially in the area along the US-Mexico border, any small workshop or factory will have enthusiastic local citizens armed with rifles to protect their wealth safety. In such a ghost place, Ghost Rider kills every other person, so there will definitely be emissions, and there is no need to worry about not having enough souls. Of course, if the black-hearted boss Mephisto continues to raise the KPI assessment standards, then Ghost Rider may have to go to the Mexican army or the police station. Fuck. In a drug factory, the factory director Yom Ivanov walked back and forth with a gun in his hand, looking anxious. Who the hell can tell me? What kind of bastard robbed my goods and threw them all into the fire? In the Ghost Rider brand incinerator, under the flames of thousands of degrees Celsius, modern drugs have no time to disperse their ingredients to the outside and are completely burned. In the flames, where even steel cannot survive, there is no possibility of poison being left. This is equivalent to Yom directly losing a batch of goods worth millions. How can he not be anxious and angry? You know, he is just the director of this factory. These goods are not his, but those of the more terrifying bosses above. Now the goods are lost in his hands. Just thinking about the punishment he might suffer makes him feel horrified. What's more serious is that these lost goods are not the first batch. No, we can't go on like this. Yom's whole body was trembling. After a tormenting ideological struggle, he picked up his mobile phone and called the boss behind him. He didn't know who was against him. This situation was obviously not something he could deal with. He had to let those bosses take action. Mexico, a sinful country. A very funny thing about this country is that, up to now, the most elite army forces in the country may not be in the hands of the Mexican government, but in the hands of those drug lords. They rely on drug money to hire retired special forces as instructors to formulate training plans, rely on a huge criminal network to recruit the strongest people as soldiers, and purchase the most advanced weapons and equipment from the United States to arm them. Whether it is individual equipment or large equipment, they are all in the leading position. Compared with the Mexican army, the drug lords' troops, which are built up with huge amounts of money, may be the real special forces. However, these special forces are not protecting the security of the country, but the evil industry chain of the drug lords. This is a very ridiculous thing, but it is the norm here. Some things that the Mexican police and the army cannot solve, the drug lords can solve with their powerful troops. Yom knew that he would definitely not be able to stop the crazy vigilante. Several batches of goods under his command were intercepted, which proved that these people with guns in their hands, and no strict training, would not be the opponents of the vigilante. It's time for stronger people to take action. Guzman was very unhappy, because he hadn't encountered such a blind guy in his territory for a long time. Since he opened up the local police station, the army, and all the officials, his status in this area is equivalent to that of a local tyrant. He monopolized the production and manufacturing of all drugs in this area, and also controlled the sales channels to Europe and the United States, and built an army of his own with huge funds. He hasn't met anyone who dared to challenge him in this land for a long time. Guzman decided to let his men show those vigilantes who didn't know the height of the world a lesson, so that he would know who was the real overlord. Guzman's troops were triggered, and Johnny had no idea about it. The night before, he used the same trick to guard a highway leading to the United States, and successfully caught Yom's team, who changed a transportation route again, and harvested a large number of souls again. Today, Johnny decided to change a road and find the next victim. He knew that the situation in Mexico was more complicated, so he would change places every day to prevent overwhelming a sheep. But he didn't expect that all the people he ran into were Yom's people several times, and now, the dog is desperate. Guzman's VIP troops had already begun to surround Johnny, but before Johnny met these people, he saw another person in his rental house. "Who are you? When did you come to my room?" Johnny opened a can of beer for himself and looked at Lincoln with a frown. Even without entering the state of Ghost Rider, he could feel the horrible sin in the man in front of him. If he had just become Ghost Rider, he might have been excited about the big order he had encountered, but now that he had seen more people, he didn't think so. According to his personal classification of sin, in his opinion, Lincoln's sin level could even make Mephisto shout 666. Just looking at this point, Johnny could be sure that Lincoln must not be an ordinary person. He came here to do KPI. With performance that could be picked up everywhere, he would not want to find excitement for himself, even if he was sick. Johnny Blaze made a deal with Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, more than a decade ago, and became a Ghost Rider who reaps the souls of sinners. Yes, you're right, that's me. Johnny took a sip of beer, shrugged calmly, and said self-deprecatingly, "For the sake of life, people sometimes have to give up something. Besides, I think I'm doing good things now. Morally speaking, it's true, but the law doesn't recognize it. Lincoln laughed and leaned forward slightly. However, if you can do me a small favor, I can make your behavior recognized by the law. Lincoln's words made Johnny pause for a moment, and then he smiled. Tell me first, what do you want me to do for you? It's very simple. Do what you should do. Looking at Lincoln leaning back on the sofa, Johnny's thinking stagnated for a moment, and he looked at Lincoln with a question mark on his face. Wait, what did you just say? I said, become a ghost rider. Look at me with your eyes, judge me, and let me go to hell. Do you understand? Johnny. I understood, but not completely. He looked at Lincoln speechlessly, thinking that when did the city people have such exciting things to do, they actually wanted to go to hell. In that place, even ghosts can't stay and want to return to the human world. Johnny put down the beer in his hand respectfully and looked at Lincoln with a serious face. Have you thought about it? I can only send people down, but I can't bring them back. If you regret it, there is nothing you can do. It's okay, just do it. Lincoln waved his hand nonchalantly. I'll find a way to come back. Johnny, can't you hear it? What I mean is that you can't come back. The short-sighted Johnny said that he couldn't understand where Lincoln's confidence came from, but he was still more interested in sending people to hell. Releasing the restless flames in his body, the hellfire burned from his feet, and in an instant, it burned the flesh and blood, revealing the skull inside. He took 2 steps forward, put his hands on both sides of Lincoln's head, and endless flames surged in his deep eye sockets, like a vortex like the abyss, spinning in it, as if to draw the soul of the person looking at it into the bottomless hell. Under the horrific power from the entire hell dimension and Lincoln's deliberate urging, Lincoln felt that his spirit began to infiltrate and spread to hell. But at the same time, Mephisto, who was wandering around the earth with his clone, suddenly changed his face. He blew up his clone without saying a word and returned to hell. The next moment, he saw his good employee, Ghost Rider, diligently transporting a powerful existence that could destroy the entire hell to hell. Fuck, don't. Mephisto couldn't help but scream for the first time in his life. Without any hesitation, he cut off the structural channel between the earth and the earth that he had worked hard for dozens or hundreds of years to complete. By the way, he unilaterally tore up the contract between himself and Ghost Rider. The result was that Lincoln, who felt that he was only a little bit away from hell, was forcibly sent back to Earth by the rules. And Johnny, who had been suffering from KPI, also felt dully that Mephisto had cancelled a series of KPI requirements out of kindness, just to take back his ability to send life souls to hell. In other words, he can still kill people with hellfire in the future, but those who died will not even be qualified to go to hell as ghosts. Johnny found it difficult to understand the outrageous things that happened in just a few minutes tonight. First, Lincoln came to him and said that he wanted to go to hell to experience it. This can be said to be ignorant, but what happened next? Hell didn't dare to accept him, and Mephisto unilaterally tore up the contract and set him free. At this moment, Johnny's eyes changed when he looked at Lincoln. If he had known that it would be so easy to get freedom, he would have gone to Lincoln shamelessly. Why would he have worked so hard to come to a foreign country to work? At this moment, Johnny felt mixed emotions. Chapter 167 Ironhead Guzman. On Earth, Johnny was a little confused, but Lincoln was feeling regretful. He was just a little bit away from reaching hell. By then, even Mephisto would never be able to kick him out again, but it was just that little bit away. At this time, hell, not only Mephisto, but other demon kings of hell felt Lincoln's rapidly fading power and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The throne of Satan, which symbolizes the true ruler of hell, has been vacant for a long time. Although no lord of hell has claimed this position on the surface, in secret, every lord of hell is making efforts to get closer to that position. Just like Mephisto, who is active in the human world, many demon kings and lords, including Lucifer and Samael, are also competing for the only throne of Satan from different aspects. But at this time, before facing the great crisis that Lincoln might reach hell, all of them put aside their past grudges and united against the outside world. With Mephisto, who holds Johnny's contract, as the center, the communication channel between Earth and Hell was directly cut off, severing the communication between the two sessions. This caused Lincoln to be expelled back to Earth by the rules, but they will not be able to project new power to Earth until the channel is built again. Comparing the gains and losses, every Helllord has a smile on his face. As dimensional demons, they are also concerned about the affairs of the Earth, and are very familiar with Lincoln's existence. They are very uneasy to think that this guy can even get the time gem from the Ancient One. As a lord, his extremely effective induction can sense the crisis of the Death Star when Lincoln and Johnny are colluding. It can be seen that once Lincoln comes, their good days will be over. The terrifying consciousness and power of several demon kings are constantly colliding in hell, and spiritual fluctuations are echoing in it. He has returned to Earth, and Ghost Rider's contract has been severed. He can't come to hell for quite some time. But we can't go to Earth either. That's you. Mephisto's voice was full of sarcasm. Look at how you are not doing your job. You don't deserve to be called the devil of hell. Mephisto, do you want to fight with us? No, no, no. On the contrary, I want to cooperate with you. Would you be so kind to cooperate? Of course. Mephisto smiled and took out a few contracts. This is a contract I had a long time ago, and it has not been activated yet. I can give them to you for a small price. Dream on, Mephisto. A demon king shouted disdainfully, and then his spirit and power began to move away rapidly. After him, the power of other demons, including Lucifer, also began to withdraw rapidly, but in just a few dozen breaths, one by one, the deformed low-level hell creatures rushed into Mephisto's castle. Earth. While Lincoln and Johnny were silent in the room, the special forces sent by Guzman had surrounded the entire room. With the hellfire emanating from Johnny, everyone could see everything in the room clearly from the window even without any equipment. OMG. Looking at the skeleton Johnny with flames burning all over his body, a team member couldn't help but sigh. This guy is still alive. Is he a devil from hell? Hearing his men's exclamation, the captain sneered disdainfully. No matter if he is a devil or not, even if Satan comes, he has to roll back to hell today. Sir, are you sure this guy can be solved with bullets? If there are not enough bullets, then use shells. The captain said calmly. The boss has an armored force in his hands. One shell will turn the whole house into ashes. Brainwashing is a very important job in Mexico. As a drug lord, Guzman equipped his elite men with not only equipment to the teeth, but also brainwashing that goes deep into the soul. He turned all these people who held the strongest military power into his own Deadpools. Deadpools who could sacrifice their lives for him at a command. Deadpools who dared to roar and pull the trigger even in the face of gods. Guzman didn't care about the so-called Ghost Rider before. He had been in power for too long, and Mexico had been without superheroes and supervillains for too long. It had been so long that he never thought that he might encounter these mysterious things. After all, his place was not a prosperous and wealthy place. Until now, he actually saw the Ghost Rider covered in flames on the computer screen. Fuck. What the hell is this? He killed my people. While cursing, he pulled out a pistol and pressed it against Yom's head. Is your brain made of elm? How could you provoke such a guy? I didn't know at all. Yom, who was beaten and bruised all over, pleaded. All my people were killed by him. I didn't know he would look like this. Yom's explanation did not make Guzman's face colder. If you don't know this or that, then what's the use of me having you? Hearing the murderous intent in Guzman's mouth, Yom kowtowed with a pleading face, wanting to beg for forgiveness, but Guzman was unmoved and pulled the trigger with cold eyes. Bang! Yom's skull was opened by the bullet, blood and brains splashed out, and Guzman was still angry when he saw the mess. Drag it away and clean it up. Yes. The bodyguard on the side nodded, dragged Yom's body away, and went out to deal with his family and relatives. Drug lords have no mercy. They only care about goods and money besides themselves. Of course, now that Guzman has seen the existence of Ghost Rider, he has seen more. He has an ambition in his heart, an ambition to bring Johnny under his command, conquer other drug lords, and monopolize the entire Mexican drug industry. It is well known that monopoly is the real profiteering. Even if the drugs themselves are profitable enough, ambition and greed make Guzman still want more profits. Guzman's voice reached the ears of those special forces. After a moment of silence, the deputy captain silently walked out of the team and knocked on the door of the room. The sound outside the door startled Johnny. He instantly retracted the flames on his body and looked at Lincoln. "Do you have other companions?" "No." Lincoln shook his head and looked at the place where the special forces were hiding outside the window. "They are local gangs." "Local gangs?" Johnny frowned and opened the door, looking at the deputy captain outside, who was fully armed like the US Special Forces. He was stunned. "You call this a local gang? A traditional Mexican feature, a drug lord special forces?" Lincoln shrugged and sat back on the sofa. "The first time I came here, I should have been looking for you." The short-sighted Johnny realized at this time how much hatred the Mexican drug lords had for him, and his eyes changed when he looked at the deputy captain. "Are you looking for me?" The deputy captain said nothing, took off the phone from his body, and handed it to Johnny. "The boss wants to talk to you." Johnny, who resisted the urge to punish the sin directly, reached out to take the phone and crushed it with a bang. "What can I talk about with you? Do you want to get back the drugs I burned? Or do you want to fight me? Just come directly." Johnny's attitude made Guzman frown in dissatisfaction on the other side, and he said to the deputy captain, "Kill the guy sitting on the sofa and tell him that if I want, none of his family can escape. The only way is to cooperate with me." In the room, Johnny waited for the deputy captain's answer, but the next moment, the deputy captain, who was wrapped in a special combat uniform, suddenly pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Lincoln on the sofa and pulled the trigger. The unexpected action made Johnny even unable to block it. Several bullets hit Lincoln's body straight. In an instant, blazing flames rose up. "You deserve to die. The boss asked me to tell you that this is just a small lesson. The next time it will be your other family members who die. We have remembered your face." Guzman's threat made Johnny immediately think of his girlfriend. Even though he was just a skeleton now, the rising flames revealed how angry he was. But what was even more angry than him was Lincoln, who was sitting on the sofa watching the show, but was inexplicably shot with half a magazine of bullets. He used his index finger to deflect the shrunken bullets one by one. Amid the tinkling sound, the flames on Johnny's body suddenly stagnated, and the deputy captain's breathing also stopped for a moment. "What can I say about you illiterate people?" Lincoln shook his head with pity, and strands of golden lines were outlined on his body. "Can't you learn a little? How can a typical oriental face like me be related to a white man like him?" The golden lines took shape, and the black battle suit covered Lincoln's body. He walked out from behind Johnny step by step, and stretched out his hand to strangle the deputy captain's neck. "Send a message to your boss. I'm very angry, and the consequences will be serious." The moment the voice fell, Lincoln exerted force in his hand, and with a crisp and neat click, the deputy captain's cervical vertebra was directly broken. The sound of the cervical vertebra breaking sounded together with the sound of the teacup and Guzman's hand breaking in the distance. "Kill him. Kill them for me." Beams of red lasers shot from outside the room, and the next moment, gunshots rang out. Windows, doors, and even the walls made of cement bricks and stones began to shatter in this sweeping metal storm. Bullets whizzed in from all directions, and in the distance, rocket launchers had been set up, rushing towards them with whistling tail flames. Boom boom boom. Fireworks exploded in the dark night, and the whole street was as lively as the new year. In less than half a minute, the house where Lincoln and the others was collapsed into ruins by the powerful firepower. Standing on the ruins, Lincoln looked at Johnny. "These people, you come. Okay." Johnny nodded without hesitation. For these guys who dared to threaten his relatives, he had only the flames of extreme anger in his heart to burn them. The flames danced on the chains, and in an instant, a fire dragon hovered in the air, and then suddenly landed. Bang bang bang. The roaring explosions continued, and brilliant sparks exploded on the ground. That was the momentary light and fire of human beings being burned by the flames of hell. The crushing battle was without any suspense. Guzman, who was thousands of miles away, lost all his subordinates before he could even see what happened. Only at this time did he truly realize what kind of person he had offended. Clearing the field with one move, Johnny looked at Lincoln and was about to speak. You bang. The artillery burst. The artillery roared in the distance, and the shells weighing tens or hundreds of kilograms instantly hit Johnny's body, carrying him away like a comet, and bursting with a bang. Under the powerful bombardment, people even worried that Johnny's skeleton would be torn into a pile of bones. Fortunately, the Ghost Rider still had a face. As a pile of rubble was pushed, Johnny stood up from the ruins and walked angrily in the direction of the artillery. But before he could get there, a beam of laser swept past him. After the red laser circled around, the world was quiet. After a short silence, the buildings that were cut in half collapsed. People fell, and steel slipped. It was like a height limit line. Within the range of thermal vision, everything that was higher than the limit set by Lincoln was cut off. Johnny was stunned. He thought Lincoln was very strong, but now he had only seen the scene of everything breaking apart in the sight in movies. He looked back at Lincoln blankly. "Who are you?" "Just a person who wants to go to hell." Lincoln laughed and soared into the air with a strong sonic boom. The sonic boom caused by the speed of 20 Mach was as violent as the shock wave caused by the explosion of explosives. The rolling dust obscured Johnny's vision, and Lincoln's figure disappeared like a meteor, falling into the distance. Shit. In SHIELD, Fury's face was black and colorful. He never expected that Lincoln would go to Mexico to play just 2 days after the asylum was built. If it was just a simple play, it would be fine. But Guzman, the mad drug lord, actually sent his men to attack Lincoln? Exclamation mark. If possible, Fury would have liked to drive the SHIELD Quinjet fighter to dive into Guzman's face and ask him how he dared, but it was obviously too late now. Satellites and radars had discovered a high-speed object cruising at Mach 20. After excluding the answer of an intercontinental missile entering the atmosphere from outside the atmosphere, the only person Fury could think of was Lincoln. In his opinion, Guzman was already a dead man. Fury now only hoped that Lincoln would not launch an expansionary attack, otherwise, hell might be full. Poor Fury, he didn't know yet that Mephisto and others had cut off the connection between the Earth and hell because of fear. The souls of those who died on Earth have long been unable to go to hell. But for those people, this should be a good thing. Mexico. Guzman had a luxurious manor here that was comparable to a palace, and there was a full team of bodyguards, but these did not give him a sense of security. He paced back and forth uneasily, racking his brains to think about what power he could use. Just when he was feeling uneasy, Lincoln arrived. Chapter 168 Thor, where is my hammer? In the manor bodyguard's horrified eyes, the roaring sonic boom echoing in the sky began to fall rapidly. The golden light fell from the sky like a meteor, and in an instant it had landed on the ground. Boom. The roaring sound like a falling meteor echoed in the air, and the earth was shaken into ripples under this terrifying impact. The terrifying shock made the guards at the door scattered, and the shock wave mixed with dust and fog covered everything in front of them. The searchlight hit the thick dust and fog straight, and everyone stared at it with wide eyes. Gradually, a black shadow appeared. The sound of sand and stone rubbing against each other came from the dust and fog. Looking at the approaching black shadow, the manor guard held the rifle tightly in his hand, and his heart was extremely nervous. Stop. Otherwise I will shoot. In the dust and fog, Lincoln looked at the panicked crowd with a calm face, and the hot eyes in his pupils gradually lit up. At the gate of the manor, everyone's heart suddenly skipped a beat as they watched the two red dots suddenly light up in the dust and fog. The next moment, the hot rays swept across. With a whoosh, the hot rays tore through the human body and the wall. Lincoln strolled, looking around the manor casually. The red rays accurately killed all the lives that appeared in Lincoln's sight. Steel, bricks, and all barriers could not hinder Lincoln. The bursting gunshots rang continuously the moment he stepped into the manor, but the clanging sound could not stop Lincoln at all. The red beams passed without stopping, like the scythe of the god of death, completely harvesting one life after another. 1, 10, 100. Lincoln, with his eyes shining, was invincible like a devil, and everyone turned into corpses under his feet. In the office, the skin on Guzman's face was shaking wildly. He looked at the closed door with horror and fear in his eyes. The gunshots outside the door were wiped out bit by bit, and the shrill screams continued to sound and stopped abruptly, as if the god of death was slowly walking. The mysterious unknown gave him the strongest psychological pressure. Creak. The jerky friction sounded, and the door was pushed open. At the moment, when the twilight outside was brought into view, Guzman frantically picked up the pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. The gunfire continued, and in just a few breaths, the bullets in a magazine were completely emptied. Then, he looked at Lincoln with a shriveled bullet embedded in his chest, and fell into despair. He turned the muzzle of the gun at himself without hesitation, and pulled the trigger, but the sound of the empty shell shattered his last wish. Click, another crisp sound rang, but this time it was not the sound of an empty pistol shell, but the sound of Guzman's hand bones being crushed alive. Intense pain swept over at this moment. Guzman opened his mouth and wailed wildly, and his fat pig-like body shook and twitched wildly, as if it was added with a vibrator. Years of pampered life made him almost incapable of resistance to pain. The pain of his muscles turning into minced meat and bones turning into slag almost made him faint. What a fat pig. Lincoln looked at Guzman with disgust in his eyes. He did not break Guzman's ability to produce, but pulled his hair and dragged him to the basement of the manor like a doll. Basement. Minerval and Unica, two Mexican beauty pageant champions, huddled in a narrow basement full of strange smells. They stood out from thousands of Mexican girls and thought they would be greeted by luxury and wealth, but after an attack, their lives were changed. Guzman's team attacked their convoy and forcibly snatched them who were supposed to be offered to another drug lord. Their identities destined them to never see the light of day again, so they were locked up in this basement day after day, and became tools for Guzman to vent his beastly desires. Beating, rape, torture. Guzman imposed all his inhuman desires on them. In order to control them, he even used drugs to corrupt their nature. Until now, they have changed from the open and confident beauty pageant champions to the livestock who will shrink and hide in the dark corners at the slightest disturbance. The faint roar from above scared them so much that their scarred arms tightly hugged each other, and their lifeless, but still moving eyes looked at the basement door vigilantly and fearfully. There was silence outside the door, and gradually, even the vague sounds that were originally audible disappeared, until a certain moment, the shrill screams became closer and closer. Before they could figure out what was happening outside, the solid basement door was blasted open by a brutal force. The dim environment and strange smell made Lincoln frown. Holding the struggling Guzman in his hand, he looked directly at the two people curled up in the corner. "You two, come here." Looking at the Guzman who made them extremely scared and could only wail under Lincoln's hands, Eunice and the others could not think of resisting from the bottom of their hearts. They stood in front of Lincoln in fear, stepping on their bare feet, worried about their future fate. Lincoln stared at the two people's eyes for a moment, then smiled with satisfaction and threw Guzman in front of them. "Come on, pick up those props and show me how much you hate him." Guzman, who was cursing and screaming, looked up in shock and looked at Eunice at a glance and immediately screamed, "You two damn bitches. I order you to kill him. You fat pig are so noisy." Lincoln frowned, picked up a chair from the side and smashed it heavily on his back. "Shut up, okay." Bang. The solid wooden stool fell heavily on Guzman, and the tearing pain made him lose the ability to speak in an instant, and his face was pale and shaking on the ground. Then, Lincoln looked at the two again. "Are you not ready to do it? This is your only chance." Lincoln in front of him had a calm expression on his face, and Guzman on the ground was shaking like an epileptic patient. The huge psychological gap instantly reversed the two people's mental thinking. The anger and hatred that had been tortured and suppressed for a long time returned at this moment. After a heart-wrenching scream, the two turned into evil ghosts with hideous faces and rushed towards Guzman. They didn't attack with anything, but used their hands and their mouths to turn into primitive beasts and bit and scratched Guzman frantically. The skin was scratched, and the flesh was bitten off. The extreme hatred made the two people turn into evil ghosts and repay Guzman in the bloodiest way. Guzman's body kept shaking. Looking at Eunice and the two who were lying on him and eating him bit by bit, his eyes were full of primitive fear. He wanted to struggle, but it was useless. Blood was overflowing, and even the internal organs flowed out from the holes, scratched by Eunice and the two. He crawled towards Lincoln begging for help, trying to get himself free, but in the end he was still tortured to death bit by bit over a long period of time. Looking at the mess on the ground and Unica and the other two who kept wailing in their throats to vent their emotions, Lincoln's eyes were as calm as if he was looking at a cat and a mouse. "How is it? Are you happy?" Unica and the other two looked back at Lincoln blankly, and after a moment of silence, they knelt on their knees and prostrated themselves to Lincoln like the most devout believers. "You saved us and let us take revenge. We are willing to do anything for you." "Really? That's great." Lincoln nodded. "Take Guzman's body out, take over his power, and then prepare to play a human elimination plan." "What? Human elimination plan? Is he crazy?" Fury held the phone, his face full of horror. "Is he crazy to launch an indiscriminate killing day in a country with a population of 100 million? Maybe not." The voice on the other end of the phone was calm. "He seems to have limited the scope, stipulating that only drug lords and some criminals can participate in this killing day. Is this different from letting the whole country participate?" Fury asked back. "Those people will not wait to die obediently. So this time we can see how strong he is." "What do you mean?" "He plans to personally see the end of the purge plan. Anyone who does not follow the rules will be killed by him." "Do you think he can do it?" "Who cares? If some people die, the pressure on immigrants will be reduced a lot." Fury sneered. "You want to take advantage of him? We have already discussed it. We will provide his people with all high-tech weapons and equipment except nuclear weapons. He will be very excited." "Are you crazy too? You will be crazy next." The voice on the other end sneered. "Do you think there are no people related to those people in our country? They will all be sent there." "Fuck." In Mexico, preparations for the human purge plan are in full swing. Unlike in the movies, this time, Lincoln is targeting drug lords for elimination. Guzman, who doesn't know whether to live or die, is dead, but Lincoln has no intention of stopping. The connection between hell and earth has been cut off, which means that the souls who die on earth now will not be led into hell, but will still float in the world. Lincoln didn't know how tempting these things were to the Demon Kings, but it wouldn't hurt to collect some. This was the truth of the entire elimination plan. Looking down from the sky, the roaring flames of war were already blazing on the land of Mexico, and in the basement of the lunatic asylum, the Demon King trapped in the barrier began to attack the barrier again and again. He continuously poured energy from other dimensions into it, and the impact at all costs made the entire barrier turbid like the dark dimension, and the originally unbreakable barrier began to shake. Once, twice, 3 times. The tireless driving force of the dimensional Demon King collided with the barrier, until a tiny crack appeared in the barrier. Looking at the fleeting barrier, the Demon King's eyes showed a hint of wild laughter, and his spirit rolled up the energy, and rushed out of the crack, laughing wildly and piercing through the concrete layer of the lunatic asylum, and rushing into the air. "Ha ha ha ha. I'm out. Humans, you're dead." Ha. The demon god was urging the dimensional energy to dance wildly in the air, and he flew towards the war-torn Mexico with a fierce sound of wind. He could feel the darkest and most complex energy there, which was also the energy he needed the most. In the air, the dimensional demon god who had regained his freedom laughed wildly, not caring at all that a hammer wrapped in lightning was falling towards the earth from the direction of Asgard. Thor's hammer, which was exiled by Odin, was incredibly fast, so fast that the dimensional demon god who had just escaped from the cage could not react in time. Thor's hammer, forged from the core of a white dwarf, collided with the dimensional demon god, and surging lightning instantly surged out of the hammer. Rumbling thunder echoed in the sky, and in an instant, the thunder dragon stretched for tens of millions of meters in the dark clouds. This terrifying and completely unexpected attack completely wiped out the smile on the face of the dimensional demon god. His tiny magic power quickly collapsed and disappeared in the continuous thunder, and without the power to carry it, his anchor in this world also completely dissipated. Feeling that he was being taken out of the earth by the rules, his voice was full of unwillingness. No, no. In this fierce collision, the hammer that was originally scheduled to fall to New Mexico, USA, changed its direction. Driven by the power of the dimensional demon, it began to fall towards the war-torn Mexico. On the other side, Thor, who appeared in the town, was confused and fell into deep thought. There was a slight deviation between his landing position and the landing position of his hammer. Standing in the town of New Mexico, he could not find the whereabouts of Thor's hammer in Mexico. Looking at the barren goby outside the town, he was angry and aggrieved. My hammer, my hammer. On the other side, Mexico. Lincoln was very happy to see a meteorite falling from the sky and hitting a drug lord's manor. The powerful shock wave instantly sent the drug lord to hell. On the other side, Thor, who appeared in the town, was confused and fell into deep thought. There was a slight deviation between his landing position and the landing position of his hammer. Standing in a small town in New Mexico, he simply couldn't find the whereabouts of Thor's hammer in Mexico. Looking at the barren goby outside the town, he was angry and aggrieved. My hammer, my hammer. On the other side, Mexico. Lincoln looked at the hammer that fell in front of him and fell into deep thought. In his impression, this hammer should have appeared in New Mexico, USA, but now it has lost its way and fallen into Mexico. Crouching next to the hammer, Lincoln looked up at the sky, then reached out and grabbed the handle of the hammer with a strange smile. His arm exerted a little force, and a heavy resistance spread from the hammer. This was the resistance of Thor's hammer to him. But as the power in his body that was enough to fight against the dimensional demon completely broke out, the hammer that was like a chaste woman before suddenly became extremely obedient. Lincoln laughed, weighed it twice, and threw it directly into his display case. Asgard, Heimdall, who was looking at this scene, was completely stunned. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to go find Odin. Thor was thrown to earth to train him, but now his hammer is gone. So what is the point of training him? Chapter 169, The New King. The war in Mexico did not last long, and the massacre was one-sided. With the national communication network completely cut off, no one could or dared to count how many people died in this place in just a few days of the cleanup plan. Everyone, including Fury, only knew that Lincoln left with satisfaction in the end. Judging from this attitude, their guess was no less than 1 million. In fact, their guess was still a bit conservative. The real situation was tens of millions. Yes, a full tenth of the population was completely wiped out in this cleanup plan. Originally, Lincoln only planned to collect 5 million souls and be done with it, but Unica and the others took their tragic experiences out on them, and all criminals became their crazy targets. So Lincoln harvested twice as many souls as planned, using magic to cast a transparent crystal ball to hold the tens of millions of souls. Lincoln flashed and returned to his building. As expected, Guyi, a home general who had not left home for many years, was waiting on the rooftop early. Oh, respected Ancient One, what on earth happened to make a great supreme sorcerer like you leave the New York Sanctuary, the hub of the universe, and come to me? Hearing Lincoln's strange accent and tone adjectives, Ancient One, who had evolved good resistance, was able to remain calm. The dimensional demon you placed in the basement of the mental asylum ran away. Run away. A light flashed in Lincoln's eyes and swept across the entire planet in an instant. Well, it's indeed gone. Did he go back? This is not in line with their style, right? He originally wanted revenge. Ancient One looked at Lincoln until he was completely killed by a hammer that fell from the sky, and the hammer was also put into the exhibition hall of a collector who was keen on collecting. Mr. Lincoln, I think you should know it too. The hammer belonging to Thor that killed the dimensional demon is now on display in your cabinet. So what? Looking at Lincoln, who was not going to return the hammer, Ancient One rubbed his temple. Odin, the king of Asgard, has lodged a serious protest to me, demanding the treasure that belongs to Asgard. What do you mean by treasure that belongs to Asgard? That thing fell from the sky and no one wanted it. I picked it up, so it's mine. Well, since you insist on doing so, then whatever. Huh. Why are you leaving now? I only came here to persuade you at Odin's request. If the persuasion fails, then you can leave naturally. The rest is between you two. Lincoln fell silent after hearing what Ancient One said, and he said thoughtfully, you said, can the portal lead directly to Asgard? If you can accurately locate it, yes, but if there is a deviation, you may enter other countries. For example, Jotunheim. Got it. Lincoln understood. You are hinting that I can smash Jotunheim. Ancient One. Lincoln's special understanding made the Ancient One dumbfounded. She opened her mouth to refute, but Lincoln's figure disappeared in an instant. Asgard, looking at Lincoln in outer space, waving his hand to open a portal to Jotunheim. Heimdall was dumbfounded. Stepping through the portal with golden light shining on the edge, what appeared in front of Lincoln was a freezing cold and icy world. There was only endless rock walls except for frost. Except for the frost giants, this extremely cold and difficult land was not suitable for all other life to survive. Since fighting with Odin on Earth many years ago and returning in defeat, the frost giants have been resting on this harsh land. They have never forgotten the hatred between themselves and Asgard, and have never given up the idea of unifying the entire 9 realms including the Earth. There has been no trace of outsiders in Jotunheim for a long time. Even if Thor came here, the final outcome could only be a hasty escape. Here, the frost giants had strong self-confidence until Lincoln's arrival. Human. He's a human. The next moment Lincoln arrived at Jotunheim, the frost giants lurking in the dark noticed his presence. The look in their eyes changed, and a moment later they roared like thunder, "Catch him!" Whoosh. Bang. The next moment after the roar, a red light came from a distance, and cut the body of a giant in an instant. However, the corpse lying on the ground did not frighten the remaining giants at all. They raised their weapons, and looked at Lincoln, who killed their compatriots, with more anger and ambition. The roar sounded everywhere in the open land, and the grey-blue skinned frost giants ran, turning into a terrifying wave that could drown everything, and surged towards Lincoln. Jotunheim is vast and boundless, and there are countless frost giants living in it. In their view, under the strategy of numbers, even Thor, the god of thunder, can only leave in a hurry in the end, let alone a mere human. With strong self-confidence, they moved forward, but after just a few seconds, they realized that they were wrong. Powerful energy gathered in Lincoln's eyes, and his figure slowly floated up like a god, looking down at the roaring waves from mid-air. After a few seconds of accumulation, the heat ray pierced through the air and shot out. Just like melting snow in fire, the frost giants with a body strength comparable to granite instantly collapsed and melted under the seat line of sight. In just a short breath, the seemingly slender ray directly penetrated the waves formed by the frost giants. Then, it swept across. Lincoln turned his body, and the fan-shaped ray instantly turned into a perfect red disc covering the earth. The laser converged, and Lincoln looked calmly into the depths of Jotunheim. After a delay of a few seconds, the upper body of the first giant slid down. Then the second, the third, the 100th, and the 10,000th. 1 minute, just less than a minute, millions of frost creatures were completely slaughtered. The corpses of the giants were scattered all over the ground within a radius of 10 miles. The giants who were roaring and rushing out from other corners fell silent as they looked at the almost invisible figure from afar. The hearts of all the frost giants calmed down, as if they were stuffed with liquid nitrogen. Charge. Human wave tactics. The corpses of millions of compatriots on the ground told them that this was simply not feasible. As if they had smelled the scent of their natural enemies, a large number of frost creatures lingered outside the boundary created by Lincoln's thermal vision. Their eyes were filled with anger and hatred when they looked at Lincoln, but they did not dare to go beyond the line due to fear, until a giant who was a lot bigger than the other frost giants pushed through the crowd and walked out. Human. Lincoln looked at Laufey, the king of the frost giants who was rushing towards here from a long distance, and then looked at the giant in front of him. "Do you want to fight with me?" Among the crowd of frost giants, looking at the frost giant walking towards Lincoln, whispers sounded. "That's Lord Frost Warrior Tava. Great. With him here, that damn human must pay the price for his actions. Yes, that human must pay the price. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him." Thunderous cheers echoed in the empty land, and all the frost giants looked at Tava's back with eager eyes. All the anger and hatred that wanted to defeat Lincoln were placed on him. With this base on his back, Tava walked to Lincoln with an extremely firm step. "Human. You will pay with your life for your actions." "Really? Come and try it." Lincoln landed on the ground and looked at Tava holding the frost axe. His expression was calm, and even the heat in his eyes disappeared. Boom. Holding the axe handle with both hands, Tava took a step forward. The powerful start caused the ground to crack and crack. The powerful reaction force instantly pushed his body to rush forward with a more terrifying power than a heavy chariot. Boom. 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 His feet were like a heavy hammer, hitting the ground with earthquake pulses. The power of frost spread from his chest, along his strong arms like a thick wood, and spread to the giant axe. Tava's eyes were fixed on Lincoln's figure. He stepped on the ground for the last time, and the several meter tall figure suddenly jumped into the air. His body, twisting like a bow, suddenly burst out with all its strength. The axe blade weighing several tons was aimed at Lincoln from a distance. Under the dim light, it fell down with the posture of splitting Huashan. Boom. Like the sound of an ancient bell echoing in the barren land, under Tava's surging fighting eyes, the blow that seemed to have the state of creating the world fell heavily on Lincoln's shoulder. The airwave whistled past, and the extremely cold frost air also spread over Lincoln's body in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, the thick ice crystals completely sealed Lincoln. Looking at the thick ice in front of him, that could not see the internal force, Tava was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but suddenly, a fine sound came into his ears. Crack crack. Tava's expression froze on his face. He took a step back in disbelief, watching the dense cracks spread rapidly on the surface of the ice. Then, silently, the ice fell off piece by piece, and Lincoln's unharmed figure was reflected in Tava's pupils. Is it just this extent? No, it's impossible. Tava didn't dare to roar in detail, and swung his huge axe like an angry beast. It's just a human. It's impossible to be so strong. Ding. The numbness of the shock passed through the axe handle to Tava's hand, making the madness in his eyes stagnate. Raising one hand to hold the axe blade with the tiger's mouth, Lincoln's 5 fingers exerted a little force, and the terrifying force completely solidified Tava's movements. Lincoln looked at Tava calmly, and opened his mouth slightly. Let me show you what the real icy air is. After that, he opened his mouth, and exhaled towards the axe blade above his head. Hiss hiss. The breath of absolute zero that was enough to freeze everything spread along the axe blade, and the icy force made Tava's palm unable to even loosen from the axe handle. Wherever the icy air passed, he didn't even have the chance to feel pain. He looked at the frost air climbing up his arm like a blue snake with great fear, but the next moment, he completely lost the chance to speak. There was no need for an extremely thick layer of ice, just a simple layer of frost. Lincoln could even clearly see the last fear on Tava's face before he was frozen. His palm holding the axe blade shook slightly, and the wave turned Tava and his battle axe into fragments on the ground. With one foot hooked on Tava's head, Lincoln exerted a little force and kicked him away. The frost giants scattered in fear until they saw clearly that it was the head of the frozen warrior Tava that fell, and they fell into a deathly silence. Tava, the most powerful warrior among them, was killed like a child. At this moment, the frost giants looked at Lincoln with confusion in their eyes. They didn't understand how humans could have such terrifying fighting power. When they fought against Odin's army thousands and tens of thousands of years ago, humans were as fragile as lambs, and could be slaughtered at will. Why could someone slaughter their warriors now? Damn it. Damn it. In the distance, Laufey, who was rushing to the battlefield, roared angrily at the silent frost giants. In his opinion, his people should be brave and loyal, not afraid and confused like now. This is a provocation to him. In anger, he swung the weapon in his hand fiercely, looking at Lincoln's figure from a distance, and suddenly threw it out. Whoosh! A strong wind sounded, and the strong wind caused by the rotation of the weapon attracted all the frost giants to look back, and then they saw their king. It was like seeing the backbone, and the confusion in their eyes began to dissipate quickly, replaced by respect and enthusiasm for the king. But before they raised their hands and shouted loudly, the hot sight that shot from a distance and smashed Laufey's weapon directly in the air made them shut their mouths again. The next moment, the air exploded. Lincoln roared past at the speed of sound, and in an instant he was in front of Laufey. He calmly looked at Laufey's steps on the throne, and stretched out his clenched fist. Bang! With the first punch, Laufey rolled off his throne in a tumbling posture under the gaze of all the frost giants, and the throne made of extremely cold ice was completely destroyed by this punch. Laufey looked at Lincoln's face and changed drastically. He opened his mouth to say something, but Lincoln's second punch had already landed on his chest. Boom. The ground sank, and the airwaves spread outward for dozens of miles like ripples. Lincoln stood up straight, and under his feet was the head of Laufey, who was almost dead after being hit by a punch. He grabbed Laufey's head with his 5 fingers and flew high into the sky with the dying Laufey, looking at the silent frost giants with a stern look, and said loudly, "Now, kneel down. Welcome your king." In Lincoln's hand, Laufey was floating in the north wind. Looking at Lincoln's figure, all the giants were silent. After a few seconds of silence, the first giant knelt down. Then, the giants continued to crawl down. and the submissive voice echoed in every corner of Jotunheim. Welcome, King. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Spokesperson. In the Golden Palace, Odin, who had been planning to sleep to prolong his life, was awakened by the huge commotion Lincoln made in Jotunheim. The unification of the 9 realms was something he did a long time ago, and the war with the frost giants on Earth was something he did when he was in his prime. Now that Earth has the supreme sorcerer Ancient One, the situations in other realms are also different. The claim that the Asgard Protoss rules the 9 realms has long been a thing of name only. However, this does not mean that he is indifferent to what happens in other worlds, especially when it involves Jotunheim and the frost giants. As the biggest enemy of the Asgard Protoss, Odin has never let down his guard against the frost giants. He took away the frost giants' treasure, the icebox, and put it in the treasury, in order to make them lose their strongest power. And Loki's identity made Odin refuse to have direct contact with the frost giants Laufey and others, and let the frost giants stay in Jotunheim forever isolated from the world. This is what Odin hopes. Unfortunately, first his own son Thor went there and made a big fuss, forcing him to exile him. Now it was Lincoln who changed the world of Jotunheim. Lincoln froze the frost warrior to death with a breath, and crippled the king of the ice giants with a punch. The fierce record Lincoln made in less than half a day made Odin a little frightened. The power of the Asgardian gods will continue to increase with age. Now Odin is also confident that he can defeat Laufey, but he is not confident enough to cripple him with a punch like Lincoln. But Thor's hammer Mjolnir is in the hands of Lincoln, who can cripple Laufey with a punch. Odin, holding the eternal gun, wearing golden armor, and wearing an eye patch on one eye, breathed a sigh of relief, and raised the spear in his hand in the control room of the Rainbow Bridge. The tip of his gun was aimed at the deep and cold Jotunheim. The next moment, the rainbow streamer rolled his body across the 10,000 spaces. Jotunheim threw a Laufey, who was only venting his anger, to the ground, and Lincoln looked up at the sky. In his deep starry sky, a point of rainbow light symbolizing the Rainbow Bridge came rapidly, and almost in an instant it bombarded the icy ground of Jotunheim like a bridge of light to the sky. The rainbow light was surging endlessly, and in the surging turbulence, Odin walked out in full armor. New King of Jotunheim, we meet for the first time, and I greet you. God King Odin? Lincoln smiled slightly, looking at Odin in full armor. Your life is about to end. Why did you leave the Golden Palace and come here? Do you hope to die on the battlefield? The god kings of Asgard are never afraid of fighting. We just yearn for peace. Odin made his meaning clear in one sentence, and then looked at Lincoln and said, my purpose in coming here is very simple. For the hammer and for Laufey. Woohoo. You are such a kind father. The hammer is for your biological son, and Laufey is for your adopted son. It's the best of both worlds. Great. If Loki knew that you care about him so much, he would be so moved that he would cry at this time, right? Oh, that's not right. He is the god of trickery. Maybe he will turn around and take out a dagger to stab his reckless brother to death. Loki's identity is an absolute secret in the Asgard court, but this news was revealed by Lincoln here, which made Odin's face change instantly. Do you want to go to war with Asgard? It depends on what you think. Lincoln looked at Odin calmly. He clenched one hand, and a gem emitting a blue light suddenly appeared in his palm. In Odin's eyes of disbelief, Lincoln easily grasped the energy emitted from the gem in his hand. Unifying the 9 realms is a great achievement, but if the 9 realms merge, can I also achieve the corresponding achievement? Young man, you are too superstitious, and believe in the power of the Infinity Stones. Odin looked at Lincoln with a deep face. Asgard once controlled them, but in the end, they did not use them to unify the 9 realms. That's because your power is too weak. Lincoln interrupted him with a sneer. You are just a group of aliens who have called themselves gods for a long time. Do you really think of yourself as gods? Without the help of the Power Stone, how can you master and exert the power of the Infinity Stones? You are human beings with a limited power, but I'm different. The moment Lincoln's voice fell, he clenched the palm of his hand holding the Space Stone. The terrifying energy was instantly released from his palm. With the blessing of the energy in Lincoln's body, the power of the space stone instantly spread to a very far distance that Odin could not perceive. The authority of the Infinity Stones burst out at this moment, and it was not until this moment that Odin felt for the first time the power that the space stones truly possessed. Every inch of space was as heavy as a mountain, and the omnipresent power constrained his every movement. The energy of the Asgardian gods in his body surged wildly, but was completely suppressed by the more terrifying space power the moment it came out of his skin. The eternal spear forged with branches of the world tree in his hand turned into a round Ouroboros under the effect of space, and the tightly fitted armor was also peeled off and scattered far away under the twisted space. The azure light climbed along the rainbow bridge to the distant starry sky. The rainbow light that was constantly surging under the solidification of space was fixed in the air. Looking up, the deep starry sky had been replaced by the inverted Asgard. Odin could clearly see the people on the land of Asgard with fear on their faces, and they were also looking at Jotunheim above their heads in horror. The distance of space was arbitrarily tampered with in Lincoln's hands. The two opposing Asgard and Jotunheim seemed to collide with each other in the next moment, turning into gorgeous and silent fireworks in the vast universe. At this moment, Odin truly understood what the infinite gems that condensed the energy of the entire universe were. Lincoln used the subversive energy in his body to drive the ability of the space gems to play out. Asgard, which was billions of kilometers away, was forcibly pulled here by him in a way that Odin could not understand. A seemingly thin space barrier stood between Jotunheim and Asgard. As long as Lincoln let go of his hand, the two worlds would inevitably collide with each other under the action of gravity, turning into a unique but ordinary firework in the vast universe. And Odin, the so-called God King of Asgard, could not do anything at all under the constraints of the power of space. Lincoln announced the coronation of the new king to the frost creatures in Jotunheim, but the new king was not the king of this world directly. Stop. With his body tightly bound by the invisible force of space, Odin looked at Lincoln with fear and anger in his eyes. Do you know what you are doing? Of course I know. It's just destroying the world. Lincoln's tone was relaxed, as if what were to be blown up were not two worlds, but two firecrackers. The universe is so big, civilizations are destroyed every moment, so these two won't matter, right? You. Odin opened his mouth wide and wanted to scold Lincoln as a butcher and an executioner, but looking at Asgard falling inch by inch, he finally surrendered. What do you want? He knew that, if he did not surrender, Asgard would not be able to wait for the predicted Ragnarok to arrive, and would be shattered into dust in the universe under the vast power. What do I want? Lincoln looked at Odin with a half smile. Why do you always like to throw the problem to me, as if I'm asking for it? The question now is, what are you willing to offer to your king? Lincoln's words made Odin's teeth clench. He clenched his fists, but finally had to let go reluctantly. Respected king, I'm willing to offer you everything I have. I pray that you will allow Asgard to continue to exist. Look, what a reluctant statement. Lincoln looked down at Leofeni, who was hanging on the ground until now, but you died a worthy death in this life. Before you die, you can see your old rival kneeling down to pay homage. No, he doesn't seem to kneel down. The moment Lincoln's voice fell, the figure of the eternal spear falling sounded. Turning his head, he saw the God King, who said that he was getting stronger with age, kneeling on the ground and bowing his head to the new king. Asgard. At such a close distance, nothing is enough. With the help of divine power, the people of Asgard, who have a long life and a strong body, looked up at the sky, their eyes full of panic and collapse. What did they see? Exclamation mark. The God King, who once led them to fight abroad, rarely lost in his life, and once conquered the 9 realms, knelt down in front of a figure they had never seen or known. This is an unacceptable fact for the countless gods and people who regard Odin as a supreme existence. At this moment, their outlook on life, worldview, and values collapsed. Some people knelt down and cried, while others loosened their tightly grasped weapons and looked at Jotunheim hanging upside down with a confused look. At this moment, the announcements of Lincoln and Odin spread to every corner of Asgard under the influence of the power of space. Whether these people of the Aesir are willing to accept it or not, a fact has been formed. They who once unified the 9 realms have now become the one who is unified. seeing the EC being trampled under Lincoln's feet. Laufey, who had been holding on to his last breath and was reluctant to leave, showed a strange smile on his face. Then, his body was frozen in the color of the Gobi Desert in Jotunheim, which was a lifeless grey blue. Seeing the surrender of his former mortal enemy Odin and the end of the glory of the EC, the king of the Frost Giants was finally satisfied at the last moment of his life, and died with a mockery of Odin and the EC. His soul did not disappear, but sank into Lincoln's hands along with the souls of his millions of subjects, turning into a means for him to deal with hell in the future. Giving up the glory of the gods and the dignity of the king, Odin, who was still noble just now, lost his spirit in an instant. His spear fell to the ground, and his armor was completely stripped off. Now he looked like an old man in his twilight years, no longer the glory of the god of war. Lincoln had a way to extend Odin's life, but he was too lazy to do it. Odin, who had lost his vitality, no longer had the fighting power he once had, and his prestige among the gods had also plummeted. Whether it was supporting a spokesperson, or finding a powerful subordinate, he was not the best choice. In this case, Lincoln naturally had no idea or need to extend his life. Odin could no longer be a spokesperson, and there were suitable people in the underground of Asgard who could do it. The dungeon. The place that Odin arranged and sealed with his own hands. No enemy had ever been imprisoned by him in this cage, where he could not escape until he died. Those imprisoned in it were his relatives. The glorious runes symbolizing Odin's power shone everywhere in the dungeon, and under the glorious runes was a woman in dark green clothes. Hela, the goddess of death, was a woman closely connected with the entire Asgard. The longer her feet stepped on the land of Asgard, the stronger her power would be. But the dungeon was a place that existed in Asgard, but was isolated from Asgard, so she could only be like a mortal here. The rune was not used to target her, but to isolate Asgard. However, just after she felt the entire Asgard turned upside down, the rune that had sealed her for who knows how many years was shattered. After the rune that disappeared like light and shadow, she saw Lincoln's voice. Who are you? The new God King? You replaced Odin and came to release me? Odin? No, 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 I didn't replace him. It's you, Hela, who is going to replace him. Lincoln looked at Hela with a smile. With the shattering of the rune seal, Hela, who was reconnected with Asgard, instantly gained the power of her death god, and as time went on, the power in her body would become stronger and stronger, until it reached, or even surpassed Odin. Odin needs years to have power, but Hela only needs to stand on the ground of Asgard to get it. This is Asgard's favor to her, but it is also her fatal weakness, because no matter how powerful she is, as long as Asgard is destroyed, everything she has will disappear like smoke. Compared to Odin, Hela is a perfect match for Lincoln. She has strong combat power, the ability to manage the entire Asgard, and huge and inevitable weaknesses. This is a good sword, and it is a sword that dare not betray. The people of Asgard know what happened, but Hela in the dungeon does not know. While she was experiencing the power of a quick return, she looked at Lincoln. I replace Odin? So, you are a minister who is preparing to rebel. What do you hope to get from me? Rebellion? Minister? Lincoln smiled slightly and pulled with his palm. Before Hela could react, she stood in the Golden Palace. Chapter 171 Hell. The Golden Palace was still magnificent, but Hela's eyes widened. The Golden Palace in her impression was definitely not what she saw now. With Lincoln's arrival, the rules that Asgard had followed for thousands of years were completely changed. All the gods of Asgard, both men and women, stood quietly on both sides of the Golden Palace, waiting for Lincoln's arrival. The deepest and highest throne in the palace was now empty. Odin, who had taken off his armor, stood beside the throne holding the Spear of Eternity, as if waiting for the owner of the throne. Odin, who had already known what Lincoln had done, lowered his eyes when he saw Hela, while Loki, who was waiting in the palace, opened his eyes wide. He had lived in Asgard for 1,500 years, but before today, he had never seen or even heard of Hela's existence. He looked at his mother with some doubts, but got a look that said he would talk about it later. Loki pursed his lips, and the next moment he saw Hela walking towards Odin, who was holding the Spear of Eternity, with a mocking smile. Father, I thought I would never be able to leave that cage before you died, but I didn't expect that we would see each other again one day. God King Odin, it seems that you no longer have the bearing you had to conquer the 9 realms. Have your people betrayed you? Odin looked at his daughter Hela in front of him with a complicated expression, and then looked at Lincoln who was smiling behind her. After a long sigh, he shook his head and handed over the Spear of Eternity in his hand. It's yours. Take it, ascend the throne, and you will be the king of Asgard. King of Asgard? No, I won't curl up in this place and lick my wounds like you. Hela, who knew nothing about what happened in Asgard, loudly declared her ambition and strong desire to conquer, unaware that the expressions on the faces of the gods behind her were becoming more and more weird. As for Loki, he went straight to his mother and whispered, "Who is she?" Frigga looked at Hela's back with a complicated expression. "Your sister." "My sister?" Loki was shocked. "She looks even dumber than Thor." "Are you sure she is my sister?" Frigga was silent again. "I'm sure she is your sister. She is just a little too warlike." "What do you call a little?" Loki whispered. "Compared to her, Thor is as non-aggressive as a puppy." The more Loki spoke, the more complicated Frigga's expression became. In front of the throne, looking at Odin's complicated eyes, Hela finally realized that something seemed to be wrong. She grabbed the Spear of Eternity and turned around abruptly. "Now, listen to my command and assemble the army." In the Golden Palace, there was silence. Everyone's eyes were all focused on Hela, but no one made any move. Only Lincoln stepped forward step by step and pressed her onto the throne little by little in Hela's puzzled eyes. "You have to take this position first, and then you can give them orders." The power coming from her shoulders was so strong that Hela was dumbfounded. At this moment, she finally realized that Lincoln's identity was not what she had imagined before. "You." Lincoln leaned over and made a silent gesture, whispering in her ear, "Do as I say, and you will be the only god in Asgard, or return to that dark cage until it is destroyed by Ragnarok." The Golden Palace was brilliant, and the sunlight shone through the window behind the throne, casting a large shadow on Lincoln. Hela, holding the scepter, sat on the throne she had longed for, with Lincoln holding her shoulders. A large shadow covered her figure, and no light shone on her. The indifference and silence of the royal hall, the sadness and loneliness in Odin's eyes, the terrifying power coming from his shoulders, and the whispers echoing in her ears. All kinds of things kept colliding in Hela's mind, and she suddenly realized that Asgard had fallen. The one who caused all this was Lincoln, who stood behind her, released her from the dungeon, and pushed her onto the throne. Hela could hardly imagine how Lincoln did it. To make Odin abdicate and all the gods shut up, it seemed impossible to her, but it had become a reality. The hand on her shoulder did not leave. Hela could clearly feel the power contained in that hand. If he wanted to, it would be easy for him to crush her neck. Her body stiffened involuntarily, and her teeth clenched so tightly that she trembled. "I get it. Very good. A good king is willing to listen to the advice of others." Using pressure to make Hela surrender, Lincoln showed a satisfied smile on his face. He loosened his palm and stood up, blocking the sunlight behind Hela like a shadow king. "Your father will die soon, but before he dies, he will help you complete the transformation of Asgard. You have to be obedient, understand?" "Yes, I understand." "That's good." Lincoln nodded. His eyes stayed on Odin for a moment, and then he stepped back and disappeared from everyone's eyes silently. Lincoln left, and the golden light that was covered was sprinkled again, but Hela could not feel a trace of warmth, and looked at Odin with a cold body. "Tell me what happened." Lincoln was not interested in the conversation between Hela and Odin, because it could not change anything at all. Hela's strength depends entirely on the existence of Asgard, and in the confrontation with Odin, Lincoln has shown enough strength to break the entire Asgard apart. Ambition and desire for conquest are one of the elements that make up Hela, and she is destined to be unable to accept the loss of all her power, so she can only be obedient. How do you say that sentence? Madam, you don't want Asgard to be destroyed, right? The people of Asgard are full of martial virtues, and are an excellent fighting race. However, Odin hid his sword in the sheath, and supported the Sea King to ascend the throne, which was to take away the sheath of the sword, so that they could regain their martial virtues. Presumably, when they saw the Asgardians who had been at peace for many years rushing towards the Sea of the Universe, the Nova Empire, the Kree, and Thanos would be very confused. Earth, a small town in New Mexico. Thor, who was favored by Jane, successfully avoided the fate of becoming a waiter at Burger King and followed the Midgard people into the bustling metropolis of New York. However, before he could carefully experience the convenience of life in modern technological society, the black-skinned one-eyed dragon Fury found Thor. The reason was simple. Thor, who was too close to the astronomers, was found by the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. to be an undocumented person without identity information. It happened that the time when he appeared in New Mexico was very close to the time when Thor's hammer was detected to fall to the earth. The satellite clearly captured that Thor's hammer had become Lincoln's thing and there was no way to get it back, but Thor, a living person, had not yet been put into the display cabinet. Naturally, Fury would not give up this rare opportunity. In the interrogation room of S.H.I.E.L.D., after listening to Thor's explanation about himself, Fury could not help but fall silent. So, if you don't have that hammer, you can't be Thor? Fury's question made Thor, who called himself Thor, fall silent. Although he felt that Fury seemed to be implying himself, the fact now seemed to be true. If there was no Mjolnir, he really couldn't turn back into Thor. Thinking of this, Thor felt a little numb. Without any sign, he suddenly raised his head and roared, "No! Father, you can't do this to me. Heimdall, I know you can see me, take me back." Fury was startled by Thor's sudden madness, but after waiting quietly for a few seconds, he found that nothing happened at all, as if everything just now was just a sudden attack of a lunatic. Of course, Fury, who had photographed and detected Thor's hammer, would not think that the scene in front of him was a mental illness. In this way, he couldn't help but guess whether there was any conflict between Odin and Thor, the father and son. There are naturally conflicts between the two of them, but Fury would never have thought that the reason why Odin has not yet taken Thor away is that Lincoln went to pick up Jotunheim and Asgard. Lincoln returned to the base camp on Earth again, and the first thing he saw was the helpless Ancient One on the rooftop. But unlike before, this time the Ancient One just sighed. "Congratulations, you have successfully changed all the timelines of the future. I have decided to let Strange take over my position in advance." Seeing that the Ancient One changed his previous preparation and decided to die early, Lincoln was a little curious. How can a mere Asgard have such a big impact? The impact of an Asgard is not very large, but an Asgard led by the goddess of death Hela and ambitious to explore and develop the universe will have a great impact. In addition, you have accumulated tens of millions of souls in your hands. Are you ready to take action against Hell? By then, the impact will be even greater. Looking at the Ancient One in front of him who seemed to have given up treatment, Lincoln pondered for a moment. "Well, you are going to die anyway, so how about being of some use to me? Don't even think about it." As if guessing what Lincoln was going to do, the Ancient One's mouth twitched. "My death is used to make Strange realize, not for you to use as bait for those demons. TSK, I'm just making a suggestion. If you don't want to, forget it." Lincoln seemed a little disappointed, but the next moment he thought of something. "By the way, you're going to die anyway. Why don't you open a door to hell for me? This way, I won't be itching to take your soul when you die on Earth." Ancient One, the coordinates between the Hell dimension and the Earth were cut off. Lincoln couldn't accurately find the location of Hell in such a vast space. He didn't have the coordinates in his hand, so the best way was to ask Ancient One for help. Facing Lincoln's threatening request, Ancient One was silent for a while, silently put on the ring, and was about to draw a circle in the air. Seeing sparks bursting in front of Ancient One, Lincoln took the lead in opening a portal. After a whimper, a big yellow dog was caught in Lincoln's hand. "Okay, Supreme Lord, open the door." "Why did you bring a dog?" Ancient One felt that he couldn't understand Lincoln's thoughts. "That's hell. It will be roasted the moment it goes down." Woof! Exclamation mark. As if he understood what Gu Yi said, Da Huang's eyes changed, and he turned his head to look at Lincoln in shock, as if he couldn't imagine that Lincoln was going to turn him into a dog meat barbecue. "Don't worry, I already have a foolproof plan." Lincoln smiled mysteriously and tossed the crystal ball containing tens of millions of souls in his hand. "I was thinking of making a deal with those guys, but now I don't need to." Gu Yi suddenly felt that she understood what Lincoln wanted to do, and all of a sudden, she felt a sense of silence for the situation of the Demon Kings in Hell. The orange-yellow portal slowly opened in front of her, and the next moment, the spewing hell flames burst out from there with Mephisto's roar, "Guyi, you've gone too far." Guyi winked at Lincoln, and at the same time, he constructed more magic circles in his hand, and blasted them into the hell dimension. "It has nothing to do with you. Damn it. Damn it." In order to drive Lincoln away, Mephisto and his men took the initiative to cut off the connection between hell and earth, so now all the initiative is in the hands of Guyi. As the supreme sorcerer guarding this portal, Mephisto's power could not be transmitted at all. And without a wide enough passage, relying only on the backup and the contract, Mephisto could not make enough noise for Ancient One to close the portal. So, in his impotent rage, Lincoln, holding the terrified Dahuang under his armpit, stepped into hell. Whoosh whoosh. The moment he stepped through the portal, the flames with the smell of sulfur occupied the entire world in front of Lincoln, accompanied by the strong sound of wind driven by the raging fire. A few more steps forward through the flame barrier, what Lincoln saw was a dark and dilapidated world. All he could see were broken walls and ruins, and the scorched earth burning with the flames of hell was covered by the ruins everywhere. In the dark corners, built by the ruins, there were deformed defensive creatures lurking, with slender limbs as thin as sticks, like a strange species on all fours. The oval-like smooth face was white, but lacked the facial features of a human being. There was a huge hole where the brain should have been. From any perspective, these things were in line with the style of hell. As creatures of hell, what they loved and desired most were living creatures with souls from the human world. Their keen sense of smell allowed them to sense the growth of Lincoln's soul. The light emitted by the soul was as dazzling as the sun, and contained energy that could turn them into ashes. But for these guys who had been trapped and tortured in hell for a long time, death was sometimes a relief. Chapter 170 To Hell BBQ. Lincoln had no intention of collecting or taming these strange looking and unprofitable ash creatures in front of him. He just flashed a hot gaze in his eyes and turned them all into an inconspicuous ashes in hell. If the environment in hell was not very suitable, Lincoln might want to try to see how fertile the ashes turned from these things are. The area of the hell dimension is incredibly large, and the hell that humans know under normal circumstances is only a part of it. For example, the defense controlled by Mephisto and the hell controlled by Lucifer are both called hell, but in fact there are significant differences. One of the differences is that the soul of a human being will enter the territory controlled by the demon king who knew hell before his death. If a person knows all the demon kings of hell, he may see a group of demon kings quarreling and fighting for him after his death. Of course, the connection between the earth and hell has been cut off now, and it is basically impossible to get souls from the earth for free. Not only that, thanks to the big moves made by Mephisto and Ancient One, all the demons in hell knew that Lincoln, who was driven away by them before, was back. At this time, they were either busy running away, or they were ready to shrink their forces and transform their nests into hedgehog nests. For a time, the demons were in a panic, and the situation in hell was a bit chaotic. How chaotic was it? It was probably that a high-level demon with wings on his back and spiral horns on his head suddenly appeared in the marginal area that was supposed to be inhabited by garbage hell creatures. It was obvious at a glance that it was a high-level demon of high-value electronic waste. Human. The demon had not noticed Lincoln's abnormality at first. After all, in this hell, all kinds of weird things could appear until he twitched his nose and smelled the strong and direct smell of humans. At this moment, it was like seeing an old pervert with half-covered black silk stockings. The demon's eyes were as bright as light bulbs. He roared, and the wings behind him fluttered as he fell from a height. His ferocious palm like a dragon claw grabbed Lincoln. Mine. Lincoln circled Dahuang with one hand, raised his head, and looked at the demon with excitement in his eyes calmly. Are all creatures in hell so brave? Bang. The airwave roared, and the surrounding flames jumped up. The demon, who was extremely excited the moment before, was grabbed by Lincoln's palm and smashed into the ruins not far away. The ruins that were already broken collapsed instantly, and the flames of hell rose from the scorched earth. One by one, the little inferior demons who had been hiding somewhere before were burned by the flames and all rushed out, screaming and running away. According to the knowledge recorded in the books of Kamataj, except for the non-recyclable garbage before, the inferior demons are basically the lowest creatures in hell. Although they have a certain degree of wisdom, they are timid, cowardly, greedy, cruel, and green. Just like now, before Lincoln found them, they were so brave that they hid in the ruins not far away and stared at Lincoln under the drive of greed. However, once they were discovered, they immediately screamed and fled around like rats crossing the street. Lincoln was too lazy to deal with these little things, but the demon who had suffered trauma before did not hesitate to reach out and grab a demon and put it into his mouth. Amid the demon's terrified screams, the demon swallowed the two demons in his hand without even cutting off the head and tail. Just like eating scorpions raw, the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly, and the scales turned into the iconic black and red color of hell. The demon's arrogance was much stronger than before. No wonder you dare to come to hell alone. It turns out you are also an exorcist, but if you meet me, you are dead. As the demon said, his body was transformed, with ferocious spikes and strong muscles. His figure swelled out of thin air, strong and ferocious. Before, it was just my normal state. Now, it is my full strength. Bang! The air was torn apart. With its wings vibrating behind it, the demon's figure approached Lincoln's face before his voice. With a cruel and ferocious smile on his face, his 5 fingers as sharp as swords grabbed Lincoln's neck straight. The muscles in his hands bulged explosively, and the power contained in them was enough to crush steel in a single grip. With such a blow, the demon didn't think Lincoln had any chance of survival. Woof, woof. Feeling the terrifying momentum of the demon rushing towards him, the big yellow dog in Lincoln's hand was scared to pee. It closed its human eyes and turned its head to the other side. It seemed that it couldn't bear to watch the scene of Lincoln being killed. Lincoln didn't bother to care about the expression and psychological activities of the dog in his hand. He just smiled at the demon who thought he had won and rushed towards him and calmly stretched out his palm. Bang! The roar resounded, and a circular gas explosion spread out with the 2 people as the center. The powerful shock wave even extinguished the flames on the scorched earth. Staring at Lincoln's calm face, the demon's confidence gradually disappeared, replaced by disbelief. Impossible. A mere human. Impossible. He roared, his fists waving in the air like long whips, making sonic booms. The airwaves roared like a storm, and the terrifying pressure crushed the inferior demons everywhere. Even the ground cracked under the shock of the pulse shockwave. However, facing his crazy beating, Lincoln did not even put down the big yellow in his hand, and with only one hand, he accurately received every punch. That was enough to break steel in the phantom attack. The more time passed, the less physical strength remained in the demon's body, until his last angry punch, that was enough to collapse a building, was likely received by Lincoln. Only the airflow surged, and he finally realized what kind of creature was standing in front of him. The demon knew he was going to die. He was almost exhausted and looked at Lincoln with unwillingness in his eyes. "Human, who are you?" "Lincoln." He calmly said his name, and then he loosened his fist and pressed one hand on the demon's head. "Before I kill you, do you have anything to say?" The demon hung his hands at his side, his eyes calm. "My name is McVeigard." "McVeigard? Okay, I remember it." Lincoln nodded gently and exerted force in his hands. With a bang, the demon's head broke, and from the corpse, Lincoln also got what he wanted, a crystal that symbolized the credentials of a creature in hell. Lincoln was silent for a while, holding the crystal in his hand, and in the horrified eyes of Da Huang, he lowered his eyes. "Come, eat it." "Da Huang, you know what the hell this thing is, and let me eat it? Are you bullying me because I'm a dog and have no culture?" Exclamation mark. Da Huang was very unwilling and angry. It stretched out its tongue and swallowed the crystal into its stomach with a snap. The next moment, with it as the center, the flames scattered around the scorched earth began to dance, turning the hell creatures everywhere into firewood. The flames were as fierce as a wildfire in a short moment, sweeping through the meeting and converging into a vortex of flames that completely surrounded Da Huang. The next moment, Da Huang's heart-wrenching whimpering sounded in the flames until the vortex dissipated for a long time, and Da Huang, who was still dressed like a dog, walked out a little stupidly. "A woo?" It lowered its head and looked at itself, then tilted its head to look at Lincoln, as if asking why nothing had changed. Lincoln didn't say anything, but silently took out the crystal ball that had accumulated millions of souls. "Good dog, come again." "A woo." Asterisk% hash the energy transformed from millions of souls was imposed on Dahuan, and the heart-wrenching dry howl sounded again. As the misty white soul mist gradually dissipated, heavy footsteps were heard, and Dahuan, who appeared in front of Lincoln again, was still dressed like a dog. Damn, I wasted all my stuff. Lincoln cursed at Dahuan. I thought you could become a handsome hellhound. Now it's good. Just change your name to Hell Pastoral Dog. Dahuan stared at Lincoln and yelled unexpectedly, "Woof. You are so cowardly." "No matter how cowardly I am, I'm not as good as you. You are the real dog." Lincoln was not surprised that Dahuan could express his meaning. "Just kidding. One crystal plus tens of millions of souls. Even if it is a skipping stone, it will make a sound. Not to mention that Dahuan himself is a time-traveling dog who has followed him through several worlds. Today's Dahuan is definitely not as strong as Lincoln, but he can crush ordinary demons with his status. After all, hell is also based on officials. The great demon McVeigh died in Lincoln's hands and brought many changes to Dahuan, and his death also brought many changes to hell. As the inferior demons spread the news of McVeigh's death, all the demons who were once ruled by the great demon McVeigh became excited. The disappearance of the superiors means that they will have the ability to become the new superiors. As for Lincoln, who killed the great demon, in the eyes of these demons, he was already powerful enough to kill the great demon, so how could he come to snatch the position that originally belonged to McVeigh from them? That would be nothing to do. However, they could never imagine what a person who came to hell with a dog could do. After strengthening Dahuan a little bit, Lincoln threw it to the ground and took it from the edge of the city to deeper. Of course, he could fly over, but it was not as fun as walking over. After all, it was hell, and he had never seen or experienced the charm of hell, and Mephisto had to give them some time to prepare. The great demon McVeigh was far from the strongest person in hell. He was just an ordinary member of a certain lord of hell. The main reason for the recent crazy hunting trip was that the Hell Lord above him demanded additional tribute. In desperation, he could only lead the team out and throw his life into the mouth of Dahuan. Following the road that McVeigh came from all the way to the depths of hell, Lincoln began to see some broken corpses and inferior demons feasting beside the corpses. As the saying goes, good news doesn't go out, but bad news spreads 1,000 miles. The news of the death of the great demon spread very quickly, and the subordinates who went out with him rebelled the moment they heard the news. Just by looking at the corpses on the ground, Lincoln knew to what extent the group of demons had killed each other, so that the old ministers of the great demon who were supposed to die at the hands of Dahuan died in advance at the hands of their former colleagues. Fortunately, those who died in this area were all noobs. The further you go inside, the fewer corpses are left, and you can catch up with some of the final moments of the battle from time to time. Those demons who finally won obviously noticed the existence of Lincoln and Dahuan. If it was before, a human soul would be enough to make their happy expressions collapse, but now, compared to the position of the great demon, a mere human soul is nothing. The inferior demons dare not fight, and the demons are too lazy to fight. In this wonderful balance, the man and the dog, who should have been as popular as cakes and cakes, stepped into the core area without any battle. It was a palace that originally belonged to McVeigh, but now, there were more than a dozen groups of demons confronting each other in this palace. They roared and cursed angrily, and their attacks were aimed at the opponent's vital points, as if they were going to put people to death. On the ground, seeing this scene, Lincoln stretched out his foot and kicked Dahuan. Hey, as the new great demon of hell Nicholas Dahuan, you just watch like this? Don't you have to go up and draw twice? Dahuan looked up at Lincoln and rolled his eyes. Woof. I don't believe you. You dog, with your lazy attitude, you can't even eat shit when it's hot. Woof. I learned it from you. Dahuan responded subconsciously, and then saw Lincoln quietly setting up a grill on a well-burned flame on the scorched earth. I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time. Dahuan? Facing Lincoln's eyes with naked threats, Dahuan immediately got angry. He looked at the demons who were having fun fighting, and then looked at Lincoln who had already started to take out the seasoning. He realized that he was now facing a serious problem. Either he had to let one of the demons who were having fun fighting lie on the barbecue grill, or he would have to lie on the grill. Now that Da Huang had become a demon, as long as he didn't die all of a sudden, it wouldn't be a problem to break off 1 or 2 legs and roast them. It was estimated that the meat would grow back before it was cooked. But even so, Da Huang couldn't accept his fate of being put on the grill, because he couldn't eat the meat roasted in this way. After a moment of silence, Da Huang raised his head with a firm gaze and locked onto a burly bull demon. It had tasted roast beef before, and it tasted good, so now it wanted to try what hell's roast beef tasted like. Chapter 173 Devil Messenger. In the sky, a group of demons were fighting fiercely for the position of the new great demon lord. Even though Lincoln had set up a barbecue grill on the scorched earth and the flames of hell not far below, they turned a deaf ear to it and did not take Lincoln and Da Huang seriously at all. Until Da Huang, with yellow hair and heroic appearance, suddenly rushed out from below. A WWA howl that had never appeared in hell sounded unexpectedly in their ears. Several demons were still a little stunned, and then they saw a yellow figure suddenly rushed out and bit a bullhorn demon and dragged it directly to the ground. The figure was so fast and the bite was so powerful that they could clearly hear the sound of bones being bitten off. Looking at Da Huang falling back to the ground with the demon with a bitten neck in his mouth, all the demons were silent. When they saw Lincoln skillfully skinning a demon, cutting it into pieces, and putting it on the flames of hell for barbecue, they realized that the two below might not be targeting the position of the great demon, but themselves as demons. They once thought that the Lord McVeigh behavior of eating non-lower level demons was bloody enough, but now looking at the man in the dog staring at the barbecue with saliva, they realized that the ones who came now were the truly brutal characters. Fighting? What the hell? If you don't run now, you will all become ingredients on the barbecue grill. There was no need to say more. The demons just looked at each other and fled in all directions, as if they had telepathy. The billowing smoke dispersed, and their figures passed through the sky like a long rainbow, and flew away like a meteor. But in the next moment, a series of collisions sounded in the air. One demon after another hit the invisible barrier in the air heavily. The golden ripples spread on the barrier like ripples. Looking along the diffusion trajectory of the ripples, the demons desperately found that a half-dunked ball completely locked them in the area with Lincoln as the center. They tried their best to launch bombardment on the translucent barrier again and again. However, the thin bubble-like barrier was always shaky without any cracks, as if it was playing with them. The demons from all directions gathered together again. They looked at the man and the dog feasting on the ground, their eyes full of fear. Big man. What big man or small man? Keep fighting. Lincoln said without raising his head. I haven't eaten enough yet. Keep fighting, and those who lose will come down and be used as food. Winning the fight does not necessarily mean survival, and losing the fight will immediately be used as food. This cruel situation instantly made the remaining demons disunited. It is impossible to resist. They can't even beat the big demon in the past, let alone Lincoln who can beat the big demon to death. Now it seems that, if they want to survive, they can only sell their former colleagues. Who knows if they sell a few colleagues to people to eat well, the remaining demons can survive, which is better than being put on the barbecue grill as food in the resistance. All the living demons here are elites among the demons, who have abandoned courtesy, righteousness, integrity, and shame, and have only selfishness in their hearts. When it comes to the spirit of sacrifice, they know nothing, but when it comes to betraying friends, they are all good at it. After a short moment of silence, the battle started again. Baba matey, let's form an alliance. The demon with two hands like long swords said to another demon, if we form an alliance, we can live better. Okay. Baba matey agreed without hesitation. It quickly approached the long sword demon, while loudly agreeing with its mouth, and stabbed the long sword demon with its claws without hesitation. Ding. A buzzing sound sounded, and the sharp claws and long swords that were stabbing in the air collided with each other. The two demons showed a sly smile on their faces. Without saying a word, they separated and ran towards other demons again. Let's form an alliance. Shouting for an alliance, stabbing the knife out without hesitation, and if they touched the exposed back on the road, they would also stab it with their hands. This is what demons do. But unlike before, this time, no one wanted to compete for the position of the only winner, but they were determined to send someone to the grill first. fake alliances, betraying friends, stabbing in the back. Even though the goal of the battle was so clear, those demons still played their best tricks and performed dirty tricks of stabbing in the back one after another. Such methods are really disgusting, but it must be said that the effect is really good. Before Lincoln finished eating the meat on the rack, a bird-shaped demon was respectfully sent to another rack that Lincoln had rebuilt by several of his colleagues. "Respected sir, we have prepared the meat you want for you. When Baba Matey was alive, he loved to fly in the sky the most. The meat on his wings tastes the most delicious. Do you want us to pluck his feathers for you?" The cunning and treacherous demon a moment ago turned into a lackey with a smile on his face in front of Lincoln the next moment, looking at the huge bird-shaped demon in their hands, and then looking at the dog Rhubarb who had not yet finished a single leg of beef. Lincoln was silent for a moment. "Chop off its wings, brush it with the Orient seasoning, and roast it and serve it. As for you." Lincoln's eyes swept over the uneasy demons. "I'm not a bad person. I'm buying my life with money. With 100,000 souls, you can buy your own life. But sir, the road to the earth is gone. Then use the souls of inferior demons instead." Lincoln said meaningfully, 10 inferior demon souls are equivalent to 1 human soul. The higher the status of the demon soul, the more it is equivalent to. Lincoln's words made the eyes of the demons light up instantly. In today's hell, it is not easy to find human souls, but if you find the souls of inferior demons or other demons, wouldn't it be a sure thing? Exclamation mark. Anyway, the great demon lord of this place, McVeigh, has been killed, and the new Lincoln has no idea of sustainable development. Under the 3 lights policy, it is easy to plow this piece of hell and collect 1 million souls. The overjoyed demons thanked Lincoln and dispersed with excitement. In the huge Hell Fortress manor, only Lincoln, who was against the cowbones, was left with Da Huang and had already started to brush sauce on the grilled chicken wings. The aesthetic style of demons is quite different from that of humans. Take the Lord's mansion in front of them as an example. That thing is basically the same as the style of the medieval underground cage. The sulfur-smelling flames, the dark red spots that are not sure whether it is blood or something, plus the wailing of some resentful souls, are just like the scene of a horror movie. Lincoln personally doesn't like this style of architecture very much, but the place is a bit big, and it is difficult to rebuild after demolition, so he can only rest on a rooftop. In Guard County, because of Lincoln's redemption silver system, those demons who want to survive led their men to indiscriminately kill all hell creatures, including inferior demons. Driven by the desire to survive, the originally barren land of hell was squeezed out of some oil and water by them. A large number of souls of different qualities began to be transported from all over Guard to the Lord's mansion where Lincoln was. This transport chain occupied so many people that the tribute to the Demon King of Hell was directly affected and interrupted. The Demon King of Hell did not care about the massacre, because this has always been the trend of hell, but it is absolutely impossible to stop the supply. The anger made the Demon King of Hell want to give McVeigh, who was dead and left with nothing, a good look, but the fear of the intruder made it difficult for him to go out alone. So, in the tall Demon King's palace, he looked at a big demon under his command. "Baroric, go to Guard to see what happened there, and bring McVeigh back. I want him to know the consequences of disobeying me." "Yes, respected Demon King." Baroric had a signature evil smile on his face. He bowed slightly and walked out of the palace. His wings spread out behind him, turning into a thick smoke mixed with orange-red flames, and whistling towards Guard. The thick smell of sulfur was spreading, and the thick smoke attracted the attention of the demons who were collecting souls in Guard territory. They didn't know that the person in the smoke was Baroric, but it was obvious that the guy must be a messenger sent by the Demon King. Looking at the billowing smoke whistling towards the direction of the Lord's mansion at a speed that they couldn't catch up with, the demons couldn't help but fall silent again. Looking up at the terrifying smoke and looking down at the souls in their hands, their minds became active again. If they escape at this time, the human in the Lord's mansion should, maybe, probably, possibly not be able to catch up with them, right? With so many souls, wouldn't they be able to exert their strength? Exclamation mark. Great. Their hard days are about to end. Thinking of this possibility, the demons were ecstatic and began to work harder to save money for their escape. On the rooftop, Lincoln, who was experiencing the local succubus style, also noticed the abnormality in the sky. He glanced at Baloric, then kicked Dahuang at his feet. Hey, the new great demon lord of God, there are ghosts looking for trouble with you, and your subordinates are also going to rebel. Go and deal with it. Dahuang, who was lying on the ground and picking bones board, looked up at the thick smoke in the sky, then lowered his head and lay back on the ground. Woof woof. Run if you want to. Damn, you are such a lazy dog. Lincoln kicked the bone in front of Dahuang to the horizon, and then stared at the thick smoke rolling in the air. Whoosh, the red ray sank into the thick smoke like a rainbow piercing the sun, and then, under the gaze of thousands of demons, the great demon messenger sent by the devil to collect taxes exploded into a ball of fireworks in the air. On the ground, staring blankly at the demon messenger who suddenly exploded in the sky, the demons who originally planned to run away suddenly felt disappointed. Why are they running away? The messenger of the Demon King has turned into a group of fireworks in the sky before he even came down. If they run away too, they will probably be turned into fireworks too. All of a sudden, the demons in God territory calmed down and continued to collect the redemption silver diligently. In the distant demon territory, the demons in the palace were excited when they saw the messenger exploding in the air. Damn McVeigh, he actually dared to attack the messenger of the Demon King. We must turn it and its territory into scorched earth. Yes. Cut off its head, bind its soul in the lamp and burn it for tens of millions of years, so that it can experience the most extreme pain. The demons below angrily put forward various disposal opinions, and the Demon King sitting on the main seat looked at the iconic red ray, and his originally black and red face, which was intimidating without anger, turned pale. These idiots under his command could not recognize it, but he knew very well that this iconic attack, in addition to the plague god sent from the earth by Ancient One, who else has it? Exclamation mark. Even a guy like Mephisto wouldn't joke about this. That guy must be here, it must be him. The Demon King was terrified. The group of loyal ministers who were urging him to go to guard territory and severely punish the Lord there were extremely evil in his eyes. At this moment, he even had the urge to show his original body and eat all the loyal ministers, but in the end, he restrained himself. Everything about the Lord of Hell is highly tied to hell. Hell is the source of their power and also their weakness. The Demon King's body can of course run far away, but his hometown is still here. If his hometown is occupied, the Demon King's power will be lost quickly, so he can't give up here, but he is unwilling to let him wait for death here. The Demon King felt that he had to think of a way to make Lincoln not notice his existence, but to find trouble with other Demon Kings. On the throne, the majestic devil fell into a state of solemn contemplation. Under that solemn and dignified appearance, it was covered with all kinds of dirty and despicable calculations and means without any bottom line. Over and over again, the devil rehearsed all kinds of plans in his mind, but in the end, he sadly discovered that he, who was unlucky enough to become Lincoln's first stop, might have only one way to survive. The next day, in the mansion of the Lord of God, the succubus with a graceful figure and charming face walked up to Lincoln, leaned into his ear and whispered, "Sir, a demon wants to see you." "See me?" Lincoln opened his eyes and held the bull handed to him by the succubus. "Has anyone collected all the redemption silver? It seems to be a big shot coming down from above." The succubus's eyes were blurred. It should be the messenger of the devil. The messenger of the devil. Lincoln lowered his head slightly, his eyes penetrated through the layers of bricks and stones to look at the hall, and then he was shocked. Is this the messenger of the devil? Isn't this the devil himself? The devil himself? The succubus, who had never seen the devil, was at a loss like an illiterate. "I don't know, isn't it the messenger of the devil?" Lincoln was silent for a moment and let go of the plump and smooth ball of hell's specialty in his hand. "Go, bring him up. I want to see what he wants to say." Chapter 174. The Loyal Demon King. In the hall, the anxiously waiting Demon King was feeling uneasy. To be honest, he admitted that his action this time was a little impulsive, but if it succeeded, it would be the merit of following the dragon. Although he might be destined to have no chance of the throne of Satan in this life, he would undoubtedly become the most stable existence in the Lord position in the entire hell dimension. On one side is GG, and on the other side is the merit of following the dragon. The Demon King feels that it is right to take a little risk sometimes. As for the issue of betraying other Hell Lords, as a demon of hell, isn't betrayal an innate ability? This is a skill that you will never lose. The Demon King's anxiety and uneasiness did not last long. The succubus that he thought was no one in hell reappeared in front of him. "My lord agrees to see you. Come with me." Following the charming succubus, the Demon King chose to lower his head and look at the floor instead of locking his eyes on the figure in front of him. After all, the Demon King's personality is fickle. Judging from his own judgment, he definitely doesn't want to be killed because of looking at Lincoln's woman. That death would be too unfair. The Lord's mansion of guard territory was not very big. Even with the stairs, it only took a few minutes to reach the rooftop where Lincoln was. Looking at the roasted chicken wings on the table next to him, the devil's heart shuddered. He had seen people eating demons, and even ate them himself, but it was rare in hell for someone like Lincoln to carefully prepare demons before eating them. Moreover, he could tell at a glance that this was the way humans on Earth processed food ingredients. What does this mean? Lincoln did not regard these demons as intelligent creatures at all, but as food ingredients that were large in size and produced a lot of meat. Although cannibalism and eating food ingredients are both eating, the symbolic meanings of the two are completely different. At this moment, the devil's heart became even more nervous. He himself had never eaten his own meat. What if Lincoln suddenly wanted to try the meat of the Lord of Hell? Then his death would be even more unjust. The fearful devil had all kinds of strange ideas in his mind, but fortunately Lincoln was not as bottomless as he thought. Lincoln casually threw a piece of chicken wing tip that he didn't want to eat to Dahuang on the ground, and then looked at the Demon King. "I didn't expect that you, a dignified Lord of Hell, would not think about running away or building a fortress, but dare to come directly to me. Tell me, do you have any good news to tell me?" The Demon King glanced at Dahuang, who was feasting on the grilled chicken wings on the ground beside him, and then said respectfully, "Respected Sir, Hell Lord Ridos Law McPhee." Stop. Seeing that the Lord of Hell in front of him was about to start a long speech on the real name, Lincoln frowned and stopped him. "Just state your purpose directly. I don't need this real name." "Obey your will, sir." The Demon King first nodded politely, then flattered. "My lord, you may not understand that there are as many Hell Lords of all sizes in hell as two hands. Most of them are cunning, evil, cruel, and self-righteous. Almost all negative words can be used to describe them. But I'm different. I admire your glory and power, so I came here to surrender. I have carefully prepared the territories and hometowns of other Hell Lords for you, just in exchange for your small promise." As he spoke, the devil bowed and took out a roll of parchment and handed it to Lincoln with both hands. "My admiration and loyalty to you are witnessed by the heavens and the earth, the sun and the moon, and the mountains and rivers will never change." To be honest, Lincoln was a little curious about where a demon from the western hell learned these elegant words, but compared to this, he was more interested in the parchment in the devil's hand. Not worrying about what the devil did to the parchment, Lincoln took it and opened the scroll. Light flashed from the scroll, and under the power system unique to hell, the magic pattern that recorded a lot of complicated knowledge unfolded. Lincoln glanced at it and instantly knew the situation of other Hell Lords. He nodded slightly and threw the scroll in his hand to Dahuang, who was gnawing on the bone on the ground. "I see your sincerity. It's very good. So, what promise do you want from me?" Looking at the precious scroll held down by Dahuang's claw, the Demon King rolled his throat twice and whispered softly, "If possible, my lord, I hope that, after you ascend to the supreme throne of Satan, you can allow me to continue to live as the Lord of Hell." The Demon King was speaking humbly, and suddenly Lincoln looked at him and immediately changed his tone. "It doesn't have to be the Lord of Hell. A smaller demon lord is also fine." No. I want to ask, how did you know that I was going to ascend the so-called throne of Satan?" Hearing the change in Lincoln's tone, the Demon King was stunned for a moment. "My lord, aren't you going to ascend the throne of Satan? That is the throne of the entire hell dimension. Once you ascend it, you can control the entire hell, and no other Lord of Hell can threaten you." Lincoln snorted disdainfully. "You're talking as if there is a Hell Lord who can threaten me now." Demon King. Hearing Lincoln's answer, the Demon King could not help but remain silent. He didn't realize it at first, but now that he thinks about it carefully, it seems to be true. However, since it's not for the throne of Satan, why did the Lord in front of him come to hell? To have a barbecue party? Or, thinking of some bad possibilities, the Demon King could not help but look at Da Huang, who was holding the sheepskin scroll under his claws. Although the Hell Lords have various appearances, like sheep, cows, or birds, if a dog sits on the throne of Satan, it would be a precedent in history. The Demon King's emotional changes certainly could not be hidden from Lincoln's eyes. He looked at the Demon King with interest. It seems that you have realized it, so now set an example. Do you choose to defend the dignity of the throne of Satan? Or do you surrender to the future Satan? Demon King, surrender like a dog. This is really a undignified thing. For any Hell Lord in hell, this is an unacceptable shame. Even if he surrendered first, he couldn't kneel down and surrender immediately without any backbone. At least, he had to hesitate for a few seconds to show his backbone. The devil was counting the time silently in his heart. After 3 seconds, he knelt down without hesitation, muttering the devil language of hell, and offered his loyalty as a Hell Lord to Da Huang. He hesitated for 3 seconds under Lincoln's solidity, which was to show his backbone as a Hell Lord, and bowing his head was to show respect for the future Satan. He was still the devil, the most loyal Hell Lord under Satan. The surrender of ordinary inferior demons or great demons was nothing, but at the level of Hell Lords, as beings who could project power to other dimensions, every Hell Lord was unique. The devil offered his loyalty to Da Huang without any bottom line. At this moment, all the Hell Lords in the whole hell sensed what he did. Although Mephisto and his men could not find out the location of the Demon King, they all gnashed their teeth at this moment. Radoslaw, you damned fellow. How dare you betray us? Nonsense. The voice of the Demon King also echoed in the air. I just found the respected Lord Satan, and offered my loyalty to him. All of you guys who covet Satan's throne are traitors who deserve to be killed by everyone. How can there be only betrayal? When Lord Satan returns to the throne, I will definitely kill you. Lincoln? Looking at the indignant Demon King, Lincoln's face showed the expression of an old man on the subway. Where did you learn these words from? Why are you so complicated? This, the Demon King said a little embarrassedly. This is what I found from a human soul. There are many more words like this. As the Demon King spoke, he carefully released a soul. Judging from the appearance, it was obviously a Western face, but after Lincoln looked carefully, he found that this guy was an ancient lover who was obsessed with TV and books such as The Three Kingdoms. This guy's memory can even be used as a TV. It's hard for the devil to find such a unique soul in the Western soul. In this way, his previous actions can't be simply called no one can break into the devil's palace before the devil surrenders. This should be called a man of insight and follow the trend. Mephisto and others were furious at the devil's righteous words. Damn cowardly devil, he surrendered to that human so quickly. I knew he was cowardly, but to this extent, it's better to call him a demon lord. Even those lowly demons have one more bone than him. What should we do now? The damn guy betrayed us, and that human should have mastered our location. When the time comes, how should we deal with him? I suggest that we unite. A Hell Lord said. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be strong enough to defeat so many of our lords head on. I even suspect that if he hadn't surrendered cowardly, it would have taken him some time to occupy that part of hell. Unite. How to unite? A demon lord said coldly. See, our territories gathered together. I'm worried that before he comes, he will be ambushed by you, right? Cunning and sinister Mephisto? You are slandering. I have never ambushed you. Mephisto's face was cold. Produce evidence. Evidence? Don't you think it's ridiculous? You, a lord of hell, actually believe in evidence. Enough. Lucifer said, are you here to discuss the matter of that human, or to quarrel? Discuss? Is there any need to discuss? The demon lord said, it's ridiculous for a group of insidious and cunning guys who can stab in the back at any time to talk about uniting. After that, his figure disappeared directly. Anyway, my territory is far away from the throne of Satan, but Mephisto and the 7 demon kings seem to be very close to the throne. As soon as he said this, the eyes of other hell lords could not help but move. There are only a few people in hell who have the strength and ambition to fight for the throne of Satan. In terms of the distance from the throne of Satan, no one can compare with the 7 devils and Mephisto. In this way, if that human's goal is the throne of Satan, Mephisto and his people will be the first to suffer. In this case, why are they in a hurry when they have basically no chance of the throne? Anyway, it is impossible to unite, and it is also a good thing to see a powerful Hell Lord like Mephisto suffer first. For a while, all the Hell Lords could not help but be silent, and then left quietly. Mephisto and others, who realized that things were getting worse, looked more and more embarrassed, but they were somewhat helpless about the departure of those guys. Frictions and battles often occur between Hell Lords, but now is obviously not the right time. Those lords who are far away from the throne have already formed a circle on Xinjiang Road to exclude them. If they fight at this time, Lincoln is afraid that his mouth will be crooked with laughter. Now the problem is a bit serious. With a powerful enemy and internal strife among the lords, what else can be done to stop Lincoln? If the devil were here, he might come up with a bad idea of killing his dog, but unfortunately he is not here now, and Mephisto is destined not to know who will eventually take the throne. In the Lord's mansion of God, the Demon King hung behind Lincoln like a lackey. My lord, my suggestion is to go to this place first. Oh, what's wrong with that? This place is the territory of the Lord of Gluttony. Some of the demons in his territory are pig-shaped. I have eaten their meat before. Even if it is eaten raw, it tastes excellent. If it is slightly processed with your superb barbecue skills and the secret seasonings worth 1,000 gold, it will definitely stimulate the incredible deliciousness deep in the meat. It sounds good. If you want to go, I suggest starting from this area. The Demon King tirelessly acted as a guide. The gluttonous demons in this area are the most diligent. Compared with other demons, the soft meat must have a little more strength. Very good, your suggestion makes sense. Lincoln patted the timid Demon King on the shoulder with a look of satisfaction. In that case, the task of defeating the Demon King of Gluttony is left to you. As soon as these words came out, the expression on the face of the Demon King, who was still excited a moment ago, suddenly froze, and he stammered, But sir, I can't beat the Gluttony Demon King. Who told you to fight the Demon King? Can't you take your loyal ministers and sneak over to catch a group of demons and run away? Lincoln said dissatisfiedly, as a demon, your thinking can't be rigid. You have to be more flexible. As long as you can achieve your goal, you can do whatever it takes. Do you understand? Facing Lincoln's high expectation eyes, the cowardly Demon King was excited, and tears filled his eyes. He nodded uncontrollably. Sir, I understand. Chapter 175. Dogleg is the way to go. The devil was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes about risking his life to rob the gluttonous lord's territory, but he was loyal and devoted and finally did it. The cowardly devil, as the name suggests, is a coward. As the saying goes, a cowardly soldier makes a cowardly general, and all the elite soldiers and generals under him are just like him. When they shout and make suggestions, they are clear-minded and passionate, but when it comes to their turn to take action, they instantly become like the King Dynasty's ministers negotiating for peace. The speed of their attitude change is truly a world-famous painting. They are excited when bullying the weak and talking about war on paper, but they are timid when facing the strong and need to fight. If the cowardly devil had not maintained his dignity as the Lord of Hell, it is estimated that his brave and warlike soldiers would have learned from Wu Sangui and surrendered to other devils on the spot. A few days later, when Lincoln was considering whether to capture a few demons from the Demon King's palace and roast them for food, the cowardly Demon King finally led his carefully selected army to set out in the night. In fact, it was not really night. In the environment of hell, the difference between day and night was not very big for demons. The only advantage of night action may be that the entire action plan can be named as night attack, which can bring some advantages in the literal sense. Of course, it is only limited to the literal sense. Gluttony Palace. As one of the 7 demon kings, the gluttonous lord has been continuously obtaining support from all living beings for thousands of years to support his strength. This power has also had a profound impact on him. His body is fat like a mountain of meat formed by pieces of meat piled up meaninglessly. The dark mouth like the abyss keeps swallowing any food he can touch. This can't give him any power, but it can bring him a sense of satisfaction of being full. Looking at the gluttonous lord who is constantly squirming and causing the earth to shake at will, the eyes of the many demons serving him are full of fanaticism. Even if he was unfortunately sucked into the stomach of the Lord of Gluttony along with the food, he would only feel sincerely honored to be eaten by the Lord of Gluttony. Compared with the territories of the other 7 demon kings, the territory of gluttony is undoubtedly the most bizarre. This thing seems not to appear in hell. It seems to be more in line with the style presented by gluttony in the dimension of the old evil god. Swallowing one by one, this seems to be the only theme of the Lord of Gluttony, until a demon fled from a distance in fear. Lord Beelzebub is not good. The despicable and cowardly demon king led his subordinates to attack us and captured a large number of demons. Bang. The demon's words were barely finished when the vibration in the air shattered his body. Then Beelzebub's furious voice echoed over the entire territory like thunder. Coward. You damned fellow. The howling sound was like a storm sweeping from the demon king's palace to all directions. Countless demons looked in horror at the direction of Beelzebub, watching the fat meat mountain burst from the inside out. What burst out was not bloody meat, but a kind of indescribably disgusting and greasy substance. The white fat meat burst into pieces and scattered, and a large amount of intestinal-like tissue flowed down from the gap in the meat mountain. In the narrow gap, there was also a coffee-colored thick liquid mixed with a lot of food residues gurgling down, which attracted the other demons' envy. The giant egg-like meat mountain was broken from the inside, and a buzzing sound was heard, and a huge fire appeared. Huge scalloped compound eyes, dark green body, hideous limbs and trumpet-shaped mouthparts. His body was surrounded by a yellow-green rotten stench like a highly toxic gas. Even the gluttonous demons around him did not dare to get close to the gas. With anger burning in his heart towards the cowardly demon king, Beelzebub, who looked like a fly, flapped his wings behind him and flew thousands of miles away in an instant. My lord, enough, enough. While swiftly capturing a large number of muscular demons, the first general under the cowardly subordinate said fearfully, if you don't leave now, the gluttonous lord will come. Looking at the vast expanse of demons in front of him, the cowardly demon king was worried and afraid, but greed and unwillingness broke out at this moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, stop pretending, and leave quickly. What about the rest? Just kill them. Taking full advantage of the crushing advantage of the strong over the weak, the cowardly waved his hand, and the whistling power instantly surged out like a wave, crushing all the gluttonous demons who were unable to move due to the cowardly emotion. In just a moment, all the demons that could not be taken away were crushed into mud and dust. With the power withdrawn, the demon king no longer hesitated, and took the lead to start a thorough destruction of his territory. In the distance, Beelzebub almost turned into an angry demon king, watching the surging power like a tsunami plowing through his territory, being attacked by the cowardly demon king who has always been timid and cowardly, and having a large number of people captured, and a piece of land destroyed. This is an unacceptable shame for most demon kings. As for Beelzebub, who is one of the 7 demon kings, even if he had a nightmare, he had never dreamed about the cowardly demon king. You can imagine how lowly the status of the Hell Lord of Cowardice is. How could Beelzebub tolerate watching the other party making trouble in his own territory? Anyway, his house had been swept, and Beelzebub no longer considered other things. After the magic power in his body surged for a moment, it suddenly burst out. Boom. The unparalleled power heavily bombarded from the invisible void, and the force of penetration spread along the earth all the way to the distance. Wherever this powerful force passed, it was like a landslide. A piece of the border of the gluttony hell was completely torn apart by Beelzebub's angry blow. The dimension is vast and boundless, and the lords controlled by the Lord of Hell are like planets floating in it. Now this entire territory has been shattered by Beelzebub's power, and the subordinates of the cowardly demon king who lost their bearings were instantly exposed to the raging fire outside the territory. Shrill wails and screams of fear instantly rose in the flames, and figures rolled in them, but in just a moment, they all disappeared. The flames of hell are the most common and terrifying things in the hell dimension. Ordinary demons can hardly resist the burning of this flame even on weekdays. Now Beelzebub is watching coldly, and death is their only destination. The wails of a large number of demons and the souls rising in the flames cannot satisfy Beelzebub at all. He stood at the border of the territory, looking at the demon king who had already escaped into the depths of the sea of fire, his face full of anger. Cowardly. Cowardly. If possible, he must chase him desperately, and let that damn guy have a good look, but he can't do it. The reason is simple. Like cowardice, he is also afraid. The sea of fire in hell is fair to every hell lord. Except for the only ruler of hell, Satan. No hell lord can be treated preferentially in the sea of fire. The figure of the cowardly has now gone deep into the sea of fire, but the looming figure always shows its location to Beelzebub like a beacon. This is the so-called open conspiracy. Beelzebub is certain that there is no one behind the damn cowardly thing. As long as he chases after it, he can tear this guy's body apart and seriously injure him. But this kind of certainty can never reach 100%. Chasing after it, it is certainly possible to seriously injure the cowardly, and even find an opportunity to kill him later. But if it is really an ambush set by the cowardly, if he goes there, he will most likely be seriously injured or even killed. As long as he can't catch the cowardly directly near his territory, Beelzebub will inevitably fall into such an embarrassing situation. It's not right to chase, and it's not right not to chase. Cowardly is very cowardly, but as a demon king, he also has a certain intelligence. He clearly knows the deepest estimate in Beelzebub's heart, and he also knows that, as long as he escapes to the depths of the sea of fire, he will be safe. Of course, he could just run away without a trace, but he didn't want to. He just moved slowly in the sea of fire, and from time to time revealed his figure to mock Beelzebub. When he faced the 7 demon kings in the past, these people didn't even bother to look at him. Now that he finally got a big leg, if he didn't return the humiliation he had suffered, his name as a demon would be in vain. Jealousy, greed, narrow-mindedness, etc. These are the basic qualities of being a demon. Beelzebub knew very well what the purpose of cowardly behavior was, but so what? The reason why the conspiracy was an open conspiracy was that the enemy could not stop it. The pride of being one of the 7 demon kings made Beelzebub unable to laugh it off. Standing at the border of his territory, watching the cowardly man who kept posing in the sea of fire, and pretending to be "you come and hit me," the anger in his heart rose up like a soda with Mentos added. The anger caused layers of terrifying magic to wrap around his body. These magic swept across the territory, and any random point could cause a sky-shattering color, which was completely different from the previous cowardly attack. In the sea of fire, looking at the hell territory that was crumbling under the feet of the angry Beelzebub, a happy smile appeared on the cowardly face. He was really happy. No hell lord in hell wanted cowardice, and finally threw it to him. Since becoming the cowardly demon king, he has always been at the bottom of the hell pyramid, and any hell lord with a little strength can teach him a lesson. This caused his young heart to suffer a heavy blow. Until now, relying on Lincoln's thigh, he can even mock the 7 demon kings at will from a distance, and the 7 demon kings don't even dare to take a step. This feeling of two-level reversal made him feel like he was floating in the air. At this moment, he completely determined his future path. He followed Lincoln and Satan closely, acting as a loyal lackey, and then mocked and ridiculed other demons. He liked the way others disliked him, but couldn't kill him. Damn it. I'm going to kill him. I must kill him. Beelzebub's furious voice could be heard from a long distance away. With this pleasant accompaniment, the demon happily presented the fruits of his hunting in front of Lincoln. My lord, look. These are all demons carefully selected by me. The muscles of each of them have been fully exercised and nourished by magic. They must taste delicious. Lincoln took a quick look and agreed with the demon king's opinion. Well, you did a great job. I can see that you put your heart into it. No. The demon king's face was full of flattery. It is my honor to serve you, my lord. If you need, my lord, I can also study the taste of other demons' meat for you. Lincoln, who was looking at the fat pig in front of him and wondering whether to make sweet and sour pork ribs or shredded pork with green peppers, stopped thinking and looked at the demon king recipe. The demon king was stunned at first, then nodded excitedly. Yes, that's the recipe. Your idea is quite good, but it's probably difficult to do, right? A little bit. The demon king nodded first, then his face was full of generosity. But when doing things for you, no matter how hard or difficult it is, I will do my best. Your attitude is very good. Lincoln commented. It is better than the attitudes of many humans I have seen. Since you are so dedicated and have such a high level of ideological awareness, I have to express my gratitude. Lincoln said, and pointed out a magic mark in the midst of the Demon King's anxiety and excitement. I will give you a mark, so that you can borrow 1/10 of my power, which can also be regarded as giving you the power to protect yourself. 1/10! Exclamation mark. Hearing this, the weak was overjoyed. The enemy who could make Mephisto and others feel as if they were facing a great enemy, even if it was only 1/10, would be much stronger than his own power. With this, he may not be able to defeat the other lords of hell, but at least when he runs, no lord of hell can stop him. Looking at the mark shining with golden light in the air, the Demon King seemed to see his glorious future. He reached out to take the mark, while expressing his gratitude for Lincoln's gift. That posture obviously had forgotten all the glory of the so-called Lord of Hell. What is a Hell Lord? Is he very strong? This is just a suggestion to make a recipe, and he has gained the power to crush many Hell Lords. When the recipe is completed, it will be a step to heaven. Without hesitation, he introduced the mark into his core. The next moment, a terrifying force came out of the mark and spread throughout his body. The magic mark, which was transformed from the warlock who borrowed the power of the demon in Kamatage, can give others a certain amount of energy. For example, the energy obtained by cowardice is 1/10 of the energy that Lincoln can currently accommodate. This will not have any effect on Lincoln, because as long as there is yellow sunlight, he will never be exhausted. In other words, the energy bar is locked at 100%. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.